Go live. Okay. All right, you want to know what the stream is really about? The stream is about lighting. What's a good mood for well-text debate? PPG has better lighting? I don't know about that one. I don't know, where am I saved things? I could do what I usually have. And there's just red. Having it be red doesn't, for whatever reason, the red lights kind of drown out my other lights. Kind of makes me look red. I could make these brighter, I guess. You're pro Russia, right? No. So you're banned, right? Definitely. How the fuck do I? Oh, that kind of looks cool. This is mellow. I don't know if the debate's gonna be mellow. Yeah, there's a bunch of different moods. There's cheerful, there's pride. Cheerful kind of looks... Oh, it did look good. No, it has like different things. Mellow, blissful, soothing, tranquil, gentle, dream. Like from Minecraft. I feel like this like tints me green way more than the blue tints me blue. I just kind of look normal with this. And there's just a blue background. What's up, Tundubs? Hey, can you do my laundry? Dude, I barely do my own laundry. Hey, yo, what? What? That's crazy. Okay. The debate is in like an hour. I think I might watch something. Watch one of the... Hold on. There's a new thing. No. How do I... No. Do you know Skade? Yeah, I know Skade. I've never talked to him, but I know of him. I know him parasocially. Can you do our laundry? I bet he's willing. I think I need Gabon. And the DRC. I didn't need the DRC. I get most of my info from Skade. Sick dude. The Central? No, not the Central African Republic. The Democratic, or sorry, just the Republic of the Congo. Yeah, okay. Wasn't the shortest way, but I don't know. I still don't know my African countries super well. Why is this that? Okay. I saw this. This was a recent study from JP Morgan Chase. It looks at the like $400 expense thing. I'm sure A lot of you, everyone says the thing. 60% of Americans can't afford a $400 expense. It's a dumb claim, because that's not what that survey asked. I need to add this to my notes. I just have like the script where I debunked it. The survey. Any tips for high school going through pre-med? I have nothing. If you're going through pre-med, I have nothing for you, dude. Dude, I barely passed high school doing... That's not true. I passed most of my classes pretty well, but... I'm a banana? Well, that's so cool, Billy. Claim comes from Federal Reserve survey that asked if they would choose to cover $400 emergencies with cash. 63% said they would pay it with cash or cash equivalent, and that's been trending upward for years. Yeah, most Americans have $8K. The median American has $8K in transaction accounts that they can easily use. As this study found, even. And they show... This study did a really good job breaking down. 67% can cover it with available cash. Another 20% can... cover it with just disposable income, which just means income not spent on essentials here. Like, the subjects discussed in the channel are pleasantly surprising. Are you? That sounds like a bot. That sounds like a Trovo comment. I don't know if you guys know what Trovo is. Trovo is a live streaming platform, and it has a ton of bot comments. And that sounds just one of them, just like one of them. Well, they'll say like, "Wow, the streamer is discussing such interesting, pleasant things." Yeah, that's what you sound like right now, bro. Where the fuck did my mouse is just gone? Oh no, it's there. It just won't move. Okay, sick. Okay. Okay, so we should... Fucking hell. Who pays... Let's take this. I've started to play a really enjoyable game called Disco. Oh, Disco Asylum, really? Oh, Disco. I cannot believe how good it is for this cheap price on Steam. Oh man. If I had a nickel for every time I've heard a Disco Asylum, then maybe I'd actually buy it. Oh, this is data from some random guy. Not some random, he's a good economist. It's like Ray Chetty or something. Is it Chetty? Roz Chetty, something like that. I'm expecting you to talk about Zoomer stuff like Drake and Roblox. I mean, we do that sometimes. A little bit. Not really, though. Listen, I have Minecraft open in the background. This is Zoomer stuff. I don't even, dude. I remember when the whole Drake Kendrick drama happened. I knew nothing about it. I was like watching videos about it, and I was so confused because I still don't understand some of it. I don't even. I don't know. What the fuck? Who did this? Why? Any tips for getting girls? I am the exact opposite person you should ask for that. I made a funny edit the other day, actually. What's in here?
Men with no host.
Where are you?
Where are you?
In one of my reading streams. So I'm not quite the right person to ask. Yeah. Might listen. My only advice would be don't listen to Sneeko and Andrew Tate. I don't think their advice is particularly good, but I don't have any better. I don't have any better advice. Hello, great short. Yeah. I made that or no, I made it originally just to be funny, but there's this guy I'm like beefing with. It's so funny because he was like, Nonfon is so dumb. He just regurgitates what other far left podcasters tell him. Like, first of all, I don't know where we're getting this far left allegation from. I'm a decently moderate dude. Like, I'm a liberal. Like, I'm a Democrat, but like I'm not even like AOC Democrat. I'm like fucking Hillary Clinton Democrat. I don't know where I'm getting this far left allegation from when I debate so many. I'm AOC. I probably am more closely aligned to AOC than Bill Clinton in reality, but some of the things she says is just cringe. But I'm playing, bro. I have around 120 bodies. At 21, I've lost interest. I'm building a company right now. And I'm just trying to make $1 billion. Okay, dude. Well, good luck, man. I'm about to throw 30K into some options trade. Wow, dude. Good for you. Yeah, she's cringe, but I mean, true. Hopefully, okay, that's true. I didn't think of that one. Yeah. I don't know how to. This cow farm. I need the beef, and I know. I'm a Tim Walz Democrat. Tim Walz is like, people say Tim Walz is like, I've seen that graph of how he was a congressperson and how he was pretty close to the center as a congressman, but I'm fairly certain he was pretty progressive in Minnesota. Cause they put tampons in the boys' bathroom. Did you know that? Did you know that? Do you know? So yeah, he did that. I'm a socialist, bro, although hot chicks fuck with Palestine. True. I would be pro-Palestine for some big titty goth GF, bro. I would do it. I do think it's arguably good that the Democrats are getting rid of like their most progressive people. Or not, I don't even want to say the most progressive people, because they're not really that like progressive. Jeez, I have a lot of fucking shit here. Their most insane people. Whereas the Republicans have their most insane person as president. Well, it seems good to me. I don't know if it's the best winner Kamala could have picked. I have no idea whether a VP pick actually affects the presidential race or not. But I do think the fact that Kamala selected a guy like Walz says a lot about the tone that the Democrats are going for, and that the tenure of American politics could look like after Donald Trump has finally shifted off stage. Walz served in Congress for a long time, and his voting record was societally moderate. GovTrack's analysis of bills Walz sponsored has him towards the center of the ideological spectrum. Well, vote views analysis of bills he voted for shows the same. The most insane Democrat is Bob Menendez. He was taking gold bars from guitar. Yeah, that was insane. Did he he got removed, right? Did he has he been arrested or anything? Wait, it's Rob Menendez. Did I look up? What? Is it Rob Menendez? This conviction, okay. Prosecutor call, blah, blah, blah. Closing arguments. Jury deliberations begin on July 12th. On July 16th, the jury convicted Menendez of accepting bribes. Sentencing would take place on October 29th. this is another thing. When there's criminals in the Democratic Party, they get taken care of. When there's criminals in the Republican Party, they get criminal immunity. You realize the truth is 1,000 times harder to find than a lie, right? You won't get close to the truth with the way you research. Okay. I don't know how you think I should research, or like what do you think I should do, but like I try to research as good as I can. Like I'm not perfect, but like I don't know. Usually I try to go down the footnote rabbit hole and see if anything's fishy or like stuff like that, you know? Like I did that a few days ago with some Israel-Palestine stuff. I kept trying to find the source of the like Palestinians are barred from 80% of land or whatever, and it doesn't seem to be good sourcing for that. So can I, if I break that dirt, does the farm start work? How do I do this? I don't know. I mean, this cow seems to be enough cows or something. I am read more, but if there's enough cows, well, I'll breed the cows first. You follow the money, look at data leaks, look at things from a global perspective, always keep history in mind. Things don't change as much as we think they do. Cycles repeat themselves. I mean, okay, dude. The data leaks? I mean, I look at data leaks when they're important. Like, there was information from WikiLeaks that was important. Like, I don't think I've actually read anything from WikiLeaks itself, but I've read reporting on it. I don't know. I'm trying to think of other leaks. Mr. Beast's career may be over. New info. Dude, I don't know. I don't know whether I don't know whether to believe half the things about Mr. Beast. Because some of the things just seem so he was fucking. Dude, Drama Alert called it a war crime that someone was I guess kept in a room and the lights were never turned off, so he couldn't sleep or whatever, and there was like. It's weird that you are reading articles while playing Minecraft. My one-track mind cannot multitask like this. Oh, well, usually when I'm reading, I don't just go back and forth between reading and playing games, but I do sometimes. Not this. I do sometimes watch stuff and play Minecraft at the same time. I'm just killing time before the debate. Don't they have a thing on taxes? What's the debate about? Wealth taxes. Cool. Link to what? You'll read what I just said? I read it. What? Here. I don't know why you two fucking shadow banned it.
Why they fell apart.
We might agree that it's
your lower bound actually the 7?
The debate, is it live streamed? Yes. It's the live stream you're watching now. I don't know. I think you might be on the. Are you on the YouTube short chat? I don't know. It's just me YouTube. You can watch it horizontally too if you want to, but. Okay, yeah. Or go to. Yeah, I stream it. Best taxes are those that have the best effects, in my opinion. Dude, that's wild.
Do this.
So the case for wealth taxes is twofold. First is, I'll just give the political argument. It's that any society where there is enough wealth for these wealth taxes to apply is probably one in which there's not real democracy. Like I think in a very real way, Elon Musk having enough money that he can just buy Twitter is an affront to democracy. So that's an argument for what
anytime someone says that, now I get flashbacks to when when Hassan was on a peers. Yeah, it's SDL. Listen, he's socialism's one of socialism's strongest warriors, okay? But when Hassan was on a Piers Morgan panel, and somebody, I think there was a conservative that asked, "What has Biden actually done?" And Hassan's answer was, "Well, Twitter got worse since Elon Musk bought it." It was there were so many things he could have said, although the conservative did say don't say infrastructure, but even there are so many things he could have said, and he mentioned Twitter because he's terminally online and just has oops. Okay, he's chill with it. Just has a Twitter brain. But the Democrats are pawns, Republicans are pawns as well, until an outsider ran and threatened the power structure. That's why they want you to hate them so bad. Oh, okay. I guess that's who's they, by the way. Is they the Zionist cabal that controls Hollywood? Guys, can I prove the most inhumane failed ideology with data?
I would call confiscatory wealth taxes. Your goal is just reduce someone's wealth because they are too wealthy. It's not like economic efficiency or whatever. It's this person is a threat to society, essentially. So that's maybe the argument there. But even if we lived in a society that was far more egalitarian, the second argument for wealth taxes is that compared to other taxes like capital income, it is actually more pro-productivity because it tends to distribute resources from those who have low return on rent but a lot of wealth. Sorry, not low return on rent, low profits.
I have no idea what he means. It makes people, or it redistributes from people who have low returns to the high returns. You think billionaires have the highest returns, that's why they're billionaires. I'm not saying it's all oh, they have high returns just because of skill or whatever, because they're such skilled investors or whatever. There's obviously a big luck component. There's obviously I'm not when I say they have the highest returns, I'm not trying to justify them having the money or whatever. I'm just saying they have the highest returns. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. Okay, dude. Fire. The billionaire class is not the top. Oh yeah, the Zionists would be at the top, bro. Don't worry, I know. Stuff like phantom tax, really, dude? Really? Anyway. I was saying something. I don't remember.
But a lot of wealth.
I'm a Jew, man.
It gives profits to those who have high profit rates but low wealth. In other words, it's shifting wealth to those who are very productive with their wealth. An easy way to imagine this is imagine you had a wealth tax.
There's a good argument I heard. Probably in this. The face. Okay, sometimes suggested that wealth tax would encourage investors to invest more in more productive assets rather than in low yield bonds. However, the opposite is true. The fact that these investors have already chosen to forego high yielding investments suggests that the extra return is not enough to compensate them for the risk of volatility associated with these assets. Reducing the after tax returns of these investments with a wealth tax will only reduce the number of investors willing to accept high levels of risk of volatility. I need to add this to my opening statement, but I don't know what exactly is the best way to do that. I'm Wisconsin Jewish as well. We have the highest intelligence out of any ethnicity by far. Life is boring for most of us, especially when we have trillions. So they play God.
And then a universal basic income.
I can't tell
That
if
is
you're
necessarily
trolling or
going to be
not.
shifting income from those who have wealth but aren't getting a lot of income off of it to those who don't have a lot of wealth but are getting a lot of income off of theirs. So you can think of it as a productivity redistribution tax. That's my argument for it. Now, Micah is going to say the exact opposite in a minute, I think.
Micah, do you say the exact opposite? Why do you rate it a 1 out of 10?
I'm really disappointed by the results on this one because, like, this is just one of the most awful
Get
taxes
stuff out of it.
that people even talk about. Like, you know, Austria, Denmark, Finland, France, Germany, Iceland, Ireland, Italy, the Netherlands,
Have you ever tried
Luxembourg, and
varsity debate,
Sweden
like in
all
high school?
agree with me.
Nope.
They had wealth taxes and they got rid of them. There's only 3 countries in the world that still have wealth taxes, and the rates are not near their peak. Norway is one of them. The rate, I believe, is down to 0.9% now. So let's talk about it based on the criteria that we established. Revenue. There is no argument that wealth taxes raise a significant amount of revenue. They have an abysmal track record on raising revenue. That is one of the many reasons they have been ended around the world. They do cause capital flight, and no, exit taxes do not fix this problem.
I forget where exactly it was. I know there was a Swiss study that like showed it doesn't even have that big an effect on inequality. This. Which you would have to read, but this paper analyzes the fiscal effects of a Swiss-type tax on household wealth with a $120,000 exemption and a marginal tax rate running from 0.5% to 0.05% to 0.3% on 2.4 million more or wealth. It considers the wealth tax proposed by Senator Elizabeth Warren with a $50 million exemption, a 2% tax on wealth above that, and a 1% surcharge on wealth above $1 billion. Based on the 2016 survey of Consumer Finances, the Swiss tax would yield about $189 billion, and the Warren tax 3. It's also negative income tax like UBI. I mean, it's always like the most economically efficient thing. Yeah, I mean, I like it. I'm a fan. I am a UBI enjoyer. There was wealth tax is just a red herring for taxation conversations. Income, sales, property tax, as we should discuss. What's up, Jidiox? Welcome back, OMG Sticks. Yeah, I'm a UBI enjoyer. There was that recent. I haven't read into the new UBI study that came out, funded by OpenAI, which I saw showed working hours decrease more significantly than a lot of people had expected. But I wonder, I would expect that, like, I know, so there's a charity called Give Directly. They're and I know they have a lot of studies on UBI. Because they're a charity that just gives, just say taxation is FDN true. They're a charity that just gives people money, right? They just give like poor people in Africa money, and sometimes they do it like a monthly stipend or whatever. A lot of their studies show like increases in working hours. And maybe I'll look at it later, Jidiox. I don't care right now. There's probably some diminishing marginal utility, right? So the people in Africa's living standards are probably pretty low in most of these places, and I would expect that if your living standard is low enough, then the extra money you're provided increases the stability in your life and allows you to work more. Whereas most Americans, life is already stable enough where they're able to work as much as they can. So any money beyond that isn't like increasing stability anymore. It's just it's just disincentivizing you to work. I would expect that something like that to show up, but yeah, I don't know. Also, the effects in working hours weren't even that big, and it was mostly like people with children or whatever, people that arguably should be working less. So you know, people in Africa are way happier than the West. I don't necessarily believe that. They haven't been plagued by globalization yet. Happiness is a really hard thing to measure, but I would guess that if we looked at the happiness index, although the U.S. is lower than many European countries, I'd guess that we're higher than most African countries. Look at the suicide and depression rates. Well, hold on. We're looking at the World Happiness Index, so you'll notice the U.S. is... This is a really low quality picture, but the U.S. is green. Nothing in Africa is green. Haha says the continent where soft money war is going on between West and China right now. What about the philosophical question? Is it imperative that everyone should work? I don't think so. I think we should basically strive for a society where as few people work in the sense of like involuntary work, or like, yeah, people should obviously have hobbies and stuff. Like, you know, like technically, like what I'm doing right now is arguably work, but I guess technically I'm getting paid a little bit for it, but like I'm not really, like, I'm not making a living off it. I'm just doing it because I like it, and like it's interesting to me and it's fun to me. Yeah, so I think people need to. What the fuck? Is this how as many clicks on the first thing? Yeah, that's what I always do, man. Every single time. I mean, I'm sure I could spend a whole research stream going into every happiness index possible and looking at their methodology and stuff, but like I don't know. Like if there's a happiness index that you want me to look at, I can do that. But familiar with him? Oh, who? On Hegel? I know a little bit about Hegel. I know about the Hegelian dialectic, but that's basically all I know about. Different happiness indexes.
Because taxes take a while.
First tax would have a very small effect on inequality, lowering the post-tax Gini coefficient by 0.004 Gini points. The effect of a Swiss tax and order points inequality is minuscule, lowering the Gini coefficient by at most 0.0005 Gini points. Do people even know what the Gini coefficient is? What? What? Wow. Help from the studio computer. Thanks, Gaia, for the 10 bits. That was fucking awesome, dude. Dude, that truck was fire. The video is 16 years old. It has 30 views? How did you even find it? Swiss style wealth tax would lower the post-tax Gini coefficient by 0.04. Did it even... Does Gini coefficient even, like... Does it even go with that many decimal places? Oh, wait. Hold on, I think I'm... Okay, wait. No, the Gini coefficient, the lower... Okay, wait. 0 is perfect equality on the Gini coefficient, right? 1 is perfect... I think 0... Hold on. I have to look that up. I should know that. Hold on. Gini coefficient. Wait, Gini coefficient range of 0, 1. 0 representing perfect equality and 1 representing perfect inequality. Okay. So when it says it's going to lower it by about 0.04. I think the US is like 0.8 or something. Or 0.047. And it would reduce it by 0.005. I know a lot of US states had, well, taxes too. You're a fan. And we got rid of them.
Wow, to kick in. They don't become effective immediately.
Although,
and so,
to be fair, I think I actually, now that I'm remembering this, I think this is what SDL mentions in this video, is that a lot of those were on like wealth above 3 million. So it's possible if you just had like a relatively big house and that appreciated in value, then you would be taxed on that, which was not good. So if you theoretically, if you implement a higher, not limit, higher minimum for it, higher exemption, that's what it's called, exemption, then a lot of those problems go away. But yeah. Okay.
while we're debating whether they should exist and while we're signing the bill for them to come into existence, the rich people flee anyway. In addition, wealth taxes are imposing a tax on probably the most awful base. Whenever we look at billionaires and we have a problem with their behavior, many times our problem with their behavior is their ludicrous amounts of consumption, buying yachts, buying private jets, buying elections, right? This is the problem. These guys consume too much. They spend too much. Our issue with them is not that they invest too much. That's one of the few productive act.
I don't want to do this. I'm probably not going to do this in debate, but technically you can't. Well, one, there are ways to do progressive consumption taxation, and you can also just tax luxury goods. But elastic good tax burden. Technically, taxes don't do anything in our country. It's a spending problem. We don't tax our people enough problem. Well, you'll be happy to know that I am on the anti-wealth tax side of the debate. What time is the debate starting, by the way? At 1 a.m. In like 20 minutes. Technically, if you say let's do a tax on yachts, and the demand for yachts is very elastic, right? Meaning the price affects how much demand there is for it a lot. You know, think of like jelly beans versus insulin. The demand for insulin is very inelastic. Doesn't really matter how much the price of insulin goes up. You're probably gonna buy it because you need insulin to live. Versus jelly beans, if the price of jelly bean goes up, well, you don't need jelly beans. I'll be listening as I fall asleep. Hopefully, vase. Thank you, Ares 106. What was I saying? Oh, jelly beans. If the price of jelly beans goes up, you don't need them, so you don't buy them. Same thing with yachts. So technically, if you tax yachts, that makes yachts more expensive, and therefore there's less demand for them. And but the burden of that actually falls on the producer of yachts. It actually falls on the yacht companies more than it falls on rich people because the demand is elastic. So you can look at a chart. What a fucking dumbass chart. Yeah, see, incidents on producers versus incidents on... Or that's without tax, never mind. A country only has spending issue if it crowds out... True! If it crowds out production, doesn't set a taxation to avoid currency inflation. I see we have a MMT here in chat. Let's see. This is equal elasticity. It weighs equally on consumer and producer, but with a more elastic demand curve, it weighs on producers more than consumers. Anyway, this is the opposite. This is a inelastic demand curve. How it works according to screen. I mean, I would argue a country arguably can have a spending problem if A, it's crowding out, or B, if what we're seeing right now is a greater portion of the government budget is going to just servicing the debt. But the actual value, why is it carrying cake? Okay, the number, the debt, the nominal value doesn't really matter. Debt to GDP matters more, but not. Okay, but not like a ton. I think the biggest thing is the interest on the debt payments. Okay, I got OP. I'll do a pull of Hassan.
Activities they engage in, and the rate of return
Enjoy
on their
the video.
investment is pretty high, actually. In many cases, they generate positive economic rents because they beat the market in many cases. Now, something I think is important to note is that the behavioral impact of taxing their wealth is not just reducing the amount of wealth they have to invest. That part is fine. It's encouraging them to consume more. So if you say we're going to have a 4% wealth tax on your money over, $100 million, a lot of folks are going to say, once they hit 100 million, I am going to consume it all. I'm going to donate it all. And many times it's to political think tanks and politicians. I'm going to start, starting my own think tanks and political operations, or I'm going to buy more consumption material. So that's on the issue of revenue. And that's on the issue of efficiency is whenever you reduce investment substantially, as wealth taxes do, that harms the economy because capital formation and investment in research and development, these are the two drivers of economic growth. So when you reduce investment, you can expect less economic growth. This is a tax directly on investment, which is one of the worst things to tax. Then administrative costs. There's two elements of the administrative cost issue. First, there's compliance. There is incredibly low amounts of compliance with wealth taxes because of the ability for billionaires with their armies of tax lawyers and CPAs to avoid the wealth tax. And we can say, well, we would design it in such a way in which that wouldn't happen. If you look at the track record of the United States in terms of tax avoidance, we absolutely would design it in a way in which that would happen. Because if you look around the world, the history of more competent tax authorities with the issue of the wealth tax is a history of constant avoidance. There's been many studies that have been conducted on that, but that's not the only issue. There's also the issue of appraising people's property value and the administrative costs of performing that. Now, investigating the value of these billionaires'
A
paintings
note on
and
fucking hell. Oops. A note on
Why they
the tax avoidance issue. So the U.S. has estate taxes, which is just a tax on inheritance, right? We have inheritance taxes, which function identically to wealth taxes. They just happen after you die. Like it's just a wealth tax. It's just only when that wealth gets passed on. And those have a pretty high avoidance rate. I think like estimates show that on average, when someone like from the Forbes 400 list dies, the estate tax is valued at 40% of what the Forbes 400 list valued them at. Soda tax, fuck you, Forbes. I mean, the soda tax is obviously regressive, but sugar is a negative externality, right? That's the argument there. Which really, you should just tax sugar, but like, the argument is just it's a negative externality, so you want to price that in. So it's arguably not a horrible thing to tax.
They fell apart. Those wealth taxes had very low brackets, as in they started on. We're talking something like 3 million.
Is anywhere in doesn't New York have a soda tax? Beverages with more than 7.5. So yeah, this is like sugar, but tax sugar, might as well tax air. Fucking freedom hating shitbags. Do you acknowledge that sugar is at least often a negative externality, and markets would be more efficient if that negative externality was priced in? We need to charge the rich extra taxes to hire more people to make sure the rich will not avoid paying their taxes. True. I'm also, I'll go over this in debate. I'm not, Nohana's actually 680 pounds and eats 5 pounds of sugar every day. So he's an example of why it's a negative externality then. Like, listen, people respond to incentives. No one's saying you can't do it. We're just saying that people respond to incentives, and we're giving you an incentive to not do it. Get rid of the sugar tax, and maybe I could get real sugar in my Coke instead of high fructose corn syrup. We don't tax sugar, we protect sugar. There's a sugar cartel in the US which makes sugar artificially expensive relative to the rest of the world. You know that, right? The issue is that the issue is, I will give you this, okay? The issue is actually the government here. That is actually the issue. The sugar cartel US. We have the US sugar program. Oh, the Cato Institute. Capitalism is already said, fuck you, eat your, yeah, high fructose corn syrup. And also we subsidize corn. I'm not like, I mean, arguably that's fine that we subsidize corn. We probably should subsidize farmers in some way. I don't know if we should do it how we're doing it now. I don't know the specifics of how we're doing it now. But I think federal crop insurance is probably a good thing. I think subsidizing farmers is probably a good thing in general. Even if those subsidies go to big companies, just because farming is risky business, and also we need to ensure our nation's food supply, obviously. So probably fine that we subsidize farming, but we should probably make sure to do it smartly. And I don't know for sure if we're doing that right now, considering how cheap high fructose corn syrup is relative to sugar. But I'm pretty sure we keep U.S. sugar artificially high. Federal government has been operating a program to control the production and importation of sugar. One of the program's main purposes is to ensure minimum price levels for sugar that are typically significantly higher than those found on the international market. What is it? MSG? MSG. MSG, artificial preservatives. A sugar code for cocaine. Guarantees the minimum price for sugar authorized with a 2002 Farm Bill to cover the crops of sugar beets and sugar cane. Yeah, we do that. Which is part of the reason why there's high fructose corn syrup everywhere in the U.S. Because we subsidize corn and we also keep
USD. So people who
sugar artificially expensive. There we
just own a large home might have been subject to the wealth tax. That led to problems with liquidity because people might just own a house and not have any other assets to pay the tax, no other income, for example. the modern wealth tax proposals that are put out by like people like Piketty and Saez and whatnot usually start around 50 million to like $1 billion. So I agree that a lot of the administrative concerns and the concerns about liquidity and valuation are just way less of a concern.
Yes, we need more price fixing, the cornerstone of the free market. Didn't I just argue against that? I mean, like, I did argue for farming subsidies, but I think farming, there's a food security issue there, and also there's an adverse selection issue with insurance, which is why federal crop insurance is probably a good thing. Wow, wandering trader. Wow, what a deal. What if PPG pulls out FDR in the debate? I guarantee you he's going to say during the New Deal we had higher growth rates than we do now and taxes were higher then, but, you know, it's kind of a dumb argument. I mean, it like hits anecdotal. You'd have to prove causation. I don't think you can prove causation. I'm in favor of many of the New Deal policies. I think they were probably good policies. I like giving money to poor people. I'm just not. These taxes are just bad taxes. So we just should not do them. That's my only argument. If you were against higher taxes during FDR's rule, you would get thrown in internment camps with the Japanese. I don't think it was that extreme, but okay. U.S. highest marginal tax rate. Fred. %. God damn. Yeah, he's gonna say during the 50s we had such high economic growth and the marginal rates were 91%. They're only. Can you believe they're only 36% today? FDR's base though stole Mexican Americans' land and deported them. True, definitely. That's the thing that makes him based. Eventually I'll probably read more into like the New Deal stuff. I know there's controversy over whether or not some of the New Deal programs prolong the recession or depression or not.
We must be the great offspring of democracy.
Hungry, so we had farmers plow under crops to keep prices up.
Now I'm on the news with the DUI stat.
Wasn't food stamps a New Deal program? Food stamps, New Deal. Roosevelt is a key component of the New Deal program. Food assistance made available to low income. Oh, it's great. Yeah, but yeah, I don't know. I mean, like, oops. That's probably what happened to my old sword. Subsidies are a slow death. I wish there were better incentives. Is an inefficient subsidized strategic industry really going to save us when we need it most? It's a coin toss, in my opinion. I mean, you never want to just subsidize. You never want to do the subsidized demand thing. Although, okay, I will defend Biden. My Stream Deck does not. Ooh. Have the camera thing on it. Hold on. Give me a second. Okay. Go, hold on. Hold on. Fuck. Wait, can I delete this profile? It won't let me use this profile on my stupid... Okay, whatever. Okay, I'll just do it manually. I'll fix it later. God damn it. I still have so many controls. Okay. I will defend Biden for his home ownership subsidies. Oh shit, I gotta join the VC.
No.
General.
This is how Dobry probably perceives us.
Did you hear about the Ukrainians? They're in Russia, or at least well, I mean, it's kind of like.
Yeah, they're in Kursk.
Yeah.
Do you think they're gonna get clapped out of there?
No, I mean, so far
Probably
the
not.
Russian conscripts in the area are running away.
Yeah. It's not looking too good. I mean, like, I'll support Ukraine until they come knocking on my door. At that point, I'm like, yeah, fuck you guys, get the fuck out of here.
And if Ukraine is actually in Russia, then I have to switch my support over to Russia.
Wait,
really?
They're
Why?
in a little bit of Russia.
They're in
only
15
thing
kilometers
the only
deep.
thing right now that is like a determining factor for me that like Ukraine is actually like the morally superior side of this war is that like Ukraine is currently being invaded. That's really about it. If they're doing the invading, then they're in the wrong.
Okay, here we go. Okay. Oh wait, that's not even okay. That is like further than they went to Belgorod. They've went into Kurchatov. No, they haven't done that. They haven't gone in there. Krasnaya, maybe.
Wait.
Okay,
did
so
they
those-
actually going to Belgorod?
Belgorod,
with
yeah.
Though, or did they go there with like?
You guys hear me?
drones?
Yeah, we can all hear you, Bimmy.
No, they're
hold on. I can't
literally
hear you.
in Kursk with they're deep. They're a lot deeper than Belgorod.
No, they went Belgorod, I said, and nobody batted an eye. Now they're
Right.
in Kursk. Kursk is like it's further. It is further. That's not exactly on the border. That is like that is Russian territory. Like Belgorod, you can kind of get away with it because it's like it's pretty much on the border. It's like you guys suck for building your homes there, but Kursk,
And they're actually holding the territory. They've held it for several days now.
Is
I can't wait till they hold a referendum and 99% of people decide to join Ukraine.
Right?
That's a valid.
That's exactly what they need to do too.
they're saying that on
Kursk
social media and
closer to
everything.
Moscow?
Yes, much closer. Well, in comparison to fucking what do you call it?
Belgorod.
Belgorod, yeah.
Now I know. Now I know why they called an emergency meeting over that.
Okay,
Yeah.
right. Let's get this show on the road. Okay, brilliant. Right. So judges, you've all been informed of what's going to happen. Wait, who just dropped out? Somebody just dropped out. Oh, is it fucking Cruiser? Okay, right. So judges, just letting you know, you're not going to be muted. Okay. We're going to try something a little bit different this time. What's up? Can you hear us now, Bimmy? Okay, so somebody, I'll send him a message in chat. Let's see. We can hear you, peasant.
Yeah, no, I can't hear you. I can hear you, boss. I mean, I know you guys can
fucking
hear me. I can't hear you.
moron.
Okay.
Oh shit. Okay, yeah, good. Yeah, that's all right. So you can hear us. All right. Well, at least you can't say anything to us now, so I might as well take advantage of the situation and inform you that you are a motherfucker. You're a fucking loser. You're an alcoholic piece of shit. I hate your guts, Bimmy.
Base.
Okay.
And you have tiny balls.
And you have tiny balls. You tell him, Nader.
Yo,
What's up?
no more misandry, please.
Okay. If
What?
you say so. Well, don't question it, Nader. Just say yes.
Tiny balls?
No, misandry.
Yeah, let's not use gendered insults in here against men, okay?
Yeah.
Oh,
I got
what to do?
specifically against men.
What did
I only care
Bimmy?
about one.
I don't know if
What
there's
is
any
Bimmy
woman
saying?
here.
What the fuck
You're
is
all
Bimmy
gay.
saying? You're all gay. Wait,
You're all gay.
can you
I'm
hear
not
us
gay.
now?
Hey,
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, we can hear you as well.
Being gay is okay.
Brilliant. Okay,
Why is Potato here?
he's one of the judges.
Oh,
He's a third judge.
all right. let's do it.
I'm going to fucking kill you because I've literally been messaging you for the last 3 days, telling you to pick your judge, do this, do that.
I'm kidding. I don't care. It's okay. I'm just kidding.
I don't care, and then yeah, all right. Oh, okay, awesome. So, judges, you're not going to be muted today. We're trying something a little bit different than we usually do. Okay, we're going to give an opportunity for the judges to interact with the debaters just a little bit,
It's okay. All right, go ahead.
but not a lot. Don't worry. Obviously, this is about the debaters, so they're the ones who are going to be involved with this. All right. So, welcome everybody to Debate Deathmatch episode 13. Today we have with us Nonfon and Bimmy. Brilliant. Okay, so this one should be amazing considering we've got somebody who would be classified as being good faith and we have somebody who's an absolute fucking asshole. Okay? So that's the brilliant
man.
part of this. The prompt
I know you were
today-
talking about non-fron. They're not me.
You can suck a dick right now and let me finish my goddamn fucking introductions. Okay, here we go. So the prompt for today is taxing unrealized gains, implementing wealth taxes, and raising high corporate taxes are detrimental economic policies. And on the affirmative, we have non-fon. Up in the left-hand corner, and when Bimmy decides to actually turn on his camera, considering he's legitimately a fucking streamer,
I'm trying to fucking start my stream, dude.
put your fucking pants on and turn
Go
your
ahead.
fucking stream on. Yeah, okay, so he's going to turn his stream on in a little bit. And yeah, so he's going to be taking the opposition of that prompt. And we're going to give a chance.
Hold on, because I'm a little slow.
You're a little bit
Detrimental
God.
means bad, right?
He's such an
Wait,
idiot.
wait.
He's such an idiot.
Detrimental means bad, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
We could have just said that. These are bad economic policies. That's it.
Detrimental. I like that word better.
Detrimental takes it a step ahead. Okay, it's not just bad;
Okay,
it's
Nader.
detrimental. It
They have
results in
negative
the
effects.
destruction. Yes. Okay.
Negative effects. Okay.
Yeah. So it's bad, really, really bad. Okay, brilliant. Glad we got that out of the way. Okay, like I said, and then we have our judges. So for on the left, or for the affirmative, we're going to have Nader. For the opposition, we're going to have Stranger. And then as a neutral judge in the middle, we're going to have Potate. Okay, so these are our three judges.
Stranger's my judge.
I'm going to murder you in your
Okay,
sleep
I'm
while
just
I
kidding.
play GTA. Next time I
Fuck,
fucking tell
I'm
you
so
3
good.
days ahead that you need to choose your judge, maybe you'll fucking listen to me, you piece of shit. Okay. Yes, Stranger is your judge, and you should be grateful. Thank you, Stranger, for being
I like
here
Stranger.
on behalf of Bimmy. You should like
He's
Stranger.
gay.
Being gay is okay.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with sucking a
And
bit of
don't
D.
tax unrealized gains.
Exactly. You need you need to tax those gains, if you know what I mean. Bimmy, you
Okay.
realize we're waiting on you, right? You
I'm
realize.
trying to. I'm not gonna be able to turn on right now, brother. Yeah, give me 10 minutes. I'm trying to start my
awesome.
stream.
Then we'll
Oh
go
my
to
God.
opening statements. We're going to give it over to Nonfon. You've got up to 10 minutes to give us your opening statements, and then we'll give the equivalent to your opponent. So go ahead, Nonfon, take it away.
Okay, hopefully I can do this in less than 2 minutes. Okay, it's long. All right. I'm not opposed to decreasing inequality, nor am I in favor of giving money to the rich in hopes that benefits trickle down. However, this does not preclude that some taxes aimed at decreasing inequality have more cost and benefits and harm the very people they're trying to help. There are many taxes, like a land value tax, that would decrease inequality and are economically efficient. But for this debate, I like to focus on 3 taxes that are not so economically efficient. Firstly, taxing unrealized gains taxes away more money than realized gains at the same rate, since the money you pay on the unrealized gains every year cannot compound. Realized gain taxes also have a lock-in effect, which disincentivizes people from selling stocks that they already own and don't discourage buying risky or volatile assets. The value of stocks also comes in large part from companies' expected future profits, which often fail to materialize. If IMB shareholders had been taxed on their unrealized gains, the IRS would have taxed expected profits while leaving the shareholders to burden both the tax and the losses later incurred from the rise of Apple. Therefore, taxing unrealized gains would disincentivize investing more than a realized gains tax, and incentivize people to hoard money under the mattress or with low risk bonds, deriving the market of financial capital, particularly affecting high risk, high reward startups. Not only would such implementation of such tax likely decrease stock prices in the short term as people and companies sell off stocks to avoid paying future taxes, but long run growth would also suffer. The tax will also place foreign savers at a relative advantage, meaning there's more investment will come from foreigners, causing a reduction in America's income over the long run as investment returns flow to foreign investors over American savers. Second, the general rule of taxation is if you tax something, you get less of it. If you tax wealth, you get less wealth. You directly disincentivize investment and wealth creation, robbing the world of valuable companies and ideas, harming long-run growth. Wealth taxes also are notoriously hard to implement and difficult to enforce. That's why multiple OECD countries have repealed their wealth taxes. Some level of capital flight is inevitable, and rich people have all the resources to deploy an army of tax lawyers to avoid paying as much tax as possible. Not only does this make wealth taxes ineffective at raising much revenue, but it increases deadweight loss as government and private tax lawyers play a cat and mouse games of evaluating billionaires' wealth and when their time could otherwise be spent in a more productive sector. It's sometimes suggested that a wealth tax would encourage investors to invest in more productive assets rather than low-yield bonds. However, the opposite is true. The fact that these investors have already chosen to forego the high-yielding investments suggests that the extra return is not enough to compensate them for the risk or volatility associated with those assets. Reducing the after-tax return of these investments with a wealth tax will only reduce the number of investors willing to accept high levels of risk and volatility. Wealth taxes also show a small effect in inequality. There's a study that estimates the effects of a Swiss-style wealth tax, which is it's a lower tax base than Warren proposes, and it's at like 0.3%. Would lower the post-tax Gini coefficient by 0.004, and a Warren-style wealth tax, which is a higher tax base and higher rate, would only lower it by at most 0.0005. Thirdly, corporate taxes may be the worst of them all. Corporations are nothing but collections of people, and as such, the burden of these taxes falls on people, not corporations. The tax incidence of corporate taxes is divided between 3 groups: shareholders, through lower returns and dividends, workers through lower wages and higher unemployment, and consumers through higher prices. Whoever you want to tax, a corporate tax is not the best way to do it. If you want to tax shareholders, tax capital gains. If you want to tax workers, tax wages. If you want to tax consumption, there are a number of better alternatives like a value-added tax or Bradford X tax. Corporate taxes also directly disincentivize capital investment, which also, again, decreases long-run growth. In summary, I believe these 3 types of taxes are so economically inefficient that it outweighs any benefit they could have in inequality, which is likely low anyways.
Okay, thank you, Non-Fon. We're going to give the floor over to Bimmy. Hey, Baldy, how you doing? Okay, brilliant.
Oh, dude.
Okay,
Hold
go
on.
ahead. Go ahead, Bimmy. You
All
have
right, when it comes to-
1 second. You have 4 minutes and 30 seconds. Go ahead.
When it comes to unrealized, probably the only tax that I do agree that it's very hard to implement, and I think we should find ways to do it better, but it's just never been actually implemented, is the unrealized gains tax. So that one I'm not even gonna try to argue. That shit is fucked. But the wealth tax. So Non-Front went to the Swiss model. We've had wealth taxes in America. We had one in the fucking 30s, which was extremely successful, right? Go look at it if you don't fucking believe me. But the one that I have right here, we just had one in Massachusetts. in Massachusetts did a wealth tax. Oh fuck! There it is. Massachusetts millionaire tax, wealth tax, which was passed by voters in 2022, has been called a success by some as an early victory. The tax adds 4% charge into income over 1 million per year, and it is first 3 quarters of fiscal year it brought 1.8 billion, which is more than expected. So you had like the Cato Institute and all the fucking right-wing bullshitters saying that you were gonna have a wealth flight, you're gonna have all this bullshit. Everything that Non-Front just said about the wealth tax didn't happen. They raised more money, which is more than expected. The money has been earmarked into education and transportation, and has helped fund programs such as free public school meals, improvements in public transportation, and tuition-free college education. Here in fucking Massachusetts. Now, where is it? The myth of wealth flight. Wealth flight is an idea of that wealthy will leave the state or the country if taxes regulations come unfavorable. The myth has been used to prevent governments from raising taxes on the rich for decades. Research shows a real-world evidence suggests that taxing the rich will not result in exodus. Some reasons is why this include migration rate. Millionaires have slightly lower migration rate than the general population. People rarely move when they've advanced stage. They have an advanced stage in their career. Top income earners have often accumulated significant human and social, cultural capital where they live. Location is very important in the world's richest people to place a great deal to do how to make where they're gonna make their millions. I agree with Non-Front. Taxes are just a way, let's find better ways to fucking tax people so we have less wealth, income inequality. So we agree on that 100%. Corporate tax. I mean, you're gonna have to point at if you want to use American history. When we had the highest corporate tax rate is when we had the highest annual growth rate. 1960 to 1969 was the highest annual growth rate, economic growth rate in American history. Corporate taxes were, I think, 50%, dude. Donald Trump's tax cuts cut corporate tax rate from 35% to 21%, and we had a horrific. We didn't have economic growth, for the way, getting that out of the way. But you know what these corporations did with the money? They just bought back their stock, dude. Straight up. They didn't reinvest back into the company. You didn't have this growth that people say that it's going to happen. In fact, you are the one who argues for Bidenomics. Joe Biden passed a 15 minimum wage, 15 minimum corporate tax rate in the infrastructure bill, and it's been a very good success. You accumulate a lot of fucking wealth, dude. I don't understand. I don't know where you're getting that the metric that you're talking about, but in American history, it's completely been disproven. In fact, the 30 tax
seconds.
Cut, I'm done. We'll continue.
No, continue. You have 30 seconds.
No, it's okay. I think I said.
All right, awesome. Okay, so we have our opening statements from the panelists. We are going to go over to Nadar. Okay, so Nadar. We are trying something new, and I warned you ahead of time. This question can be irrelevant to the topic. You've heard their opening statements. You know the prompt. You know the topic at hand. Go ahead and direct our
my nephews are here, so I'm gonna be coming in and out, but I can hear you guys. So
okay, all right,
I can hear you.
Okay. So we are going to direct the conversation, Nadar, and I'm just going to keep talking for like a minute or two until this dumb son of a bitch gets back.
All right.
Yeah, so we want to ask a relevant question or an irrelevant question. Basically, the panelists get to decide if they want to continue on that train of thought. So they can engage with your they're going to have to engage with your question, but whether they continue the conversation moving forward is up to them, or they can direct it in any way they want to. So let's just, holy shit, the irony here. PPG is someone who, by the way, chat, you can all interact with the debaters. You can ask trivia questions or direct questions for the entirety of the debate. and they are going to be asked immediately to the panelists. So, okay, right. Can I just call them retarded? You can do that if you want. You can,
Thank you,
if
Gorps.
you guys want to do that. Okay, Nada, go ahead and ask your question.
Okay. Why do you feel that there should be a different tax percentage based on a person's wealth or income? Why should everybody not pay a flat, say, 10% tax of their income?
That
That is equality.
I think that I generally think that wealth income inequality is complete. I don't generally think, this is a fact. Wealth income inequality is it has horrific standards on for horrific like outcomes on the society. So a progressive tax, meaning people don't get out of hand and accumulate too much wealth, which is going to foment wealth income inequality, and you don't have these fucking problems, would be a good thing. So I think the progressive tax is a good thing.
Okay, non-fun.
There were arguments I've heard for a flat tax, but I would agree there probably needs to be a little bit of progressivity in the tax system just to make sure wealth inequality isn't too extreme. But also I'd add just diminishing marginal utility. You know, $1 million of Jeff Bezos' income means a lot less than $1 million to a homeless person. There's diminishing marginal utility to the dollar as your net worth increases. So we should probably tax a higher percentage of rich people's taxes than poor people's taxes. There's also an argument to be made that as you get richer, you're probably taxing a greater percentage of economic rents as a proportion of their income. If someone is a multi-billionaire or whatever, they're probably earning economic rents from things like monopoly power, which you could argue should be taxed away more than poor people's money who aren't necessarily earning the same economic rents.
Okay, right. So, panelists, you can choose to continue on that train of thought if you want to engage with one another, or you can take it wherever you want to.
What do you think of the marginal tax rate, non-farm?
On what? Oh wait, actually, speaking of that, I want to bring this up early. You mentioned the Massachusetts tax, but it sounded like all they did was raise the top marginal tax. You phrase it as just like a surcharge on income tax past $1 million or whatever.
Yeah, it's a wealth tax.
Raising the top marginal tax rate on income tax is not the same thing as a wealth tax.
No. Well, that's what they're calling it, brother. It is a wealth tax, dude. I don't know. I don't think it was on income. I think it's how much wealth you own. So I think if you own it like more than like $1 million, I think you're gonna get charged like 2% or some shit like that. But it isn't. I know what you're talking about. Like it isn't on income. I don't think it's on income.
I mean, the way you phrased it, I wrote it down. You said it was like a surcharge on income tax. I'm sure we could.
Do you know about the Massachusetts tax? You could just read it. Yeah.
Well, okay. Well, we could look it up, but like, but when I talk about a wealth tax, I'm basically talking about a tax levied on your like net assets. I'm not talking about just a surcharge on income tax. There are issues with income tax, but like I have much less of an issue with income tax than I do with wealth taxes. Yeah.
Okay, there seems to be a disagreement or a misunderstanding between the two of you in the definition. In other words, non-fun is using the straightforward definition of what you would think of when you are talking about a wealth tax, and it seems like Bimmy is getting confused. So expand on that.
The Massachusetts tax is considered a wealth tax.
Okay, when you say considered a wealth tax, what does it include?
It says the first thing that comes up, the tax imposes a additional 4% charge on any income over $1 million a year. I don't think this is a tax being levied on net assets. I think it's just a higher marginal rate.
That's your problem on net assets? That's why do you think that's detrimental? Like why would that be the problem?
I don't think there's a good argument to be made that it raises revenue because of how difficult it is to evaluate billionaires' wealth. I think it again directly disincentivizes investment. You're going to decrease long-run growth. I think when we look at billionaires, our problem shouldn't be that they invest a lot. That's one of the good things they do. I think the issue is whenever there is an issue, it's their ludicrous consumption. So we should just be taxing consumption. Yeah.
Taxing consumption of taxing consumers.
I mean consumption, yes, but that taxes income regardless of where you got it from.
Okay, let's go with. Okay, so it's income, right? But they put the tax on the wealthy. It's a wealth tax, isn't it?
The tax in Massachusetts, I think, was a 4% increase in the top marginal rate on income taxes, not a tax levied on net assets. I'm sure, as the lefties love to point out, the way rich people avoid income taxes is that they can take their money in stocks rather than income.
But hold on, non-fun. But this is the only tax that affects the wealthy, right? It's a wealth tax. That's what it is.
It's an increase on the income tax. It's an additional 4% surcharge on the top marginal rate. It's not a tax levied on the net assets of wealth.
What do you think taxes are? Like, okay, what do you think taxes are? We all pay taxes, right? But this particular tax is only paid by the very wealthy. And once you make over $1 million, this tax will affect you. It's a wealth tax.
It's an income tax.
It's okay. That's
it
fine,
was an
brother.
increase on the top marginal rate of income taxes.
Okay.
Is my understanding.
That's fine. I have an income. Everybody here has an income, but that tax only affects you once you pass a certain threshold. That's a wealth tax, brother.
Okay. Do you agree that Jeff Bezos avoids paying taxes because he takes his money in stocks rather than conventional income?
That's why I didn't even want to fucking fight on the unrealized gains argument. I remember Mike from PA had a good debate with like Destiny. So like I would point you guys to go watch that. I have no idea how we're gonna do that. That's very hard to tax that shit, right? I wouldn't even pretend to know how to do it. But Massachusetts tax is a wealth tax. It goes over a certain amount, which what we consider wealthy is a fucking $1 million. You have a tax. That's fine.
Okay,
but
so
it's a wealth tax.
Okay, Bimir, are you saying that as long as a tax affects the rich and only the rich, then you would consider it a wealth tax? Okay.
I mean, I hope everybody does.
Okay, do you?
It only affects
I'm
the
not
wealthy.
here to debate. I'm here just to ask questions. So I'm a completely neutral party. So the idea is that do you consider, this is just a question, there's no right or wrong answer according to me. Do you consider a rich person having assets, so illiquid assets versus liquid assets, things that, and income? Do you separate these things?
You can separate them.
No. Do you separate them? Do you?
Okay, sure. There's something different between them, right? There's difference between them. But materialistically, no, there isn't. They still have a lot of wealth. It's much easier. I guess that's what non-farm wants to hear. I guess it's much easier to tax income than the assets that you're talking about. If one day it will get easier, because I do admit that it's very hard. I will go with like, Bernie Sanders had a good idea when he was running for president, where it's every time I think the Norwegian countries, the Scandinavian countries have a tax on fucking Wall Street speculation. Like every time you buy fucking stock
Financial
or trade or whatever.
Tax.
Sure. I think that what do you think about that one?
I haven't done a ton of it. I think there arguably should be a tax on some short-term financial transactions. I haven't done like a ton
like
of
my
reading
point is
wait,
just try to get
okay.
it. You know what I mean? Like I know what you're trying to say. Like, but that's still wealthy, brother, and it only affects the wealthy.
Do you acknowledge currently that there are many ultra-rich people who are able to pay less taxes than like as a percentage of their income?
Yes. I acknowledge
you understand
that they have
the point of a wealth tax. That's what makes wealth tax different from income. The point of a wealth tax is to try to get them to pay the same effective rate as poor people. It's a tax levied. A wealth tax is a tax levied on their net assets in an attempt to get them to pay like the same effective rates. What you're talking about is just income tax. It's just a tax on your conventional income.
Okay, that's fine. Let's move away from that. You think that's gonna be bad, right?
A tax levied on net assets? Yeah,
yes.
Basically, yeah. I think I think the cost outweigh the benefits. Yes.
I have no argument to that, dude. Massachusetts is a fucking wealth tax. Your
it's not a
argument.
wealth tax.
I know it is a wealth tax, brother. You're arguing that there's a difference between if you work in it is an income tax, but to the very wealthy. I don't know what to say.
Additional surcharge on the income
big,
tax. If you want to call it if we instead want to talk about if you want to pull out your own definition of wealth tax and say that's a wealth tax, that's fine. But the thing I'm concerned about is tax levied on the net assets of somebody above 50 million or whatever.
You're specifically talking about Elizabeth Warren's fucking plan. That's what you're specifically talking about.
Well,
and considering a wealth, right?
Just a tax, just a tax in that style. That's a tax on the net assets of wealthy people.
Okay, but that's true. A person with $1 million is also a wealthy person. That tax is only levied to them.
But you're taxing them on income. You're not taxing them on net assets.
Okay, brother, but that's you. Okay, that's I don't. Are you giving me your opinion, or what is this?
I'm telling you a fact. The tax in Michigan was an additional 4% surcharge on the top marginal rate.
Oh, that's fine. But it's a wealth tax, right? It's only levied at the very wealthy.
It's not levied on your wealth. It's levied on your income. It's levied on high-income people, but it's levied on your income, not wealth.
Okay. Are you being like hyper-specific, dude? Okay, you get your income, you accumulate that wealth, and then that's your wealth, right?
Do you understand the difference? Yes, but you understand the wealth is not being taxed there, just the income.
Okay, brother. But it only affects the very wealthy. I don't understand. Why?
Yeah, it only affects the top marginal rate of income taxpayers.
You want to describe wealth tax as what Elizabeth Warren was trying to tax. We've never seen it.
Everyone agrees.
In fact, I would... Hold on. Well, I would love to see it. I would love to see it because we don't have the actual data, right? You get your fucking talking points from Cato Institute. Do you know, like, the propaganda that was going on against this? I remember it very well.
How many Cato Institute things do you think I read preparing for this? Do you think I read?
It was gonna harm business. You were gonna have wealth flight. You mentioned wealth flight, which is a myth. You were gonna have all this bullshit, and nothing happened. You had, in fact, it was a huge success.
Wait, what are you
People
talking
didn't
about?
leave, and
You're talking about the Michigan tax, which is not a wealth tax. It's a tax levy. It's an increase in a marginal tax rate.
Okay, it's just a wealth tax, dude.
It's not a wealth. It's
very
a tax
wealthy.
I would guess that a surcharge on the top marginal rate is going to lead to significantly less capital flight than a wealth tax. And like, I would also say capital flight is probably
Why would you say that?
Because the wealth tax is a higher effective rate usually than just an increase in a marginal income tax.
Wait.
Even if
what
wealth
is
is
the
taxed
myth? What is the myth of wealth flight? That you're gonna be taxed in a certain state or country and you're gonna bounce. You just made a fucking stupid ass statement, right? That's what.
Stupid.
Why?
I literally
why
just
would
said
this...
capital flight. Okay. Do you understand that even a wealth tax is going to tax people at a higher effective rate than just the income tax? Because on top of income, you're taxing everything else they own.
Okay, brother, that's fine. That's fine. But the argument, right, for capital wealth, for wealth flight, is that you're going to be taxed, and you don't get these taxes if you just fucking move. People don't fucking move. You just made a stupid statement. You have an argument for that? Where has happened where you had a fucking wealth tax
if we tax people, if we tax people at a
flight.
higher rate, they'll be more likely to move.
No. Wealth flight is a myth.
Yeah, you can keep saying that, but do you agree?
I gotta grab a beer.
Okay, wait, hold on. Okay.
I'll be right.
Okay, let me write this out. He either disagrees that people respond to incentives.
Okay, chat. You can ask. No, he didn't leave. He's just gonna go and grab a beer. Chat. Don't ask timed questions. Timed questions come at the end of the debate. Direct questions come now. Go ahead. Continue.
Okay, Bimmy.
Yeah, go ahead.
Do you agree that people respond to incentives?
People respond to incentives? Sure.
Okay, great.
Sure. It depends on what you're talking about. Hold on. No. It depends on what you're talking about.
In economics.
It depends on what you're talking about. I mean, sure. But wealth flight has been debunked. I'm giving you a study. You want the study?
Do you agree, yes or no, that people respond to incentives? Also, if your study's about Michigan...
Okay, you're trying to strawman me.
Massachusetts.
Yes, there are. Many.
Okay.
Right?
Do you agree that wealth taxes would increase the incentive to flee relative to other style of taxes?
No.
Do you agree that wealth taxes tax people more than income tax?
That's fine, dude.
Okay,
I mean,
so you agree
what do you
that
want me to tell you? I mean, can I use?
You should
Can I
say-
use like? Wait, can I just use like American history? Like we had higher taxes on way higher taxes on all rates, right? Corporate taxes. We didn't have wealth flight. We had wealth flight when we got fucking free trade deals, right? Like the state was completely bought and owned. You got NAFTA, CAFTA, trade relations with China. That's when you had wealth flight. You didn't have wealth flight just willy-nilly, brother. Just people were like, you know what? I'm not. It's too high a tax rate. I'm fucking leaving. And by the way, wealth flight isn't a problem, dude. If you don't want to stay, leave. They won't. That's why it's a myth.
Why? Okay. So you agree that wealth taxes are going to tax people at a higher effective rate than income taxes, right? Or almost any other tax,
Did you
really.
just like not hear anything I just said? Like
I'm just trying to
do
nail
know-
you down
like,
as
you're
one
a-
point.
You're an
because
American.
You keep
No,
repeating
wait,
dumb
but
stuff.
You're American, right? You're
Yeah, I
American.
appeal to history,
You do know
yes.
that we had
Oh my
way
God.
higher tax rates. Yes. Hey, well, why didn't we have wealth flight?
We probably did have some level. All I'm trying to get you to agree with right now is that
Well,
relative
it's not
to
gonna
income
be
taxes,
100%.
wealth taxes increase the incentive to flee. That's all I'm trying to get you to agree with. I've already told you.
Okay, that is like, that is a fucking unbelievably simplistic fucking statement, dude.
Okay, then you
Yeah,
should be able
if
to
you
agree
tax
with it
me, hold
super
on,
easily, man.
hold on. If you tax me at 2% or tax me at 3%, that 3%, I guess somewhere down in the back of my mind, right? I'm gonna be like, oh man, that 1%. Okay, sure. That unbelievably little difference. Sure, it exists. There you go, non-fun.
Okay,
Got it.
great, phenomenal. Okay, we agree. Yes, wealth taxes increase the incentive for capital flight. Phenomenal. Okay, great.
Which is a myth.
You just agree that they increase the incentive for capital flight. I'll admit to you, that, like they've done studies on this. The elasticity to taxation for capital flight is really low, and it's pretty low. It's even lower in the U.S. because we have such a strong economy and such high consumer demand that there are a lot of companies that will
then
stay in the U.S.
Why bring it up?
Because I'm nailing you down into one point that wealth taxes increase the incentive to flee for capital flight.
See, brother, but that is such like, oh my god, like that is bad faith simplistic. That's
bad faith
Okay,
simplistic?
dude. Like again, we have history, right? And you agreed we had way more taxes than what we have now, right? So you're saying, and we didn't have capital flight. It's a myth. It's a factual myth.
I mean,
Right? We start capital flight happened in America.
but
Okay, but like made incremental capital flight. Capital flight happened in a huge way when we had these trade deals, right? That's when you had actual capital flight. This is a fact.
I mean,
America
I
lost its
wouldn't
manufacturing power.
I don't want to get
Manufacturing
into
power.
the free trade stuff right now, but I don't consider
No, but you can't
lowering
put- you-
increased trade like capital flight, because it's for different reasons. Like
what?
lowering barriers to trade just lets the market work out. Basically, okay. If you lower barriers to trade, if we have free trade deals,
Can you quote this or cite this study that you're looking at, Bimmy, for the judges?
Which one?
I don't know. The one that you're referring to.
Massachusetts?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just
You
in
could
the
just
side
Google
chat.
Massachusetts wealth tax, brother.
okay.
Okay.
Dude.
Go on Google and put
All right.
Massachusetts
You're
wealth
speaking
tax.
directly to the judges right now. You've told them what to do.
Who the fuck was it? Nader?
No.
Wait, okay.
Okay, you continue.
I just want to I kind of want to nail you down at this one point. My argument is that wealth taxes will basically lead to a distortionary level of capital flight. They'll lead to a level of capital flight that wouldn't have occurred if the market was allowed to function unfeathered. Free trade just lets the market function as it should. That's the discrepancy there. Is that wealth taxes
hold
are
on.
distortionary?
Let me ask you something. Should we because this is the victim mentality, right? This is the don't make me fucking beat you. Please don't make me beat you mentality. If they don't want to pay, if you as a state levy a fucking tax, right? People vote for a tax and these people leave, then leave, brother. And if you can charge, if they have product or they don't want to invest, that's their fucking problem, dude. Right?
What does that?
That's their
what does that
fucking
do?
problem. Why do we have to? No. This is like a side question. why is your answer always kowtowing to these fucking capitalists? Because when you do that, it's a race to the bottom, right? That's what you're doing.
Okay, when people flee, what does that do to financial markets? What does that do to the supply of financial capital?
You tell me, because capital flight is a fucking myth in this country.
It decreases the supply of financial capital. Okay, so it makes starting a business harder. It makes investing harder. All of that harms long-run growth.
Here, you look at that. You look at that. You know what I see? I see opportunity, dude. If these people want to leave and not invest, I see other investors who do want to come in and say, hey, there's still profit to make. This is why it's a fucking myth. This is the argument of why fucking capital flight, whatever, right, is a fucking myth. Because you're always under a capitalist system. There's always going to be profit to make. You're kowtowing to these fucking people who have accumulated a lot of wealth. It's the victim mentality. It's the please don't make me beat you, brother. See what I mean? It's a race to the bottom for everybody, dude. It only fucking strengthens and fucking gives these people more and more wealth. That's your argument?
More or less, there's a fixed supply of financial capital. If people leave the U.S. or whatever, the amount of financial capital goes down. There's less supply of financial capital. That makes it harder to start a business, harder for businesses to invest, and it harms long-run growth. That's just mechanically true. You can say there's other investors, which it's true, but the overall supply of financial capital goes down.
Okay, wait.
Secondly,
let me ask you
a lot of what that leads to is more capital inflows to the U.S. It enriches foreign billionaires because now companies are servicing their needs for financial capital with foreign financial capital. That does two things. One, it means over the long run income will can I finish? Income will shift to
after you.
Okay, income will shift to foreign billionaires and foreign investors over Americans' own local labor force, right? Secondly, it increases demand for the U.S. dollar, which appreciates the value of the U.S. dollar, which means the U.S. exports less and we import more. That increases the trade deficit and decreases GDP. There you go.
All right, looks like Boss's stream crashed. Give him a minute.
Yeah, your stream crashed, Boss.
Yeah.
No, I'm still streaming, but
yeah. Okay, so I did start recording as soon as it started crashing, but okay. Sum it up, Non-Fun, what you basically just said. Sorry about that, man. Yeah, it is what it is. Just sum it up for the
foreign investors, because we live in because his solution is you have to kowtow to these fucking these lords, right? That's basically his fucking argument is we need to kowtow to these lords no matter what. This is the again, it's the victim mentality, dude. When you don't really have to do that, capital flight is a myth, and if they want to fly, then fuck it, let them fly off. Maybe you'll have some reduction in the markets, right? Who cares, dude? Your job as the state here in America is to lower wealth income inequality, create infrastructure, create good standards of living. You can do that without kowtowing to some fucking capitalist, dude, that is only gonna try to enrich himself. I don't know what to tell you, brother.
All I'm trying to prove to you here is that there's a cost to these billionaires and rich people fleeing. There's a negative cost to capital flight.
They don't do.
I understand the elasticity is low. Yes, I've already conceded the elasticity is pretty low.
Okay, so then why are you making this argument?
Because some level of capital flight will occur, especially because rich people have all the resources they need to offshore their businesses. Yes, some level. Yes.
Okay, well, you know what? Some level to me, I would rather tax these people, lower wealth, income inequality. The ones that don't leave, I'm pretty sure you're gonna get some revenue. Do what Massachusetts did, right? Infrastructure, schools, parks, everything, right? I would rather do that than kowtow to these people who have immense power and have you hostage, brother. That's what you're trying to say. When you say shit like that, we're not their hostages, man. We shouldn't just be kowtowing to these ultra rich.
Okay. All I'm trying to prove to you is that there is a negative cost to billionaires fleeing, right? To capital flight. That this wealth tax, when implemented, will have negative costs. Okay, that's what I'm trying to prove to you. So what are those costs?
Everything that we do, you're gonna have negative. You're gonna have positives, dude.
Yes. To trade off, yes. Okay. So what I try to get you to admit, and it seems like you have to some extent, is that there is a negative cost there. Okay. Now you're saying that negative cost will be outweighed
Right,
by the
non-fun,
revenue.
I have to stop you. Right, you need to tone down that gain. I know chat has told you to turn it up, but you need to lower it. Yeah, that shit is screeching like mad. I'll monitor the voice if you need to go up.
Can I get
No,
some, like,
you can't do anything. No, shut the fuck up. I'm the one who shut your mouth.
Perspectives.
I will fucking mute you. Shut the fuck up. He was on a point. I interrupted him. He's gonna finish his point. Go ahead, non-fun.
Okay, what you're trying to say, now that we agree that there is a cost there, you're trying to say that the revenue benefits will outweigh the cost. I don't think that's the case because, one, I think you're underestimating the negative effects on long-run GDP growth. I think the Tax Foundation did their study, and I think they saw, I think it was 0.43% negative GDP growth.
Non-front. You want to talk about GDP? We're going to talk about GDP.
Okay.
Are you gonna bring up actual history?
Yeah, I understand you're gonna feel the. Okay.
You know when we had the highest GDP growth annually in the long run, right?
Okay, that doesn't change that mechanistically. Wealth taxes decrease long run
but we
GDP
had the
growth.
highest taxes, like corporate taxes too. You don't like corporate taxes. We had the highest corporate taxes, dude. If FDR fucking had like 90% fucking sometimes corporate taxes, dude, and he broke the record in American history. You guys can look it up. It was a fuck 1 year. He grew the fucking economy 10% GDP, dude. I'm sorry, bro. This argument doesn't hold water.
Yes or no, do wealth taxes mechanically decrease long-run GDP growth?
I don't know about that particular tax because that particular tax, brother, it just hasn't been tried in a large scale. You know what I mean? I would love a fucking for us to implement Elizabeth Warren's fucking wealth tax, and then we can see what happens. We'll test it. That's what everybody was saying about the fucking tax in Massachusetts. That's what everybody says about anything, right? You get fucking right-wing propaganda, you get left-wing propaganda. Why don't we just do it and we'll see the outcome? You think you have your opinion. I think it's gonna be fine. You won't have any capital flight. People will just cry, bitch, and moan, but there's still profit to make. They'll pay it. Who cares? And nothing will change. You'll decrease the deficit. There you go.
Do you think you decrease?
Okay, before you answer, non-fun. Lanius has paid for Mita's question. Okay, here we go.
No, I love you, Lanius.
Okay, so in MA, okay, so both of you are going to respond to this, but this is for Bimmy. Okay, so in MA, so Massachusetts, they imposed a surtax on any taxable income over $1 million. IRS data suggests that between 2021 and when the surtax was introduced in 2022, around 0.6% of the state's estimated income from taxes was reduced. And they are estimated to lose anywhere between $800 million and $1 billion a year as a result. How do you justify?
Wait, no. Because have you seen the new studies?
The IRS.
Did you see that? No.
From the IRS data. Okay, so here's the question. How do you justify capital flight not existing when your own sources disagree with your claim?
Maida, you haven't seen the new data to this, right?
You're engaging with
revenue. No, you had excess revenue. You about the same number that this motherfucker is bringing up. It was a net gain, dude. I know Maida, dude. Maida does this all the time. He cherry picks some bullshit thinking that he has a fucking argument. Go look at the excess revenue of what was presumed to have, I think it was like 1.3 billion. They thought it was going to be 1.3 billion. It ended up being almost 2 billion. He's being a cunt.
Okay.
And by the way, hold on. No. Another point. What happened with that revenue that they picked up? They invested it. You had a wealth transfer. You might, again, I'm not saying that there isn't going to be wealth flight. There's going to be incremental, like that is incremental money, by the way. You're going to have wealth flight, brother. You're also going to have other people coming in, right? Or you're going to have a net gain on that fucking tax. Like the wealth that was transferred. Listen to me, Maida, before you fucking start talking your bullshit. The wealth that was transferred from the rich, what they were able to get, the 1.9 billion, went into schools, infrastructures, parks, public parks, all good fucking things that improve the lives of Massachusetts. That's all that matters, brother. You got your metrics, I got mine. I think these are way better things than letting some couple of assholes accumulate a whole bunch of wealth. Suck my cock.
Okay, let's give Non-Fun a chance to respond. Go ahead, Non-Fun.
No, hold on. But I want
you need to shut your mouth at this point.
Potato's a fucking Marxist. I want his take. Can we get? He's a judge.
No, shut the fuck up. Non-Fun is
I'm
here
gonna
to
go get a
debate
beer. I
with
can
you.
hear you, Non-Fun. I can hear you.
Okay. I mean, I haven't read the data on Capital Flight from Massachusetts, but I mean that's funny that is the case. But again, like this is not a wealth tax. I understand PPG has its own special definition of its wealth tax, but it was just a surcharge on taxable income. The reason wealth taxes are proposed is because billionaires have lower taxable income than regular people. That's the whole issue that wealth taxes are trying to solve. So, yeah.
Okay.
I agree with what he's saying. I agree. This is why I agree that we need better ways of doing things. This wealth tax that he's talking about, the Elizabeth Warren wealth tax, it just hasn't been tried, brother. It just hasn't. Maybe we should try it. We'll see the outcomes. Right? And then you're going to have a fucking Cato Institute bring up some fucking study and Non-Fun's going to be like, oh. When then if you actually dig a little further, it's like, oh, they left out this, which is what they do. And then you're going to be, oh, wait, they were full of shit. That's what. But you know what? But the reason we can't try it is because it doesn't happen. Anyway, hold on. I want a Marxist view. Can we give a Marxist view?
No, you can shut the fuck up. The judges do not intervene. Shut the fuck up. We've got a question for you, Bimmy. Why do you think TB doesn't have any chatbots?
What the fuck is a chatbot?
And as a follow-up, Bimmy, why are you gay? Spelt with G-H-E-Y.
You have to add those at the end so people don't ban your ass.
Okay.
I've never been gay, but if I was gay, Hassan.
Okay, what?
Yeah.
Nobody asked you that? Okay, right, okay. Guys, we're going to bring in, here we go, Potate. You're coming in now.
He's not going to help me. I just want
because you guys are going in circles. If I let you continue.
No, I just got to nail it down
finish
on
up.
one point, please.
All right, finish it. If you think he's going to budge, go ahead.
Gimme. Do wealth taxes decrease investment? Do you think they're going to decrease investment and increase consumption?
They might decrease investment, but the world doesn't revolve around investment, dude. You can do a lot of things with the revenue that you're gonna be able to accumulate to help the general population, which we desperately need in America, dude. In many things, medical debt, student debt, whatever, dude. So I don't care. I don't want to fucking be curtailed by these lords. Why the fuck do we need to fucking do whatever they want, dude? Oh, don't do this because I'm just gonna move my investment somewhere else. Fuck off, brother. That's my take.
Okay, does the decrease in investment lead to a long-run decrease in GDP?
I seriously doubt it because I know American history, and in American history, there wasn't a lot of investment, especially in the fucking 1930s, when there was a huge wealth redistribution from the capitalists to the fucking working class, and it exploded GDP. So I don't think so, man. Where are you getting these fucking data? I know where you're getting it. But
hold on. Nothing I'm quoting right now is data, okay? All I'm trying to I'm talking about like mechanistically, right? A decrease in investment will lead to a decrease in long-run GDP. If we're investing less in capital stock, in capital infrastructure, it is going to lead to a long-run decrease in GDP. That's the point I'm trying to get you to prove, to get you to agree on. Nothing I'm asking is data right now.
GDP is okay. Okay, that's I mean, in my opinion, no. Because I know history.
Because you don't know economics. You don't know anything about economics. If you think that a decrease in investment is not going to lead to a decrease in long-run GDP, you're just
you think that I don't know. You think that I don't know economics because you call yourself a Keynesian, but you're actually not, dude. You're fucking. It's a mixture between Keynesian, as in maybe some social reforms, with let the market be, dude. Just let the fucking market be. I don't think that's Keynesianism, and it definitely wasn't Keynesianism when it was first implemented, at all. Not even close. I'm sorry, brother. So you have your economics, I have my economics.
not how economics work. I'm just. Do you know what the Phillips curve is?
The what?
The Phillips curve.
I don't know what the Phillips curve.
Can you
explain
describe
it
to me what elasticity is?
You tell me.
What are the components of GDP?
What are the components to the GDP?
Okay, I was just trying to prove that point. Okay. All right.
Okay.
Bring Potato in if he wants to say something.
Got it.
Bimmy, what does GDP stand for?
Growth. GDP growth. I don't have the fucking definition on me, dude. Here, let me Google real quick.
Okay, let's take it over to Potato. We're gonna bring in
Listen,
Potato.
but regardless of what it is, I know that it's a measure that we use, right? And I know that when we had higher taxes, that measure exploded. Not when we were curtailing to the market, which is what Non-Front opposes. You guys can look it up. The highest annual GDP growth rate was from 1960 to 1969. It was 5.9%. And the highest year, the year we ever had, was 10%. It was under FDR. All high tax, extremely high tax fucking circumstances, right? We had high taxes in those eras. I'm sorry, but his model does not lead to higher growth of GDP. This is bullshit.
Bimmy, do you think I disagree
Okay.
with what you just said about the highest GDP growth being when we had high marginal tax rates?
No. We had higher marginal tax rates. We had corporate tax rates. We had FDR did a wealth tax.
I'm aware.
Yeah, fucking worked.
Okay,
Okay,
we
that's
can come
why I
back
think
to
I
this.
disagree.
Okay,
I'm
if I let
asking-
you guys go on, I'm gonna let you.
Potato,
okay.
just give it to Potato.
Okay,
'cause I gotta
right,
take a piss.
So Potato, we're going to bring you in. You're going to interrupt the conversation, and you're going to ask the debaters a question. And obviously, they're going to choose if they want to continue after they answer the question, but obviously they have to answer it first. So go ahead and ask your question, and we'll give it over to Non-Fon to respond first.
The first question that I had was actually aimed towards PPG, so we'll just go ahead and do
You're cutting out a little bit, so try.
my apologies.
Yeah. Okay. So go ahead and
my
ask
my first question was aimed towards PPG. My second question is aimed towards non.
Just got one question.
Okay.
One. One question. Yeah.
For shit. Okay.
Yeah.
I really got to get my first question out then. What are the policies that can be put in place to make sure that these taxes can be effectively implemented or not avoided?
You're asking that to me or Bimmy?
Asking that to PPG.
Okay.
What are the tax? You would need the state to be functional, right? So Joe Biden right now, believe it or not, he has the most functioning IRS that we've had in a long fucking time, dude. Like, they've been able to accumulate a lot of fucking taxes. You're always gonna have loopholes, brother. Loopholes are always going to be there, right? People are gonna try to cheat on their taxes, do all kinds of shit. You need the power of the monopoly on violence to come in and say, "Oh, you're not gonna do that." That's how you do it. You need a competent government, and you need a competent state, and you need some good institutions that will that will force those laws.
Do you agree or disagree that wealth taxes generally have higher avoidance rates than other taxes?
Yes. No, I do agree on that one. Yes, that's what I mean. Yes. No, I do agree on that one because they have, like, these motherfuckers are global capitalists. But I also don't think that we should kowtow to these fucking worms like you want to do.
Okay.
Because their objectives is to gain profit, right? They're not here to invest in small companies. They're not there to do any of that bullshit, dude.
Do you agree or disagree that wealth taxes are generally more administratively difficult than other forms of taxation?
As of now, this is why I want to implement Elizabeth Warren's fucking wealth tax. Yes, as of now, because we had a shift in our economy, brother. It happened in the fucking 70s and 80s, right? You had a shift in the economy. We went from an income-based economy to having people own much more stocks. The 1% owns much more stocks, and they use capital gains, and then use loopholes. And it's very hard for us to fucking try to do something to them on that area, right? But again, why don't we just try and see what happens? I don't understand why you're giving me your opinion Why don't we just try?
You say as of now, but do you agree or disagree that it's always going to be harder to evaluate a wealthy person's entire net assets than it is to evaluate somebody's, say, income?
We're in agreement on this issue. This is why I didn't want to debate unrealized gains, because unrealized gains, it's something that we haven't tried, dude. It's something that America just hasn't tried. But then again, we didn't try that. We didn't try a 90% fucking a 90% what is it? A 90% marginal tax rate until the fucking 30s, and it was hugely successful. Your argument is just don't do it because it might be wrong. That's a dumb argument, dude.
Yeah, that's definitely my argument. Okay. A, you realize that wealth taxes are taxes on unrealized gains, right? Like a wealth tax levied on somebody's net assets is including unrealized gains of their stock portfolios.
That's okay. Well, that's your opinion.
That's how well I understand you have your own special definition of wealth taxes, but taxes levied on somebody's net assets is also a tax on unrealized gains. Secondly, somebody's net assets is always going to be harder to evaluate than just somebody's income or just somebody's property tax, because all of these things are in somebody's net assets, right? And there are huge issues, especially with private equity, of how you value somebody's net assets there. And that problem is especially true for rich people, because they're the ones who fold the tax lawyers who can fight with the IRS about the true valuation.
Everything that you're saying is,
and then also,
it's not that it doesn't work. Is that they have the power under the corrupt American system to avoid these taxes. To which I tell, yes, dude, yes, you're right about that. Why don't we just bring in a functioning state and force them to do it the way we've done it in the past? Your argument is just the way the system is right now, horrible and terrible. It was like that for a long fucking time, brother. And we changed from one to the other, right? That's your argument. Yeah, they're gonna get lawyers. Okay, then fix the judicial system, dude. So they won't fucking do what they're doing, brother. Your argument is
my argument is wealth taxes are always going to be more administratively difficult than like almost any other type of tax. That's my argument in this respect. And that administrative difficulty results in direct cost. Like it makes the actual cost of implementing the tax much higher, because you have to pay all these new IRS agents to go after these wealthy people. That is A, I mean, it's all dead weight loss. And B, it undermines the effectiveness of the tax at raising revenue. Like, that's why most places that have wealth taxes, they don't raise much revenue. Wealth taxes are not super great at raising revenue.
Let me tell you this, because
I just want to cite one thing. Can I just cite one thing? Like, as an example, we can look at estate taxes. Estate taxes are just wealth taxes. They're just wealth taxes that occur one singular time after somebody has died and they gift their estate to their kids or whatever. If you look at like people who die in the Forbes 400 list, the taxes they pay on their estate is usually valued 40% less than what Forbes valued them at. So that's evidence that wealth taxes will have very high avoidance. And there's also other countries that we can look at where wealth taxes had very high avoidance. Yeah. Okay.
Wait. Do you know about buy, borrow, die?
Yeah.
Does that affect what you just said right now?
Not particularly.
And the very rich who own that type of capital tend to do buy, borrow, die. Pretty much all of them.
True.
Yeah.
Okay. And
so then it doesn't affect them, right?
What do you mean it doesn't affect them?
Are you talking about
a wealth tax would affect that? You realize the die part of buy, borrow, die. Like the die, they're taxed on the dying. That's what the estate tax is.
What is buy, borrow, die?
Okay, buy, borrow, die. Basically, rich people get their income from things like stocks, from like assets that appreciate, and they can borrow money. They can take out loans with the stocks or whatever as collateral, and they never pay the capital gains taxes on those assets that are appreciating. And then when they die, they can pass their estate onto their kids, who then don't pay the capital gains tax, but they do pay the estate taxes on it, which is why I'm in favor of relatively high estate taxes, by the way. But
the death tax you're talking about, right?
Estate taxes.
They call it. The Republicans call it the death tax. Yeah. Okay. Well, no, I mean, I agree with you. Again, my point is that we just have never tried it. But why don't we just fucking try it and see who's right? Because we just haven't tried it in America, dude. We don't know how it's going to work.
Many states that have tried wealth taxes. Most of them repealed them. We are seeing more states implement wealth taxes. Implement wealth taxes now.
Like Massachusetts.
Secondly, there are a lot
No,
of
wait.
OECD
This is what I wanted to tell you.
countries-
This is what I wanted to tell you, though.
Okay.
Hold on. Let me, because I forgot. I remembered the question. You do know that that we are becoming a much more unequal society, right? Like completely. Like now, the 1% own like what is it? Like 50 to 60% of all fucking wealth in the country, right? And the 0.001% own like, I can't remember the number. It's a horrible number, right? We're becoming much more unequal, right? And this is their path. Their path is in holding buying stocks, doing these in stocks, like whatever, right? So how do we tax them, brother? If they're accumulating so much fucking wealth in that area, how the fuck do we tax them?
So there are a few different taxes that I would propose. I'm not entirely against just a realized capital gains tax, so they pay capital gains when they realize the gains. There are things like a land
But
value
there is
tax.
loopholes.
Sure,
Right? Like buy, borrow, die. Like, or,
yeah, but
like there are.
I don't like. Again, I think what I'm arguing is that the benefits outweigh the cost of the cost outweigh the benefits for the alternatives. So because if you do anything to stop buy, borrow, die or whatever, you're going to decrease net investment and you're going to decrease long run GDP, and any tax aimed at like taxing these unrealized gains is going to have various other negative effects. I don't think it's going to be very good at raising revenue, but there are a few different taxes that that are proposed that would probably decrease inequality. For example, like a land value tax is a simple one, tax on the value of land. You could have that be very high. It would discourage rich people from land banking. It would encourage building affordable housing, things like that. Yeah. There's something called there are various different types of like consumption taxation, which is taxes consumption regardless of where you got the income from. There are types of progressive consumption taxation, like a Bradford X tax, which taxes consumption progressively. Yeah, and also
I agree with you on that.
I just want to mention
so
there are
these motherfuckers buy a lot of shit, right? So you got to get them there. Like if they buy houses, they buy cars, tax what they're trying to buy, like yachts and whatever. You could.
Well, sure, because I think we should tax what they're trying to buy. We should tax consumption regardless of where people got the money from. No,
but I think you don't think. Well,
savings,
in a higher rate, right? I would say at a higher rate
for progressive. Progressive consumption, yes. Anyway, also, I just want to mention Austria, Denmark, Germany, Finland, Iceland, Luxembourg, Ireland, and Sweden all chose to repeal their wealth taxes.
Yeah, because they're but that's a political reason, brother. Because they're moving away from their neoliberals. Yes,
all right.
They are.
Okay, we have a question.
Okay.
We have a question from the audience. Okay, so the question is, does PPG believe Noam Chomsky has his wealth?
It's no, bro. What the fuck?
Noam, yeah.
Noam Chomsky has his wealth held in a trust that helps his inheritors avoid paying maximum amount of taxes and avoids probate.
Brother.
Avoiding probate brings
on an
privacy
individual level.
to the kid.
Everybody tries to avoid taxes, including me, right? On an individual level, but that's beside the point. What we're arguing is I probably shouldn't have said that because the fucking judges, especially Potato. But everybody tries to avoid paying taxes. That's something that you do, but that's the effect. We need an effective state to, like Potato said, a strong IRS. And let's try to find ways to not avoid taxes. Bless you.
Thank you. Okay,
I don't disagree with Non-Front, dude. Non-Front, I thought Non-Front was going to come here and argue for wealth, income, and equality. I was ready for everything.
Right, next question. Here we go.
His argument is just these particular taxes don't work. Yeah, okay.
So
they
we've
might
got
not work in that particular way, dude. Great.
Okay, so we have another question. Okay, so this is going to go over to Non-Fon. He's going to have the chance to answer this. Judges, if you're watching this, you should be. You need to give a point to whoever gets this right. You know how this works, okay? So whoever gets it right, you give them a point. Nobody gets it right, no points. Okay, so Non-Fon, you've got 30 seconds to ask this question. Who was the Queen of France during the French Revolution?
Queen Victoria.
Wrong. Fucking loser. You suck. Where's my soundboard?
How do you not know that?
No, that's
Marie
the wrong
Antoinette.
one.
Marie Antoinette.
Wait, what did you just say?
Marie Antoinette.
Ding, ding, ding. Okay, here we go.
She
Brilliant.
got her fucking head cut off. How do you not know that? No, Jesus, non-front.
I don't know. I don't know her name.
Okay, so judges, you're gonna give him a point for that one, all right? You're gonna give Bim Bim a point. Okay, so continue your conversation.
Okay, corporate taxes. Corporate
Yeah.
taxes.
What about him?
You think that in America we should cut corporate taxes because there's a lot of data that shows that when we have cut corporate taxes, especially Donald Trump's tax cuts, it's been horrible.
I don't think we should cut corporate taxes. I think we should replace them with a destination-based cash flow tax.
Okay, see that? Then no argument. Then that's it.
Well, hold on.
Look,
Wait, hold on.
We're agreeing. No, because if you do cut them, if you cut them materialistically right now, it leads to horrible outcomes. And I actually have to say it, brother.
Okay, what horrible outcomes?
No, it did.
What are the horrible
Donald
outcomes?
Trump cut the corporate tax rate. Trump cut the corporate tax rate from 35% to 21%. These corporations who can, you say that there's a formation of people, right? And I agree with you, but that doesn't mean shit. Who has the say in that corporation? It's not the fucking worker, brother. It's the management. That if it's a public corporation, it's the management cow-tailing to the profit motive of the fucking the board, or it's a private corporation, it's the owner, right? And they're both trying to accumulate as much wealth as they could because America has oligopolies and monopolies everywhere, right, in our society. So what they did was fucking buy back their stocks at 60%.
Do you agree or disagree that some of the burden of corporate taxes falls on workers?
It is extremely minimal, dude. Like, not even something that you should bring up, especially with corporations that pay slave labor, dude, like Walmart.
Okay, well, most of the things I read have not suggested it's extremely minimal. They suggest that it's somewhere between 30 and 40%. Do you agree or disagree that some of the burden or corporate taxes is borne on consumers through higher prices?
Why? No, here, this is where I'm going to pin you down, brother. Why does that happen?
Because you're increasing the cost of production.
Okay, but who gets to decide when who gets to this? Because right now there is corporate record-breaking corporate profit, right? That's a fact. Corporations have earned the most money, right? Yeah. So I'm asking you, who makes that decision to increase consumer goods, the price of consumer goods?
It depends on exactly how elastic the demand is. Usually the market plays some impact and the people who control the company
kidding me?
Just respond to the incentives there. If it's a very inelastic good, then yeah, then the firm has price making power, or if it's an oligopoly or monopoly, then the firm has more price making power. But it's some combination between the owners of the company and the market feedback structure.
Okay, I can grant you that, but at a way higher rate of, because I think it's like 70% of all our fucking goods are it's an oligopoly, like we have, because we're so fucking centralized, right? It's around 70 in the 70%. So it is much more these motherfucker greedflation than fucking the free hand of fucking markets or whatever, right? Sure, it's gonna be both, but there is one that's more than the other.
It depends how elastic the demand for the good is. On insulin, I agree with you because the firms have price making power because the demand for insulin is very inelastic. But with food, the demand for food is more elastic. There's more readily available substitutes.
What? No. Okay. Yes, you have choices to eat of different food, but particular food like eggs, the egg companies are completely almost monopolized, brother. I think there's like 2 or 3 fucking companies, right?
Okay,
that own most of our
I'm just super
eggs.
curious. Do you think when the price of eggs go down, do you think that means the corporations are being less greedy?
I think that what do you mean when it goes down? It hardly goes, fuck it. Well,
I mean,
that's funny that you mentioned eggs because you guys can look up.
I'll send you
this
graph.
You want to look at an actual story?
You can look at.
Because
Well, I'm just saying,
during
like,
COVID, they raised their
we can
prices.
literally see the price of eggs going down. I don't think that you suggest that means the corporations are being less greedy.
No, it might be that you actually have like a competent fucking government. I would think that would be it. The FTC actually going after fucking these fucking price gouging fucking companies, and they got scared and they lowered the prices to the normal amount. The market, like you said, the market. That's probably what happened. Lena Khan is actually doing her job. That's why everybody fucking hates her.
Okay. Did they do enough eggs? Can you give me an example of that happening? I'm aware Biden did some things to stop
Oh no,
junk
I
fees.
have it, bro. No, they did.
Okay.
No. Here, I got it. I'll talk to another judge, dude. I'll get this story, bro.
Yeah, potato.
Nobody-
This is the
no,
nominal
no.
price of eggs. I'm pretty sure this is the nominal price of eggs, not just the rate of price increases.
Yeah, you guys aren't talking to judges, right? You need to leave my judges alone, all right? They are doing a good job. Thank you for your service, judges. You're all doing a good job. Don't listen to these fucking fools. We're just waiting for what are we? Okay, here we go.
Emmy Metz is the president of CEO of American Egg Board, which is one of the companies that I was talking about, an organization that promotes eggs. In March 2024, Metz Fox News egg prices have fluctuated over the past year to the number of factors, including. No. I'm sorry. It was the wrong story. This is like I'm trying to get where they caught him literally saying, "No, we're just inflating the prices. We don't give a fuck." Like they literally caught him, dude. I'll get it. It's okay.
Do you agree or disagree that the demand for eggs is probably relatively elastic?
Dumb it down.
So when I say something's elastic, I mean the demand is highly responsive to price changes. So insulin would be an example of a very inelastic good, because no matter how much the price goes up in insulin, you're still going to buy as much insulin as you need, because there aren't readily available substitutes for insulin. You can't just buy a different brand of insulin or whatever, and you need insulin to live. The demand for other things like jelly beans is relatively elastic, because if the price increases in jelly beans, you don't need jelly beans.
That's what I meant. Okay, that's what I meant. Okay, dude.
Yeah, but
yes,
eggs have like
there is
decently
different types of
available
food.
substitutes. Like they have good market feedback mechanisms. Like you don't need eggs to live.
Okay. That doesn't mean they won't raise their they won't price gouge, which they have, because they have a monopoly on that certain food, right? On the certain fucking consumption.
Yeah, but there are readily if the demand for food is elastic. The demand for that type of food is elastic and has relatively available substitutes.
Anywhere where you're gonna critique corporations for partaking in these fucking obviously fucking fucked up practices, but instead of saying just buy another food,
be an example.
This is what you're saying. You're saying that just buy another food.
Well, you asked me somewhere I would criticize corporations. I think the pharmaceutical industry would be an example of that, where there's a lot of rent-seeking behaviors by corporations because they charge way more here for their drugs than they do in comparable countries like Europe, and are still able to turn a profit in countries like Europe. But for demand for goods that are more elastic, I think there's considerably less rent-seeking behavior.
On Tuesday, federal jury in Illinois concluded that along with two egg industry trade groups, those are the ones like the companies below them that move around the eggs, two of the nation's largest egg producers conspired to restrict the availability of eggs to drive up prices. Across the social media, the jury finding was immediately connected to huge spike of price of eggs beginning in the fall of 2022. I knew it, brother. I remember this story. Like, the CEO, they caught him on fucking video talking, saying like, we're just gonna inflate our prices.
You need to post any of you guys bring up research or articles. You would do a good job to send it into the chat, into the side chat. Okay?
Send it. But okay, just a little side note to all the retards in the chat who didn't like Joe Biden. Joe Biden is a good president.
Don't start talking to fucking chat, you imbecile. Right, we've got a question from chat. Here we go. To Bimmy. All right, Bimmy.
All right.
Is PPG in favor of mandatory use of central bank issued electronic currency to control people's spending habits and avoid tax fraud from the state
This
budget.
is a right wing talking point. He's talking shit about the Fed. Listen, man, the Fed is just a tool of the government. If you put somebody good in Elizabeth Warren, dude, in the Fed, she will work for you. It's the same thing with the IRS, the same thing with the fucking FBI, same thing with the CIA, right? All these fucking institutions, they have a lot of power. But if you get because of the way our elections are funded, you get somebody funded by banksters, they're gonna go and do the bidding of the banksters, dude. It's not a fucking secret. So you want somebody good in the fucking Fed that will work for you, lower interest rates, help you out, etc. Vote for a socialist, dude. There you go.
Brilliant.
Just
Okay.
real quick, the central bank is independent. Its appointments are made by the president, but there are also private bankers that serve on some of the chapter banks. It's meant to operate as an independent agency. It's only like quasi government because it has to deal with monetary policy issues. It's never going to be a popular decision to raise interest rates. Yeah, you want it to be politically insulated, and it is to a large extent. But yeah.
I mean, it is. It is. The head of all of our institutions are politically. It's wild when somebody gets fired or some shit like that for political reasons, right? Like when Donald Trump fired the FBI head, James Comey.
Saying, like,
it was
the
like,
FBI is a
fuck.
government agency. The Federal Reserve is not a government agency in the same sense.
No, but you appoint.
It's much more
You
insulated.
appoint
It's
the
an
head of the
independent.
federal agency.
Yeah, you do.
You appoint. Yeah,
the
and
president
that
does appoint
person
the head of the
tends
Federal
to
Reserve.
drive. Yeah, and that person drives. I mean, it should be, because we live in a democracy, and you should appoint somebody that's gonna, whatever.
Well, the
They
argument
voted for
against this is that
Democrat, he's gonna
politicians have what's called a pro-inflationary bias. They're never going to want to raise interest rates because it's very politically unpopular to raise interest rates,
I mean,
especially now that people care so much about mortgage rates. Plus, politicians always have if they were able to control the Fed more directly, they would be able to say, "I'm just going to print money and give it to everyone," and people would vote for them, not understanding the
We're
negative
doing
consequences.
that now, brother. We're doing that now.
Yeah, but the decision is being made by the Federal Open Market Committee, which is just a board made up of economists. It's not that influenced by the president.
Look, man.
By the way, non-fun, you were supposed to respond to that as well. So, do you want me to
just did
repeat the
respond to it.
question?
I think
okay.
He's right about what he said, but he's wrong about what he said.
Are you gonna shut your mouth? Can you shut the fuck up? Right. So, is PPG in favor of mandatory use of central bank issued electronic currency to control people's spending habits and avoid tax fraud from the state budget? I mean, the question is asking you whether PPG is in favor. Okay. So, does it feel like he would be in favor of that?
It's a
Non-fun.
stupid question. I don't know. Yeah, it's not fun, dude. I don't know how to answer.
I don't have that strong
It's
opinion
an
about it.
unbelievable hypothetical.
Okay,
dude.
brilliant. Okay,
Yeah.
well there you go, Hassan. That's it. PPG, the
What a retard.
really concerned, included in my question. Okay, thank
Wait,
you.
can I bring in the fucking the Marxist again? I want his take on the Fed.
You need to shut the fuck up on addressing my judges. Leave my fucking judges out of this. Okay, we've got another question. So the question is to non-fun. What is smoother, Bimmy's forehead or his brain?
You fucking little bitches.
Listen, I
You
really want to
fucking
say
little
I
bitches.
really want to say his brain. I really do, but he is voting for Kamala, and you guys won't do that. So I'm gonna have to go with his forehead. Like, yeah.
Let's fucking go. Okay, brilliant. So we got the fucking questions out. Did you see my direct question? I did, Nadar. I did. Let me get a chance, considering this fucker fucked up. What the fuck
Thanks for
is
the
it,
follow.
Hassan? You keep telling me.
Who
You
posts
asked me a
Thompson
question.
99? I
I've
appreciate
asked
it. Thanks
it
for
twice
stopping
to
by.
both
Welcome,
contestants. Both of them answered. I don't know what else you want from me. Do you want a fucking blowjob or something? I'm not giving you one. All right? We've got plenty of people in here. They would gladly give you a blowjob. See? There's one.
Kamala Harris is gonna win. Kamala Harris is gonna win. You guys are fucking stupid. Get in the Kamala train. She picked an actual progressive for once ever. This motherfucker since like fucking Henry Wallace in the fucking 40s is the most progressive vice president in American history. Stop being retarded. Don't vote for the dog eater, dude. Don't vote for
Excuse
fucking Bill
me,
Stein.
Bimmy. What does this have to do with the fucking debate at hand?
I'm sorry. I'm just saying.
Yeah,
I'm
you
telling
better be
everybody
fucking
so they get
sorry.
it.
Nobody cares. Shut your mouth, all right? Engage with your opponent. You need
Okay,
to.
corporate taxes. When we had high corporate taxes, now you can argue that maybe those weren't the things that were affecting whatever, the economic growth or the whatever, all the good things that were happening during this era. But I mean, are you going to argue against it? Because I have my arguments. Fucking Donald Trump's corporate tax cut. And by the way, dude, you're a Joe Biden supporter. You know that he raised corporate taxes, right?
Yeah.
Okay, you don't like that, dude?
I mean, I am not necessarily against raising. I think he raised the highest marginal rate on capital gains taxes. I don't think that's a big deal. I'd probably be slightly in favor of that. The corporate tax stuff, I just don't think corporate tax is a good tax. I think it should be replaced with destination-based cash flow tax. But yeah, I just want to.
Okay. But that's like, to me, that is fantasy shit, right? Because what you're talking about, if you didn't have a plan in place, would you just end all corporate tax rate? I wouldn't fucking do that. There's evidence that it shows that it's horrible, right?
I don't know if I would repeal all corporate taxes if there wasn't a plan in place. That's why, like, the debate prompt is raising high corporate taxes is a detrimental economic policy. I'm just against raising them to high rates. Yeah.
Like 50%.
50%.
What do you think about 50%?
I think there's no argument they should go over 35%, which I think is about where they're at.
No, they're 21.
21? Okay.
Donald Trump fucking lowered them. It doesn't matter. Corporations avoid taxes anyway with all kinds of loopholes. Effectively, the effective rate that they pay is 15%. So it's
true.
Fun.
You know, as a lower avoidance, destination-based cash flow tax. Anyway,
okay. I agree with what you're saying. I agree with what you're trying to say. I thought you were coming here and argue wealth, income, inequality, dude. Like, it's fine. No, it isn't. You're arguing just the tax itself. That's why you don't like the tax. Unrealized gains.
That
I'm not even gonna argue
the prompt, Bimmy. Correct.
Okay. I'm not gonna argue unrealized gains. Wealth tax, I think that we haven't implemented. Corporate tax, I think you're wrong, brother, and I think history proves you wrong.
Okay. Having high corporate taxes doesn't preclude high economic growth. Those two can coexist. That's possible. However, high corporate taxes they decrease investment, which decreases long-run growth. That's the argument.
Like, I don't know why you say that, brother. Because when the Trump
tax cut,
hold on. No. When the Trump tax cuts were implemented, 60% of the fucking wealth that the corporations got from their tax cuts, they just bought back their stocks. That's not investment. That's just giving money to shareholders.
I mean, well, okay. The argument for that is that if these corporations saw a better place to invest, then they would have invested that money because that helps them in the long run. In the short run, inflating your stock price doesn't actually do anything. But
the victim mentality.
Regardless, you've already
don't.
How's that victim mentality?
That's victim mentality, man. And like, that's. Say it again.
Okay, if these corporations saw a better place to put the money, they would have done it. They would have done it that way. Buybacks are a nice way to reward your shareholders. It incentivizes more shareholders to come in at some point because they feel confident that the stock price will rise. If they saw a place to expand, to actually invest, they would have done that because that is what's most beneficial for their long run growth.
This mindset that you have. Do you know that it leads? Do you know that it leads to the bottom of? It's the race to the bottom, right? You don't know that? Like when you chase, you're talking about chasing profit no matter what, dude, right? That's what you basically said.
I think the profit
these investors will not. These investors will not invest in this company because, or wherever, if the company's in California, right, or whatever, the United States, you have high corporate tax rate, then these investors will not invest. Then don't invest, dude. Why do you have to kowtow, brother? You don't have to kowtow to these cocksuckers because if there's profit to make, if there's profit to make, there's always gonna be a person. There's always gonna be a person trying to make money. That's how capitalism works.
I understand in your magical world, decreasing the amount of financial capital has no negative effects. It somehow doesn't negatively affect long-run growth. But in the real world, if you decrease the amount of financial capital available, you decrease investment, you decrease the entrepreneurship, you decrease all these things, which end up harming long-run growth.
You're wrong about the entrepreneurship bullshit, by the way.
What do you mean?
Again, dude, historically wrong. I'm not going to do this. I'm not going to go to history. No, because you're wrong. Because when we had a higher tax rate, you had the most small businesses.
Do you agree? Do you agree or
you
disagree
had a boom,
that
an extreme boom of small businesses, brother. The record, the actual record, dude. So what you just said right now is completely wrong. You're kowtowing to a couple of capitalists, brother. They're not. What is this? Like, it's victim mentality, dude.
Two things. One, do you agree or disagree that decreasing the amount of financial capital decreases the amount of startups that can succeed?
Well, under our system right now, you can make that argument, but there are many factors in our society that can change that. You can subsidize working people. You can give us, why we had the most economic, the most startups. I mean, it's not startups, but fucking small business boom during the 1950s. It was the GI Bill of Rights. There was a lot of people who went to war, and they are subsidized their college, housing, loans that they take out, etc. And they what they did with that fucking wealth, right? Subsidy is just wealth. Give it to you, dude. They started businesses. So there's many ways to many other ways to then just kowtow to your masters, dude. I don't get it.
Okay. Do you agree or disagree that decreasing the after-tax return of investment discourages that investment?
Into a lake.
Look, you're like pinning me down to argue free market fucking talking points. If you in our current market system, yes, dude, yes. If there's no other factor that can intervene, then yes.
Okay, hold on. Let me write that down. After-tax return.
Okay, while you're on that, or do you have anything else to add on to this? No, Potato King is done. He's already asked this question. The next judge, the last judge is coming up. He's going to be the last to ask his question. So if you guys are done wrapping this section up, then
sorry, dude, but my nephews are here, and I got to keep an eye on them. Like, I'm the only one here, so I'll be back.
Okay. Yeah, it's okay. Go. Oh, he's already gone. Why am I a distraction? I'm muted. I don't know, man. I don't know. He just loves you so much. I don't know what it is. He's infatuated with you. Regarding Warren Wealth tax plan. Well, how's it going, Non-Fon?
I mean, it's going good, I think. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's better than my debate with him. At this point, I was already basically pulling my hair out, so I can't blame you. I can't blame you. You seem like you're holding up well. It seems like you came prepared today. How long have you been studying for this?
I think I did like 2 days of actual reading, and that's it. I should
like not like back to back.
No, not back to back because I've been lazy. I haven't even been editing my fucking YouTube videos, dude.
Wait, you edit YouTube videos? Holy shit!
Yeah, from my channel. Yeah.
Last time I posted a video was probably like a month and a half ago. That shit's wild. Holy fuck. The boss. I think one of the various breaks would be an okay time to ask my question. But you're the boss. What question? Oh, the timed question? Oh, right. Yeah, true. We could. But we're going to bring in Stranger. He's going to ask his last question. And then timed questions will come at the end. Yeah. No worries, man. I haven't forgotten. Wait, have I got... Yeah, I've got one of you. To Non-Fon at the end of the debate. Okay, yeah, I've got it. I've got it in front of me. I did follow Non-Fon. Let's see where it goes. Okay, good. Go ahead and follow Non-Fon.
Non-Fon's gay.
You're gay? Okay, right. So, Stranger, get your ass in here, boy. And you've got a question to ask the debaters. And once again, whether they choose to continue the conversation down that line, they can do so. So go ahead, Stranger.
How is wealth tax different from income tax?
Who are you asking? You're asking both of us?
Yeah, Non-Fon, go ahead first.
Okay, income tax is just a tax on your taxable income, the amount of like regular dollars you bring home. A wealth tax is taxed on your net assets, so that includes all the stocks you own, it includes all the homes you own, it includes all of these assets that you own, it includes even the businesses you own. You could, in theory, exempt them. Some European countries exempt them. It includes everything you own. It's your total net worth. income tax is just the normal, everyday, regular salary that you bring home. This is why a bunch of CEOs take like $1 salaries and then get paid in stock, because they're only taxed on that $1 as their salary. That's their only taxable income, and the rest of this is just stocks that are then taxed only when they realize the capital gains on them, which usually they don't realize them. They wait till they die.
Okay, Bimmy.
There isn't, dude. A wealth tax is a tax on wealth, whether it comes to income or the way Non-Fron said. It's in the fucking description, brother. Wealth tax. It only goes to the wealthy, whether you accumulate it through wealth or through having your money in stocks.
Okay, this is your last chance to engage with one another on this topic, and then you can take it wherever you want. Yeah. Non-Fon, do you have anything to reply to him?
On that, no.
No. Okay, so you guys have pretty much killed the horse already. What is the saying? Don't beat a dead horse? Yeah, okay, brilliant. Right.
Talk about like trade or whatever.
No, we'll do that later.
Trade. All right.
I don't care
Wait.
trade right
One
now.
that you probably could beat me. One that you could probably let real fast, because this one I don't care to debate. But we could do it just to kill time for the 2 hour mark.
Don't worry about killing time. We've got
to kill
questions
time.
and everything. Yeah, if you guys are like,
what is it? Not non-profits.
if
What are they
you
called?
have if you have further questions and you want to ask each other, if you want to ask each other more questions or like engage with one another, feel free to do so. The floor is still open. We will be going to time questions shortly, though. So if you're done, we can just go to time questions.
It's up to Non-Fron, whatever he wants.
I mean, I'm ready for closings if there are time questions, I guess.
Let's do it.
Closings.
Yep. We will do time questions and then we'll go to the closings. Yep. Bimmy, you okay with that?
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay, right. So we're gonna give up to Non-Fon, just give us your closing statements.
Okay. During this debate, PPG has conceded to a few different things. Wealth taxes increase the incentive for capital flight. His only evidence against that was that in Massachusetts, they raised the top marginal rate on income, which is not a wealth tax, it's an income tax. But income tax taxes people less than a wealth tax does, because the wealth tax is yearly and it stops you money from compounding, and it's a higher percentage of your income. If you get like a 5% return on investments every year, but the wealth tax is 3%, effectively 60% of your income is being taxed. He agreed that wealth taxes have higher avoidance. He agreed that wealth taxes decrease investment. Wealth and corporate taxes, I believe he said, decrease investment. But magically, he believes that doesn't decrease GDP. He agreed that decreasing financial capital decreases the number of startups that succeed. And he said that decreasing the after-tax return on investment decreases the number of people willing to make that investment. We didn't get super heavy into the revenue side, but he did agree to all these administrative difficulties with wealth taxes, and that wealth taxes were harder to avoid. So I would assume that he would concede that at least that wealth taxes are not going to be a super great effective mechanism for raising revenue. I think all of these things make wealth taxes not worth their economic cost. He conceded on unrealized gains taxes, corporate taxation. He agreed with many of these things, that they decrease investment, and some of the incidence falls on workers. He mentioned that the incidence falls on workers as well as consumers through higher prices. I think both of those make the increasing corporate taxes not worth the economic cost. Yeah, that's where I'm at.
Okay, brilliant. Thank you, Non-Fon. Bimmy.
That was one way to put. Okay, he said that I didn't agree. I said, the reason we haven't as of now, wealth flight has been debunked. It's a myth. It's a myth. Of course, you have marginal wealth flight. But that's bullshit. Well, you're passing an economic tax raise or whatever, and the net income is that they don't leave. We haven't done a wealth tax in America, dude. We haven't done one, so we don't know. I didn't fucking say that. I didn't say what he just said. Anyway, corporate taxes, I didn't concede shit, dude. I said there of course, if you tax corporations, because of the power structure of the corporation, you're gonna have the workers be affected, right? And he fucking agreed that because we have oligopolies, monopolies or oligopolies in our society, they get to raise their prices, dude. This is the victim mentality. Well, if we raise your prices, we'll just put it on the consumer. That's, you know what you do? You price control, which has worked in America, by the way, dude. Right? So I don't know what the fuck we could have gotten revenue. I like revenue. we didn't get to it. Whatever. Unrealized gains is something that I honestly didn't know about, so I wasn't even gonna debate it. But the corporate tax, you can't just get rid of it in America. You can't, brother. You can't. And now he might disagree that it's a bad tax. Well, history proves you wrong. And when you lower the corporate tax rate, then you have horrible outcomes. And I brought up the Trump tax cuts, dude, which have had horrible outcomes in America, materialistically, dude. If you do it now, you would have stock buybacks, wealth income inequality. And then his argument was that, well, those people who the shareholders, they get to put their money, even if you try to implement an economic policy like no more stock buybacks, well, they're just gonna leave. That's his argument. It's a victim mentality, dude. It's the victim mentality. Don't do it because we're just gonna go somewhere else. You don't kowtow to these people, bro. You don't. This is stupid. This is a race to the bottom. This is trickle-down economics, dude. You don't do this. This has been debunked. This fucking type of economic system has been debunked. Anyway. Was it?
Okay, right.
We're
so
doing trickle-down economics. I didn't even mention the Laffer curve once, bro. But
well, you're effectively arguing for trickle-down economics, dude.
Definitely.
When you say that you should kowtow for that's what you mean. You mean that, well, you want this investment, they're not going to invest. They're trickling down upon you.
Just real quick, it should be noted that wealth taxes are also taxes on unrealized gains. Wealth taxes tax people's unrealized gains. Secondly, Bimmy, are you in favor of rent control?
Rent control by itself? No. This is the problem with the rent control by itself is a bandage. But if you put rent control with like public housing, yes. And Vienna proves it. Vienna, we have evidence, dude. Vienna has rent control and public housing, which has been a complete success. They're one of the most affordable big cities in the world. So I don't know. We can have another one about rent control, brother. I don't. Let's just. Who cares? The judges, dude. We'll talk about that some other time.
Just let it go to the judges or the questions or whatever. Yeah.
No, tell us, Non-Fun. I'm curious.
Well, I mean, I was just proving that he doesn't know what he's talking about. Okay, crowding out is basically when government investment crowds out. It slows down private investment. So the argument is doing social housing will crowd out private spending in housing construction. There's empirical data to back this up. In France, one unit of social housing crowded out 2 units of private housing. So although 1 unit of social housing was built, if that government money wasn't used to build housing, essentially bidding away resources from private housing companies, there would have actually been 2 houses, dwellings built.
You know what's worse? Being fucking homeless, dude. If you kowtow to the private industry, you're gonna have massive homelessness like America, dude. I would rather have the Vienna model, dude. Wait, no, and you brought up an extremely cherry-picked instance. Wait, hold on. I understand exactly what you just said, dude. The government is outbidding the fucking private, whatever. So you're not gonna have innovation or whatever the fuck you're talking about, right? Sure, but you know what people care about? People like. In the majority of people just having fucking housing, dude. So good, fucking get rid of the private sector.
Yeah, but you understand you're reducing the supply of housing with this, right? Because you're crowding out private housing investment. I just said in this example, one social house crowded out 2 private houses. You gave me an extremely cherry-picked.
I know. You gave me an extremely cherry-picked fucking version of what you're trying to crowd me in.
If we want
I could give you Vienna. I could give you Finland, right? Or I could give you. You know what? I could give you the Soviet Union, brother. The Soviet Union just had pure public housing, and there was very little to no homelessness, dude. What is the point of housing? It's just a fucking happy house, right? The more you kowtow, this is the victim mentality, brother. If you kowtow to the private industry, you're gonna have 500 to 600,000 homeless people in America, dude. Great, that's what you want? I don't want that, brother. I don't advocate for homeless people. I advocate for people having housing.
why wouldn't we, A, institute a land value tax, and B, subsidize the development of affordable housing?
Because that happens in America now, dude.
We don't have a land value tax.
Non-profit fucking groups. No. We don't have that. But what you're talking about, subsidize, using subsidies like non-profits and say, oh, we're going to build housing.
Not non-profit,
it's
government
complete
subsidies.
dog shit.
We pay companies to build affordable housing. Which, to an extent, I think we actually do, but...
We do! We literally do. It doesn't work. You know what happens? What happens, dude?
Well, it depends on exactly what program.
What happens when you give a private company money, dude?
So the big issue right now is that some programs, I believe, have companies do it on a cost plus basis. So companies get paid to build affordable homes on the amount that they spend to build the home plus an extra 10% as their profit, right? The issue with this is that companies will artificially inflate the price of the construction and then just collect the extra profit. It's guaranteed money.
That's what happens when you have something like.
We should have companies compete for contracts to build affordable homes, so companies are actually competing for
Every
prices to be
single
low.
solution that you have is in the private sector, dude. You can't. Why don't we just get rid of the fucking private market, dude? When it comes to housing is a living issue, brother. It's something that we all need, right? To survive. Why do we need to have a private fucking industry for fucking housing?
Because private companies typically have better incentives to reduce cost.
Wait, what? What? Wait, if you have a society with housing for all, dude, and you reduce costs, how?
The government does not necessarily have a incentive to reduce costs or operate super efficiently because they're not penalized for being unprofitable. Private companies are penalized for being unprofitable or operating inefficiently, so that's the reason that private companies are typically more efficient there.
Okay, brilliant.
You know who disagrees with you? The fucking the
Chomsky,
the USSBS.
Okay. Oh, well, yeah, and we subsidize that, but
According to non-front, he wants to. It is a state monopoly, sure. But according to non-front, he wants to give while you receive your mail, if you're an American, to fucking Amazon because it produces less cost and it's more efficient. And that's basically what you just said about housing, brother. No, it doesn't actually, dude. I don't know. We can have another debate about housing, actually.
Okay, yes, exactly.
Let's do it.
We can have another debate about housing.
No, but he says something stupid because the government doesn't do things for profit. This is stupid.
Okay.
He was completely lying.
I'm not here to argue. All right, awesome.
Okay.
Given that we have established, okay, so this is to non-fun, all right? Given that we have established a wealth tax and estate tax, prompt capital flight, under your scheme of political systems, how would you reduce inequality with minimal impact to economy in one policy?
In one policy, it would probably be a land value tax, and also I don't think estate taxes increase capital flight that much because they only are taxed when you die, and it's lower than other taxes. So I don't think estate taxes necessarily increase capital flight, but it'd have to be a land value tax because the rich disproportionately own land, and I believe we should tax economic rents from land. And the supply of land is perfectly inelastic, so it doesn't really have any distortionary effects, and it incentivizes to building affordable housing because if you're taxed on the value of land, you are incentivized to use the land most productively. Therefore, you want to build as many homes as possible on that land to be able to afford the tax on that land. Yeah.
Okay. Bimmy, you can also respond if you want. Oh, Bimmy's chair can respond. What say you, Bingo? I heard you had a long travel from a distant place far away where people gather and they sit and play a game called Bingo. It's a game for those who don't know. It's where you've got like a room. Okay, and in that room there are like a lot of people, and they all sit around. They usually consist of like 50 to like 80-year-olds or 90 even, and a couple of retards will probably be there as well on occasion. And usually what will happen is there will be somebody at the front of it, and they will be spinning a wheel, and then balls like rotate, and then they get spat out, and then you have to match the numbers, and then you go. Once you match all of them, you go bingo.
You're gay.
Okay,
Who's spitting
brilliant.
out the numbers?
Okay, so we've got one more question, and then we're going to take it over to the judges. Okay, so does PPG, this is to both of you, does PPG deserve to be punished by the judges for every moment he deliberately conflates wealth tax with income tax?
It's again, dude. Again,
What do you
this
think? What
tax
say
only
you?
attacks wealthy. Massachusetts calls it a wealth tax. It was given to the people of Massachusetts as a wealth tax. It's just a definition. FDR's wealth tax in the 1930s, if you want to play rank, right, was a wealth on income. It was a wealth on income because that's how it was just on the wealthy itself, guys. On the wealthy, on the very wealthy. Back then we were much more income-based society. Now we're different.
Hassan,
Our society has changed.
Zuckman?
But it doesn't
You're
take
citing
away
Saiz
from
and
being
Zuckman, I bet.
only affecting the wealthy. I don't understand. Oh, you don't understand
the
this shit.
author?
There you go, Hassan. You have your answer. You wanted to know all this time. Non-fun. Go ahead.
I mean, if I was judging, I don't know if I would punish him, but I would give me points for claim proven on the income versus wealth tax every time that happened.
Do I get to answer? Please, somebody let me answer. Wait, can I?
Yes,
Are you sure about
I
that, Bimmy?
hereby give you permission to
Don't
answer.
do it. Don't do it.
Don't do it. Fuck it.
Don't do it.
It's not
Okay.
gay.
All right. Okay. Right. So let's go over to judges. Yeah. So judges, you're not muted. Feel free to come and not come like that. No.
Let me guess.
Alright, it's
Nader.
about
Let me guess Nader's
goddamn
number.
time.
Not that type of coming, Nadar. Put it away. We've talked about this. Okay, brilliant. So, it's not. These are the wrong scores, guys. Don't get ahead of yourselves. Right. So what we're gonna do is you're gonna give me non-fon score. All right. Oh, sorry. Go ahead and add the bonus points, judges. So you're gonna go ahead and you're gonna add 2 points to whoever you feel represented their overall position in the debate the best. Okay. So either 2 to non-fon or 2 to Bimmy. And then once you're ready, you have your final score. Go ahead and give me non-fon score, all of you. First non-fon, then Bimmy. Okay. So, who's ready? Any one of you?
All right.
Nadar.
I have a score for non-fun at an 18.
18?
That's
And
pretty
Bimmy?
low, man.
Bimmy?
Yeah, and Bimmy?
I have a score for Bimmy of 3.
Wow. Thank you, Nader.
Holy shit. 3. A whole 3 points. Holy fuck.
Nader is a conservative, brother.
All right,
What
that's
can we say?
That's the excuse. Okay, brilliant. Right, so let's take it over to Stranger. Stranger, go ahead.
So I gave non-fawn a score of 22.
That's a lot. I think that's
Okay.
game.
And Bimmy?
And I gave Vimy a score of 11.
Thank you.
Ooh. Sheesh. Bimmy, what did you do, motherfucker? Holy
lost this
shit,
turbo,
you
dude.
suck. You're so bad
lost
at this
this turbo.
fucking game.
I lost
okay,
the turbo.
Bimmy, I still
I
love
knew
you,
I was
Bimmy,
coming in
okay.
here.
You
Thank
lose
no,
to
I was gonna come
everybody.
in. I was gonna come into this shit. I was like, the list is. I wasn't worrying about the debate. I was
Alright.
wanted to fucking.
You know what? I'm
throw
gonna have something
anyway.
to say. I'm gonna have something to say at the end of it. But let's go
No,
ahead.
no, I
Let's
wanna
let-
hear it.
no,
I wanna hear
let's-
it.
No. Let's put Patate. Go ahead.
Okay, so I want to clarify. Despite the fact that I'm a Marxist, I came in here as a neutral perspective. For Bimmy,
No,
I
non-fon.
gave,
Non-fon first. Non-fon.
for non-fron, I gave them a 10.
A 10. Okay. And then for Bimmy.
Bimmy came out with a 4.
Holy shit! By
Potatoes, the
unanimous
worst, dude.
decision, Non-fun is the winner. Holy fuck. Okay, so
Wait,
that's
no,
two.
I actually want to hear it from
points.
Potato though, because
But
I want to see
before
what
he
Potato
goes-
disagree with what I
Okay,
said.
let them go. I'll say it at the end. Okay, go ahead, guys. Judges, give your clarification for why
Honestly,
you scored the way you did.
most of the reason that Bimmy lost so many points was I did exactly what was suggested the entire time. Every time he mischaracterized wealth tax for income
Wealth
tax,
tax
I
is
deducted a
not
point
getting-
for being bad.
Same,
my
Nader,
God.
same.
Or point not proven. I'm sorry, not bad.
Guys,
point not proven.
guys, that definition is wrong.
No,
and I said
that-
if you want to
no,
it's not.
Wrong.
It's not.
That is literally
Yes,
the
it
You
definition.
are wrong.
That is the definition of a wealth tax.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wealth tax does not mean wealthy tax. They're two different things.
I'm just sending you a picture of my dick, Nader.
Space,
I hope you've got a high res camera because I'm gonna have to zoom in really hard on that bitch.
What's smoother, your dick, your brain, or your
That better
head?
be like a 30 megapixel camera, bro.
Wow. Anyway.
Okay, I want to say that before, because no one's talking. So this is Bimmy. I feel like
Wait,
I
what
feel
happened
like
to
the-
fucking bus?
fuck them. Who cares? I feel like the thing with the wealth tax thing
Mhm.
is so okay. So we have marginal tax brackets, right? In countries that
Canada.
actually matter. Yeah, in most countries that are actually doing good shit, right? So you have marginal
Well,
tax
Why am I
brackets.
zooming into what?
You have marginal tax
Oh,
brackets.
yeah,
in most
true. Why are you
places.
zooming
America,
in? Yeah,
Canada.
yeah.
And so
Why you want to see that?
I
if
don't
you
think
have,
we do. Do we?
yeah, you have marginal tax brackets. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
You earn more money. You earn
No,
more
we
money,
do.
You pay more taxes. Yeah. Okay. So the issue here, the
Progressive
thing with the progressive, exactly. So with income tax versus wealth tax,
What's
this is
good?
how
What's
I
good?
feel
Welcome
about
back,
it. You know,
Sergeant.
hopefully this makes sense.
Welcome back.
Is that if you are making
You're not even, are you even in the
999,000
vertical chat? You're in the. You're not in
dollars
vertical
a year,
chat.
right? And then
Mhm.
you make $1 more. Okay, you get into.
Listen,
the
I'm just
$1
saying,
million,
Vert Gang
you
usually
get
is on top
additional
in
4%
terms of
tax.
like
Okay,
just
fine,
views.
that's okay. Like there's
Exposed
nothing.
well, yeah.
You know,
In terms of like
that's
the
how it
amount of
works.
views I get,
But
you know, Vert Gang
if
is on
you
top.
make
So like, I love my Vert Gang people.
$999,000 a year, and your investment stocks brings your wealth up to $1 million.
I don't want to do
you
this
don't
in
get
debate.
taxed
Capital
more. You
flight
don't
is the
get
thing I'm
taxed under
least
that
worried
wealth
about.
tax.
When
I'm
it comes
gonna
to
send
when it
a
comes to wealth
link
taxes,
to
but
the OG wealth tax, so you guys don't think that I'm lying to you. It's right there on the fucking You guys can look
Well,
at it.
well, that's what the difference is between a wealth tax and income tax, right? If you hit the marginal bracket
Head
of
up
your
on Hori
income,
Gang using my
you
laptop right
will
now.
get
Imagine
taxed
Vert
on the
laptop
new
LMAO.
income, not
It's
lower
valid.
income, but on the new income, the higher income. But
So when you say that it's a wealth
Ooh.
tax, like that should have been under unrealized gains. Like that's what I
Well,
would
a
have
wealth
said,
tax-
because
a wealth
it's
tax
something
could be
new in our economy that didn't exist in history, right?
a wealth tax could be on unrealized gains, but a wealth tax is more on like your property, right? A wealth tax is more on like the things you have that are worth money, and not on the income that you make at your, job or whatever.
Because
So there are different tax bases for wealth taxes. Usually, a wealth tax is levied on your net assets, just the value of everything you own.
Yeah.
Now, different countries have different exemptions. For example, like most of the European countries exclude private businesses from the wealth tax because they don't want to tax the value of your business twice, basically, because they tax it one for like corporate taxes and one for the wealth
taxed
taxes.
it twice.
Yeah. So in theory, you could exclude like your stock portfolio, and I'm sure some of them probably do. But like, wealth taxes do usually include the value of your stocks, which by taxing that yearly, you are taxing the unrealized gains of those stocks. That's what you're doing.
Your argument was that there was going to be less investment. Why? Because people were going to do capital flight.
I mean, you conceded. Well, it's not just capital flight. You're disincentivizing
there's going to
investment
be
and
capital-
incentivizing consumption.
Brother,
Even if there was no
and you see
capital
how,
flight,
like-
you would still decrease investment.
Okay, and you think that investment is what we need, and you think it's gonna harm GDP, which didn't happen, and I mentioned that a whole bunch of times. Right?
There were
Like, I
two
don't see.
reasons
I don't know, bro.
it harms GDP because one, it decreases investment, that harms long-run GDP, and two, it increases the trade deficit, it decreases U.S. exports, which harms GDP as well.
I'm gonna send what I said.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and say my piece.
Oh yeah, say
Right.
what you were gonna say, dude. That's
Okay.
where you go, motherfucker.
So apart from non-fun, because I usually simp for him, even though he shits on me on a daily basis. Right.
What? Do I shit on
Bimmy.
you on a daily basis?
No, I'm
Yeah,
joking. I'm
sometimes,
memeing. I'm memeing.
Listen, you're the only streamer I'm sub to, boss. Okay, so
Yo, let's go! Holy shit! Props for that. Much
You're not sub
appreciated.
to yourself?
Who, me?
No, the non.
no, I'm
Oh,
not.
for
Why would
God's
you
sake.
sub to yourself?
Loser.
That's just
I mean,
giving
it's free
Jeff
money,
Bezos money.
but
Yeah, true.
if you use a Prime
Right.
sub, it's free money. So
Oh yeah, true.
Bimmy. So apart from non-fun, good job, brother.
I'm gonna send the link.
Okay, Bimmy, listen to me.
the
you
most
piece of
GDP
shit.
growth in American history.
Listen to me, you piece of shit. All right.
Oh, what happened?
I saw that you did make progress. Obviously, you make no sense. You yap and make absolute fuck all sense. But apart from that, I did see progress compared to our debate and your debate with Turbo.
Well, because I
know.
didn't know the fucking rules when you guys were.
Okay, I don't know what the reason is, but okay. Obviously, non-fun is a more chilled person compared to me and Turbo. I think we all know that, so maybe
Non-fun
that's
is
why
smart, dude.
he
I just
is
don't like his
smart.
politics.
I'm also smart. I'll have you believe, you piece of shit.
You're not
KO,
smart,
KO, literally the only KO we've ever had. Okay,
Because you didn't say anything.
Shut the fuck up. I'm literally complimenting you, and you choose now
there's
all
the
the
data,
time.
guys.
Okay, you're an asshole. Listen to me. So I do see
Sorry, go
progress. I think you made a couple, if not anything else, good valid points. But apart from that, I didn't see a lot of bad faith behavior, except for the not acknowledging the income and wealth tax thing. But yeah, I think you did better
Because
when
that
it
was
comes
a
to your
well, guys,
personality.
Like,
let's just say.
that's a definition that again our economy changed, right? But
You didn't even
think
listen to
about it.
anything I just
No,
said.
no. But I mean it. Because you guys didn't
Go
hear what I
fuck
said.
yourself. I
You
hate
don't
you.
consider. I know it's income, but it
Fucking
only hits
bold.
the wealthy. I don't get it. How is this not a wealth tax, dude? Like historically, this is a wealth tax.
no, it's just
Wet
raising the
ass
top
pussy.
marginal rate.
I'm gonna jump off a bridge.
Do you think an income tax is
Into
a
the
wealth
river.
tax?
Into
The
the
income
river.
tax only goes to the very wealthy, brother.
I don't think but you're only taxing their income.
It's fine.
It doesn't even.
But they're the
It
most wealthy.
this doesn't even address the issue you want to solve because we already tax people on income. The issue is
Wait.
billionaires don't have income. They don't have taxable income.
No.
They
Bimmy,
don't
are
pay
you
tax.
just, are you
wait,
just
wait.
listening to
Wait,
wealth
hold on,
tax
hold on.
and you're listening to the
hold on,
word
hold on.
wealth
No, you don't think-
and you're
wait,
thinking
you don't think-
rich people, taxes
you don't think
for
that the
rich people.
Massachusetts-
Is that how you're doing this?
Apparently, you don't know about Massachusetts, right? But did you think that was
Apparently
a success?
neither
Because
do you.
it was clearly a success. It
Well,
raised
it's
more
been-
money.
it's
It
been-
raised-
it's not a wealth tax.
It runs
no.
like
You
a
said that it
deficit.
doesn't achieve what I wanted. No, it did achieve what I wanted. It lowered
Okay.
wealth, income inequality.
800 to a billion
It
lost
doesn't
every year.
achieve-
Well, part of that is a success.
Okay, you understand this
You had-
tax wouldn't work on Jeff Bezos. It wouldn't work on Mark Zuckerberg. It wouldn't work on like almost
Hey,
any
you're talking
billionaire.
about something else. Was this tax a success or not?
I would have to look into
You're
it.
trying to reduce-
There's that one quote that was brought up that that
Might have said
it didn't
that
raise
was,
revenue.
That
but-
it was projected. Projection means it's bound to happen. They gave projections on the wealth tax, on whatever the Massachusetts tax, right? They gave projections on it, but it didn't happen, brother. It is actually pretty new. It was like a couple of months ago that we saw the revenue. It actually increased revenue, and it was a success.
How do you spell Massachusetts?
Yeah, I fucked it up. I butchered it as well.
CHU TTES.
Okay, well I got it. I just didn't spell it close enough that my computer knew what I was trying to spell.
Yeah, just write Masset and it pops up.
I don't get it. The whole point of taxes is to reduce wealth, income inequality, dude. That's the whole point. You don't like if you believe it or not, because the United States is a country that creates its own currency. Hold on, hold on. America's hold on. Let me talk. America is a country that creates its own currency, right? So the debt talk is complete bullshit. Let me just tell you guys, okay? The debt is
I'm glad we have
bullshit.
MMT or PPG in here, but my point wasn't about the national debt. I mostly agree with you on that.
No.
My point was
I'm
about
saying
the deficit, the trade deficit.
This is an argument. I mean, we can do state expenditures that will help people's lives tomorrow, dude, right?
Jimmy,
it doesn't
what was
matter.
the reason taxes came about originally?
Taxes are just you're just taxing to fucking lower wealth income inequality because wealth
Jimmy,
income
what
inequality.
was the reason taxes were first included?
I'm gonna jump off a fucking bridge, dude. I'm
Into
gonna
the
jump off a
lake.
bridge.
Do you
You're
want
wrong.
the MMT
You're
answer, baby? I'll
stupid.
give it to
actual,
you. It's
the actual answer is taxes originally originated in places like fucking thousands of years ago, back in fucking Egypt and shit. In other words, to like fund the fucking royalties, and then they came about to fund wars and shit because you had people coming over and like threatening to commit war or like engage in warfare, and as a result, they had to collect money in order to like, well, they didn't had to, they just didn't want to spend their own money. Or they didn't have enough, or whatever the war chest said, basically. And as a result, they collected taxes in order to be able to fund all of these things. So you're wrong. It's not about fucking income. Literally the opposite of it. You stupid motherfucker. So yes, nowadays we can use it if we choose to go through social policies or whatever. But yeah, it's not the main reason, you dumb fuck. Stupid bold twat.
Also, Maida, if you can send the link to what you were quoting earlier about the Massachusetts millionaire tax thing, that'd be interesting to
because like
check
straight
out.
up what Midas said, I found contradictory information too. So
yeah, I looked it up.
It was projection, guys. It was projection. Mida's a cunt. I know he's a
up.
cunt.
I don't even
Mida's
know.
like a serious cunt,
Shut the
dude.
fuck up. I don't even know if the question was like posed
I'm
in
gonna
good
fucking
faith.
beat your ass.
I endorse that.
And I like
behavior,
Mida. I like Mida.
Mida is a cunt, dude.
No.
I know it wasn't.
I have a
It was a
question.
complete success. It was a complete success. The
Yeah,
tax was a
so
complete
like,
success.
there's this study from the Carter Budget and Center on Budget and Policy Priorities, which says that it probably didn't increase. It probably did not lead to really any capital flight. Although the Tax Foundation, I think you're right. The Tax Foundation projected that it probably wasn't going to raise much revenue.
Yes.
But also.
But it did.
But like.
No, it was like 3% of the fucking budget of the state of Massachusetts.
Again,
it increased more.
Income tax is always going to tax less than a wealth tax. And B, or I guess
Okay.
not always. Technically,
You're
you
talking
tax
about
like
something else.
9%
That's
income,
fine.
but yeah.
Okay,
and then-
listen, but
and then
what
also,
if we
it
implement
applied to
Warren's
people who only had $1 million who don't necessarily have all the same resources that like billionaires have? If you're like ultra super rich, then I'm assuming you have good enough tax
I
lawyers
agree
to
with
be
you. I'm
able
not
to
going to
fund
disagree with you on that.
shell
I have to
companies,
agree with you
and
because
you
you're
could just
right.
use shell companies versus like earning $1 million a year. That could just be like
That's
a
true.
good job. You could just be like a cool race car driver or something.
What
And
if
you can't
what
offshore
if we
offshore your
implement
business.
What if we implement Elizabeth Warren's fucking wealth tax nationally and it works? Are you going to change your mind, dude?
Well, it works how?
It just works. Like,
just works,
what do you mean how?
man.
Well,
It
see,
just
look,
works.
even his answer is like
It just
I
works.
don't know. I don't know what your
Todd
hypothetical
Howard.
is. It's your
you're
hypothetical
gonna
that there
cherry
are.
pick the fuck out of it.
Is
Well,
your
we haven't
hypothetical?
had it. You were giving me hypotheticals, brother. You were
Is your
giving me a lot of.
hypothetical that there
You
are-
kept going to wealth flight because the taxes were going to be increased in a higher rate, and I give you history, which at the time we were an income-based society, and it didn't increase wealth flight. So why should I listen to your hypothetical but not mine, brother?
I'm just asking, is your hypothetical that there are magically no negative trade-offs, or is your hypothetical that somehow
There's going to be
what?
there's going to be individual trade-offs, right? You're gonna have some people that do wealth flight or whatever, dude. Do use tax
I'm just-
loopholes,
I'm
trying to
asking,
whatever,
in
blah
your
blah blah blah, yada yada yada.
Like in your hypothetical, what's the long run
It
effect
just-
on GDP?
The problem is that okay, you want to talk about GDP? You want to talk about
You know, in
GDP?
history, that
wanna talk
GDP
about
was going
GDP?
fastest when
Are you sure you wanna go
long run,
down
I
this
say
path?
long
Because
run
it's
every
the-
single
no, but that's
time,
the
so
truth,
it's
brother.
completely irrelevant.
I
and
sent
it's
it in the
totally
fucking
because
link.
mechanistically,
No,
a wealth
it's not
tax is
fucking
obviously going to
irrelevant.
decrease long run GDP
You
because it decreases
you
investment.
when I pin you down, you go to GDP, and then I show you. Well, actually, when we had the most taxes, when we have a different type of economy,
Wait, would you-
it
that would really
didn't lead to what you're talking about.
A, I said long run GDP. B, it definitely did to some extent reduce long run GDP. And also, these were like, you're citing like
What?
high marginal income tax, which probably decreases long run GDP less than a wealth tax does. But fundamentally, decreasing investment in capital is going to decrease long run GDP. There's like no way you can get around that unless you're living in literal BIMI fantasy world where there are no
Wait, you know that
trade-offs
though?
and everything.
Wait, can
is
you give me the
perfect.
evidence? Actually, it better not be fucking Cato Institute, dude. Give me the
That
evidence of what you
investment-
just said right now.
That a decrease in investment decreases long run GDP. If companies
Sure.
aren't investing, if we're not getting more productive, if we're not producing more product, you're going to
Your
decrease long run
notion
GDP. If
is
we're
that
not going to
people
produce more
that there's
stuff.
not going to be investment if we tax them. I am trying to give you a different instance when we were a different type of economy, more Keynesian, more income based. That they didn't. That there was still investment. That there wasn't no capital flight. You're making shit up, brother.
Okay. I don't know how you think I'm... Okay. I don't think you're hearing the words that come out of my mouth. Because
No,
what
I
I'm
understand
saying
what you're saying.
is that all of this, all the like these taxes decrease investment, which you conceded to in the debate. Okay, that necessarily decreases long-run GDP.
No,
now,
I did not
obviously,
concede that, by the
high
way.
GDP growth
I
can
put
exist
a
at the
lot of
same time
context on what
as,
you're talking
high
about.
marginal tax rates. Those don't preclude each other. It's possible to have super high tax rates and also have high GDP growth. That's not because of the high marginal tax rates. The marginal tax rates are decreasing long-run GDP because they're decreasing investment.
Okay,
Google
I'll
it,
take this
somebody else.
opportunity to thank the debaters and thank the judges. Thank you all for participating. Yeah, that's all. That's all you're getting, boys. That's all you're getting. No, seriously. Thank you all for participating. You did a good job. Good job, Non-Fon. You absolutely obliterated him. And I do agree with the
Non-font, check's
judges.
in the mail, right?
I agree with the judges scoring. Judges, you all need to send me a copy, including you, stranger motherfucker, going off. Send me a copy of your scorecard.
Wait,
or-
I want to ask Potato. Can I ask Potato? Potato, what did
Yeah,
you find
guys can
disagreement with
talk.
what I said, dude? And go into detail, please.
Let's see.
You're cutting off, Potato.
I always
Fuck,
knew
I'm
he
cutting
would-
off. What did you say?
What did you disagree with what I said?
I actually didn't disagree with a lot of what you said. Unfortunately, you engaged in a lot of what
Welcome
I
to
would
the stream,
consider like bad
Wampus
faith
Online.
behavior.
Yeah, I think you followed
You didn't
earlier.
cite a lot of your sources, even though I was
I
able to
love
find
it.
proof of what you said.
Wait,
and then
no, I did cite it.
no. I was able to find proof
You
of
wanted
what
me
you
to-
said.
you wanted
There were-
me-
there were-
Wait, you
there
wanted
were
me to
several.
actually
There were
give you the
several.
articles?
There were several instances.
Yes, you stupid fuck. I literally told you send me, and your answer was, "Oh, Google it, dumbass judges."
Yeah.
Wait,
Yeah,
send
yep,
it
you lost
in
lies
where?
for that one
You
for
lost a
me.
point.
In
You
the
lost a
side
point
chat,
for
I
saying
already
Google
told
the
you.
study.
Yep.
Okay,
you
next
lost points for me
bro.
there.
Next
Don't you
debate,
fucking-
dude.
don't
I'm
you
gonna
fucking
just
dare.
Send links.
Don't
links.
you
I'm not even
fucking
gonna talk.
dare. I literally told you. I literally told
course-
you.
Wait, Potato. Of course, there was the Trump tax cut. He cut the corporate tax rate, and it led to horrible results. This is a fact. You guys can look it up. I'm gonna send the fucking link.
Yeah, I
right
could look
now.
it up. I could. But
You're cutting off.
He's
even-
cutting
even-
off, but I don't even disagree with him on this point.
okay. No, even with like, even with like the.
Wait, what's going on right now?
You're super cutting off. Potato, go to your
motherfucker, dude.
laptop, brother.
Hold on. It might be like a fucking. It might be like a system input. Hold on.
So yeah, I heard you were talking shit, PPG. What did you want to talk about?
Yeah, he's
bud?
talking shit
What do you
about
wanna
you,
talk about?
Malta.
Heard you were talking some shit, bud.
Yeah, he's
I've
talking,
been talking
smack.
shit, dude.
Yeah.
You were talking. You were first. I told you come to my stream so we could talk about shock doctrine. You never showed up.
I was in your
so
stream
first
yesterday.
of all, fuck you. No, but you didn't. I told you, come so we can have a
PPG 's a
debate.
big fan of
And then very
getting
next day, when I
shocker.
gave you that fucking link, you didn't show up, and I was like, okay, he doesn't want to have it. What do you want to talk about, dude? I could talk about
All right,
anything.
fellas, how do I
no,
sound?
somebody just told me that you,
You sound better.
Yeah.
I sound better. Okay, my fucking mic
Yeah.
must have been loose from my headset. Yeah, but no, fucking whenever you said that, like closing loop.
Nope, you're gone again. You're gone again.
Don't move your head or something,
Fucking
brother.
damn it, dude.
I am like
What is it, man?
Wi-Fi,
Is your
but
mic like? Is it like the wire or some shit?
It just sounds like it's a bad connect because it's doing like a robotic thing. Usually that's what happens like when my Wi-Fi.
Why is it
shits
that
out.
every leftist
Yeah,
has a terrible
right.
microphone on Twitch?
Yeah, and
Dude,
why is
my
my
microphone's
shitty on
Microphone's
my
literally
part?
great.
Wait, why?
I
is
made
my-
I made my
just gonna
microphone
suck my
custom to sound like this, but
Oh wow, seriously?
yeah, no. So that I specifically went with this because it sounds more like radio-like. But
Oh.
I mean, it's still also high quality. You can clearly tell what the fuck I'm saying. It doesn't sound like I'm like speaking through a fucking can at you. It does sound like I'm
Yeah.
speaking through like a ham radio to you, though, which
True.
is part of my preference for it.
Okay. Go
All right,
ahead. Ask
anyways,
him your question. Yeah.
it-
What
Does
was
does
it?
everything sound okay now?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
does.
Yeah. So, do you lost for
Who's gonna tell him?
Back to
Don't
me.
put it in your mouth. Don't put it in your mouth, brother. Like maybe move it away. I think that's what it is.
Suggestion
Don't put
from
it-
Billy. Don't put it in your mouth.
Don't put it in your mouth, bro.
Anyways,
No, I think that's what it is.
Who the fuck has their
Must-
mic in their mouth? Yeah, you're cutting off potato. Do you want to send me the message in chat and I'll
Okay,
relay
okay,
it? to-
okay.
Yeah.
No,
Tax
I mean,
corporations and force them to move to Ireland. Good idea.
that's a right-wing talking point, man. Oh my
They're
god.
already there,
They're
to
so
be fair.
stupid.
And they're not even
Ugh.
being taxed yet.
You don't count. You know why China's so successful? Because they didn't do this.
Wait,
Just China!
successful- Wait,
America-
China and successful. Those two words should never be said in the same sentence. Ever.
China,
Ever.
a third world, second world developing country that has moved to the second superpower, second global economic superpower in about 50 fucking years, which is a fucking record, dude, and has pulled 800 million people out of poverty. I'm sorry, you might not like it.
At what
That's a
price,
success.
you dumbass? When you try to understand
mean,
whether a
what price?
country is success.
Bro, the other countries that have done that, the first world countries, what has the American and British Empire done, brother?
Bimmy, when are we going to have a debate about China?
Let's do it. No, let's do it. Let's do it right now, dude. Let's do it right now. Fuck it.
No,
Let's do it right
I'm
now,
never
bro.
having just do it right now with you because you're just going to ramble, rant, talk over your ass, make no sense, and then somehow come away with a W at the end. No, I want to debate deathmatch, you piece of shit.
No. Let me tell you.
Fucking
Let me tell you.
baldy ass
Here.
motherfucker.
Let's ask the smart people. Potato,
Ask the smart people. You
Potato,
piece
Mida,
of
and
shit.
non-front.
What part of me is
Hold
not
on.
smart?
Mida.
I'm the
There
only
is
one who
no
got KO.
doubt. There is no doubt that China is a successful country, right?
Yeah, I would argue it's a successful country.
Mm-hmm.
Like, one of the few things that I will say that China actually did better than all the other countries in the world is the elimination of abject poverty within the Chinese state by uplifting the lower class, but that's something that could be easily done in most other countries of the world. We just actively choose not to.
We did it, brother. America did
But,
it.
when I say at what price, what
Well,
I'm
hold on,
basically saying-
PPG. You're saying America did that, then why are you priding China on doing it?
I pride the system that they had when they did it. I call it. You could call it whatever you want. State intervention in markets, right? FDR did
But
it.
it wasn't state
China
intervention
did it,
in markets that did that.
It was stated. They brought in markets and state intervention. They didn't do what happened in fucking Soviet Union, which is shock doctrine, free
He's not
market,
going to let me,
brains,
Corpse. He's not going to let
privatize
me.
everything, etc. That was
Wait,
not
you
what
said
happened
the
in
shock
China.
doctrine was implemented in the Soviet Union? How can that be if
Yes.
it's a capitalist interventionist policy?
Say that again.
How did the USSR use the shock doctrine
It's a trick
to
question. It's
eliminate
the
poverty?
I know
if-
it is a trick. It's a
if
trick
it's
doctrine
a
because when the capitalists took
interventionist
power,
policy.
when the capitalists took power, that's when they implemented shock doctrine. And it was what's his name, Potato? The dude before Putin. Who's his name?
I mean, I know it, but I'm not
Yeltsin.
helping you here.
Yeltsin.
Okay.
Yeltsin
well,
didn't do what Deng did, brother.
You guys have fun with this conversation. I'm gonna go back to.
You're gay. Non-fun. You didn't beat me. You're gay. You didn't beat me. The judges are retarded.
See you later, non-fun.
Wait,
The only reason you think that is because the judges are retarded.
Shout yourself out,
Okay.
non-fun.
Bro, you got to
I'm
choose your
not
own
fun
judge.
420 on Twitch, but more importantly, okay, anyone watching, I don't want to just debate Bimmy over and over again, okay? On this same prompt,
They
I'll
don't want to
debate
debate
anyone who
you
wants to do
because
it.
they're scared, dude. Honestly,
Yeah.
Mida and okay, they're scared. I don't know why.
Wait, what do you
debating me
mean?
on
I was the one who
Sunday.
offered non-fun this debate, and he said
No,
that
no,
he
no,
wanted
but
to
you
do
said
it
you
on
wanted a
Boss
free
You
flow.
Day.
wanted a free
You said you
flowing
wanted a free flow
conversation.
debate.
I'll
Yes.
just
You
concede.
didn't want to have.
Yeah, I said I wanted
Yeah.
a more free-flow conversation because, like, the problem is, like, it completely ignores a lot of multifaceted market approaches that go into taxation.
You hear that, boss? You hear that, boss? Your platform sucks, motherfucker. I told
It's
you.
not that the platform
I
sucks,
told
it's
you.
that Boss scheduled a debate over the exact day me and Non-Fon agreed to do it. And he didn't tell anybody that he had that
Did we
debate
ever
until
agree?
hours before it happened. Yes, we agreed. Do you not remember that conversation
I
that
don't
we
remember
had?
us ever agreeing to a time or anything.
We literally agreed to a time. You said
I
it was
agreed, but he
sometime-
didn't do it.
I,
You-
this is the
yeah,
first time
we
I'm
agreed-
hearing of this.
We agreed to me
No,
and
he did.
Nonfon
He
in
did.
private had a conversation where we agreed to 11 p.m. on a specific day, and then literally less than 30 minutes
Oh,
later,
you're right.
Boss announced that he had a debate that he was doing 30 minutes from that exact point that we agreed on.
Brilliant.
Look, I'm not gonna lie to
Babe.
Mida, dude. Even though I hate him and he hates me. We're not gonna lie to each other. He did agree. I saw it. He agreed to it. I think we
Wait,
were all
said it.
together.
Agree to like a free flow. I don't know.
Wait, what the hell? Wait, let me get the
That's
conditions
a better
down.
debate, brother. That's a better
Shut up,
debate.
Billy. Shut
I
the
don't,
fuck
I don't even know what
up.
he
I
said. I'll
don't-
just like
I-
concede and like.
What?
Yep, and I agreed, and you specifically said that you wanted the points from the debate deathmatch, and
I
that's why you
do.
wanted it hosted on Boss's channel, and I said that I would concede the debate to you so that way you could get the points in the tournament,
You
regardless
piece of
of
shit!
if we had
What
the
the fuck,
conversation.
Maita?
Yeah,
you
I was
rigging this
undermining
shit.
your whole structure, bud. I was literally
You
undermining your
piece
whole
of shit.
structure.
I'm not actually
See,
surprised.
boss, I was against
Yo.
undermining your structure. See,
Yeah,
Real
thank
quick,
you.
real quick,
Non-Fon.
Real
My-
quick,
yeah, go ahead.
I just dropped everything that PPG did wrong inside of the live chat.
Okay, thank you, man. Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
But
Okay.
yeah, send me a copy of your scorecard, Potato, and Nadar, and Stranger.
I already
Yeah.
sent it.
All right, thanks, man. Yeah, so fucking hell, these.
That's
yeah,
not
but I'm
true.
not surprised
Wait.
about Maita.
Potato,
Maita
see, you're already
is
wrong,
like,
brother.
yeah.
Potato, you 1982 was a fuck.
Don't
This is a
debate the judge,
uh,
man. Don't debate the
He's
judge.
a dumbass, dude. Like,
Okay,
you call yourself a leftist. You don't even know what happened in 1982,
Shut up!
bro.
I need to get this out. Shut up, Billy. Shut up.
No,
Right,
no,
one second.
but-
One second, guys.
Economist,
One second.
economist.
No, I need to understand between Maita and
I
non.
know what you're talking about. The long growth. They called it the long growth
the long
under
boom.
fucking Reagan. That didn't
Shut
happen, brother.
up, I said. Give me 2 minutes. That's all I'm asking for because non-fun wants to head out. Maita, non-fun. What is the conditions? Free flow? What the hell is this bullshit?
So I wanted a more freeform conversation that wasn't necessarily directly like indicative of the prompt
No
itself,
points.
but rather was something about. It was more along the lines of like things regarding specific tax laws and how people avoid taxation, like in regards to like what the prompt was. So like this was something that I was confident PPG was going to bring up in this debate because it's an easy point for him to be able to win here. But the fact that like a lot of millionaires and billionaires within the United States, as well as private corporations, companies, and even smaller businesses within the United States, often donate to charity organizations that they either have partial or full ownership of to be able to alleviate having to pay taxes in certain circumstances, which allows them to benefit even more off of larger income systems.
I don't
But
think he's
again,
going to
this was
disagree with
something-
you on that. Non-Fron's not
Yes,
going to
and
disagree
that's
with
the
you
problem. It's not something that we would necessarily disagree about, but I think it's relatively important to the conversation when you're talking about alternative means of taxation.
on that. That's okay. We're not talking. He was specifically, which is honestly, I thought this was like a dumb debate.
PPG, this is
When I
the
knew that
exact
he was
argument
just
I was trying to make.
particularly these type of taxes, you can make the same claim of anything, bro. Like by
Yes, and this
itself,
was my
by itself,
problem,
you can make that
PPG.
claim. So that's kind of it. The whole debate in the beginning was like kind of honestly stupid, but whatever.
I mean, again, this was my entire claim is that it's a multifaceted conversation, and there's a lot more that goes into it rather than just the prompt. And I didn't want to stick to strictly the prompt and pivot away from what it originally was. Can I please finish? Because Nonfon was specifically looking into research topics and points that backed up the prompt. Whereas I wasn't really interested in the prompt itself, but rather the alternative means of
you're
taxation.
right. I found out about that 5 minutes into the debate, dude.
Talking.
5 minutes into the debate, I found that out. I'm not even kidding.
He's just
5 minutes into the debate when he was like, these particular taxes.
I'm sorry, I'm tired of his voice. Right, so Maitar, basically, I just wanted to know why you weren't having a conversation in a debate deathmatch with him.
Because
I understand that. I understand.
Yeah,
you just want to you want to go all over the place. You just want to have an interactive conversation or a debate style, like go all over the place. You don't want a specific prompt. I get it. Yeah, that's fine. That's totally acceptable.
Yeah,
okay.
And just to be clear, I only offered. So I specifically talked to Nonfon about it, and he said that he wanted it to be hosted on your channel. I offered him a conversation on his channel, and he said that he wanted to participate in the debate deathmatch tournament, and that's why I offered him.
He should be. You go.
Yeah, okay, yeah, and that's great and all. And I offered to concede the debate at the end to him so that way he would get all my points and I would leave the conversation, otherwise DQing myself. But he said that he didn't want this, that he wanted to have a debate, a more confrontational conversation.
So based.
In which I didn't want.
Holy shit. Maitar, you suck. Why do you suck, Maitar? I thought we were on the same page. You suck so bad.
Well, I mean, this shouldn't come as a surprise to you.
Hey, kitty.
Boss, this shouldn't come as a surprise to you. I specifically told you both publicly and privately that I wasn't interested in competing in the debate deathmatch tournament.
Look, Maitar, me and you are always on the same page when it comes to these things. I am not surprised.
Yeah, because you're both gay.
Hey, kitty cat. Hey, little kitty. Can you hear me? You can't hear me.
No.
That's such a cute cat. Yeah, I can't. Okay, yeah, I'm not surprised, Maitar. This is literally, it's like a love-hate relationship.
Me and Nonfon had a debate yesterday about fucking money and politics, and he was claiming that 90% of all elections that are determined by the fucking money factor.
That cat is fat.
Doesn't mean there's nothing going on. That's literally what you said, motherfucker.
That's
literally what you said.
Yeah, I mean, you can look at the own source that reported on that. They said exactly what I said, which is that PACs donate the overwhelming majority of their money to incumbents, which win anyway. So, like, I don't think the money is the causal factor there.
No. You
have that the money is what's causing them to win.
The money is to buy the influence, but the money is also to win elections. And you have had incumbents be dethroned by the most well-funded candidate. You were bringing up incumbency to try to that's like bringing up name recognition. The number one factor that you have in American elections is money, and everything dethrones everything. It dethrones incumbency, name recognition, fucking regional, etc. Right? Like even race. I'm sorry, brother. I know too much about this topic.
Again, I encourage you to actually read for once in your life your own source. I don't even think they claim this to be a causal relationship. You have no way to prove this is causal. It's much more likely that PACs just donate to the candidate that's more likely to win. For example, the incumbent. You keep saying that, but the PACs donate the overwhelming majority of their money to incumbents, and incumbents win
because
like 90% of the time as well.
But
incumbents don't win because they're dog shit candidates like Cory Bush.
This is argument.
Who
in
like, has the
1970,
most missed days out of like everybody in Congress. Like
that's your argument. That's your argument because there's way more incumbents that have lost to higher money influence fucking politicians. Are you gonna use Cory Bush?
I just used Cory Bush as one example.
Okay, you know that there's been a lot of incumbents that have lost to the most well-funded, candidate, right?
I'm sure there are well-funded candidates, but also
who's Aaron Cantwell? You know who Aaron Cantwell is?
No, I don't know who he is. I'm just saying, like, there were a lot of candidates that are probably bad candidates.
You're cherry picking, so I'm gonna cherry pick you.
You don't even know what GDP is.
Idiot! Shut the fuck up. The number one factor that makes what determines how this election is going to turn out is money. You're bringing up irrelevant bullshit. It's not name recognition, and it's also not incumbency. It's money.
Yeah, again, you have no way to prove this is causal. You keep just citing the same stat. You keep just saying 95%, 93%, 93%, 93% of the time, the most well-funded candidate wins.
That's what I've been waiting for. Dominant factor. factor. Wait, why do you say that? That is the dominant factor. It's money.
You have no way to prove it's causal. You're just saying, all you're saying is you're repeating the same thing 93% of the time. The most well-funded candidate wins. I don't disagree with that, but you have no way to prove that's causal.
Non-fun, I relieve you of this burden that is Bimmy. Okay, feel free to exit the chat.
I just recommend anybody here right now, and also anybody watching. I'll debate deathmatch anyone on this prompt: the taxing unrealized gains, wealth taxes, and raising high corporate taxes are detrimental to economic policies. I'll debate anyone on worker co-ops.
Shut up! Shut up! Are you interested in any other topic?
Oh my God, Nader.
Fuck's sake, Nader! I'm asking him a question, you motherfucker. Okay, non-fun. Are you willing to debate anybody on anything else while we have you here?
Okay, well, I have the list of 4 things I'll debate down much anyone on. I'm sure there are people I could work out with certain people, but for anyone, I'll do the wealth tax debate. I'll do the worker co-ops debate. I don't think worker co-ops are superior to traditional firms. I'll do the free trade debate. I have to research more for that one, but I'll do the free trade debate, and I'll do the Biden as working debate. I don't want to just debate you.
I'll do that one too, which contradict each other, by the way.
No,
let's do it.
Not really. We had that conversation.
Hey,
last
they
night.
do.
They don't
I know this serious, and you didn't say anything.
Listen, hold on, non-fun. You said you wanted all of the points in Boss's debate tournament. The easiest way to get them is debating PPG.
Yeah, but it's boring. He just doesn't know.
It's
about
boring because he doesn't have anything.
I offered you what you want. I offered you a good freeform conversation. You turned it down because you wanted the points, man.
Ended outsourcing, bro.
No, I
that
get
is protectionism.
Shut up! I hate him. I hate you.
This is just
Shut
a
up!
bad argument.
Shut your mouth. The reason why non-fun is not just for the points, okay? This is a format. Non-fun gets it. I know he's just doing it for the points, but irrelevant to that, okay? There is a reason you should be having your debates in Debate Deathmatch. That is because you have the judges and you can walk away from the judge having some self-reflection. Like, it's okay to believe in yourself, but belief is only going to take you half of the way. Having judges there competing in a tournament or in any type of competitive environment is always going to allow you to walk away from that with more conviction than you had previously or less, and bring you down to your base where you should be.
Your rules are gay, boss.
There are no rules. You are scored.
If you interrupt, you lose points.
I don't know how many. Brilliant.
That's a rule, jackass.
That's not a rule, dumbass. Rules means you're not allowed to do this. Yeah, rules are you're not allowed to do this. You are allowed to do that. So it's not a rule, dumbass. There is just one rule. It's compete. That's it. So there is a scorecard.
Wow.
Yeah, you're the only one who keeps saying this, and I'll debate you about it if you want to. Trust me.
Let's do it.
Listen, I'm gonna be honest with you, boss. I've had one official debate deathmatch, and I'm gonna be honest. I didn't come away from it feeling any better or worse about something than if I would have just talked with Anok on his channel.
Bro, no shit, man. Right now, it's like, when did you have the debate? When fucking Zen was around and shit? Like, are we
yes,
having
actually.
Yes, exactly. The point. In other words, the more we grow, the better the judges are going to become, the better the debaters will become, and things are naturally progressing in that direction. We are getting better at what we're doing. It's a natural progress. I'm sorry, guys. I don't have infinite fucking pockets to go out and pay professional fucking judges. So we're dealing with what we have. And I'm seeing the progress that we're making if nobody else does. So yes, you should be walking away. This is the right place to do it. You're going to have, it's like having a football game with your friends and then taking it on and like having referees and a fucking whatever. There is a reason why these things exist. And it's one thing to believe in yourself and think that you're right about something, and it's a different thing for other people to like judge you accordingly. So yeah. So there you go. Okay. You can gaslight anybody in a formal informal conversation. You can't do it in a fucking death match. Yeah. All right. That's it.
Yeah. I might also.
I don't know. I feel like I can probably get away with it.
No one's made me on my Twitter things.
What was the things you wanted a Marxist perspective on, real fast? I didn't pay attention to them in the middle.
Bimmy?
Yeah.
Oh.
The judge didn't pay attention. You already said the judge is supposed.
I saw Matches. Where's matches? This is Saturday the 10th, 1 EST. Saturday. Oh, Voss is doing like a run right after another. Wait, 22 p.m. EST. What is that? Oh, that's 10 p.m. EST. That's when we agreed. Okay. Me and the boss are having the same conversation tomorrow. I just realized my sleep schedule's so fucked that I like literally I literally have to get up early for that now. Oh my god. How not fun. Finally the fucking debate is over. It's done. I can watch the stream. Yeah, I know. I just realized, like, literally my sleep schedule is unbelievably fucked. Well, text. I could debate horseradish on. I gotta start just debating more people on Kamala. Maybe I could. I don't know. There aren't really any conservatives to debate. Panda has me blocked. Maybe I don't like some of the left wing people I could do, but like I'm not that interested in that because like I don't know. I'll debate Kamala when I'm not drunk. Well, I don't know. Maybe you could do it. I don't know if he'd let you do debate death. I don't know. I don't know how strict he is about the tournament world. Technically, these are supposed to be closed matches now. They're like preliminaries where people got in. The preliminaries were like open things, but like I don't think he cares that much. Maybe you could, but you don't even like it would just turn into a localist debate. It wouldn't be. It would just turn into a localism debate because like the reason you're not voting for Kamala is because you're a localist. What are the debates? What are points for? It's just for a tournament. It's just a tournament like this guy's running. It's not like a super serious thing or anything. I think he does have these prizes. I think he has like a total of like $300 or whatever as prizes. Yeah. If you get 300 points, you get $150, bro. Kamala is too low IQ and pro-centralization and will expand the federal government. I don't disagree that she will expand the federal government. In some areas, at least. I just don't think that's a bad thing. So it just turned into a localist debate. I'm glad Pimmy fucking... He said he didn't want to debate unrealized gains because there was a Mike from PA versus Destiny unrealized gains tax debate. I could debate Bald and probably still lose all. Maybe, I don't know, maybe it's this.
Jump in the Discord, Destiny. We'll get you in here.
I'll drag you in here.
Or that the SEC isn't prosecuting white-collar crime because Trump is saying so. These are highly...
Administrator Wheeler, that he's a coal...
I don't disagree with any of your thing. Yeah, I'm just saying that, like, we...
He's the candidate supported Medicare for all or not.
What
it doesn't matter.
Okay, I linked the thing in voice comrade text. I mean, I've seen this thrown around a lot. I haven't seen it.
I think if maybe he's making stuff up. If universal healthcare and a state policy, I'd probably support it. Verking out. Well, thanks for stopping by, Sergeant. I appreciate you being here. I love my Vert gang. Okay. Where did the videos go? Oh, here it is. This is debating income inequality. Aldi Trump versus Prodi Color Woman. Well, welcome to the stream, Evivatu. I don't know exactly how to pronounce that. True. Okay, we're gonna watch this and then we'll probably do more rating, but also at the same time, I'm fucking... Okay, I'm trying to think. I need to edit, because I haven't been editing. I need to do it at some point, but I probably won't do that until after me and the boss debate at least. And then... I also need to do fucking... There's something else I need to do, but I forget. Can't be that important then. I need to read more for this. There's like videos I should react to for YouTube views, but you know. I don't know. We'll do that eventually. Because I saw Destiny debated Rob Noor, and I saw Destiny debate the Flat Earth Conservative, and there were other shit I could farm for reaction views. Oh, the Mr. Beast video too. All right.
Thanks everyone for coming today. I know that there's a lot of interest in wealth taxes in particular. I was warned that this could turn into a street brawl, but I think our panelists will be civil and keep this lively. When I was asked to talk about or to chair this panel on the redistribution of financial capital, whether that means wealth taxes or other tools, I began thinking about what it is that I think of when I think of public economics and what public economists do. And the starting point that I was taught anyway is that for public economics is the idea that we start out with some set of government expenditures that we've decided is a good idea, whatever those may be, and then we figure out a way to raise revenues to pay for those expenditures in the least distortionary / most efficient way possible. And one question for our panel is that still the objective within public economics? Or should there be other considerations? You know, tax policy being a tool not just about raising revenue, but for direct redistribution of financial capital from the wealthy to the less wealthy, regardless of revenue needs. Or to put it another way, should we think about redistribution as a means to an end or an end in and of itself? For example, you might consider some non-economic objectives here, like maybe greater concentration of financial capital means greater concentration of political power. And should we be thinking about that when we're thinking about the allocation of wealth and reallocating it? Of course, that also raises questions about whether the tax code, for example, is the best tool for achieving that end as opposed to something more directly related to politics, campaign finance reform, etc. And then another broad set of questions that I was thinking about, again, harkening back to my undergraduate economics days, is that, economists often think that there's a trade-off between equity and efficiency. And that, is that the case if we're talking about something like a wealth tax? Is there the elusive double dividend, the elusive free lunch? That if you take money from the super wealthy who maybe were never going to use it and you transfer it to people who have a greater marginal propensity to spend, then maybe you don't have to worry about economic distortions and slowing down growth. That maybe there is...
that in and of itself is distortionary because you're distributing money from people who have how the fuck do you pronounce it? Propensity to consume versus propensity to save. You're redistributing that. Arguably, the market should allocate money between those people efficiently, and interfering with that is distortionary. This economy makes me want to die. Listen, if you want to do the Bidenomics is working debate with me, I will set that up with the boss. If he lets you do it, at least. But yeah.
There's a pro-growth aspect to it. I have a feeling that Greg Mankiw is going to take issue with that hypothesis. But, you know, the conventional argument says that high tax rates on top earners are at least a little bit distortionary. We can argue about how distortionary, but it's probably, the elasticity is probably not zero, but maybe with a wealth tax it is. I don't know. That's something I hope that our panelists will discuss. I have asked the panelists to address, in particular, the premise of this panel, which is, should there be redistribution of wealth, redistribution of financial capital? And if they agree with that premise, and I think some of them may and some of them may not, I bet you can make, you know, pretty good bets on who's going to say what would be the most effective way to execute that redistribution? Is it a wealth tax? If it's not a wealth tax, what would it be? Debate it, dude. And I know that there's a lot of interest right now on the moral, economic, and practical considerations of all of these questions, and I expect more lively debate, as I said, about not only the redistribution of wealth, but the actual distribution, the existing distribution of wealth, given some of the Twitter discussion that I've seen from Wojciech and others out in the audience today. So let me start by introducing our first speaker, Emmanuel Saez, who is the director of the Center for Equitable Growth at the University of California, Berkeley, and he was previously at Harvard. He's a Clark medalist, and he has a new book out that addresses many of these questions.
Thank you very much, Catherine, for this introduction. So I am very happy to be here and talk about taxation of financial capital. So is the wealth tax the solution? So let me present some facts and how we think, you know, about taxation of capital and how wealth tax potentially fits in the picture. So let me start from the start. So in terms of facts, I want to show you first a chart
even outside of Biden, the economy
weight of
is
aggregate wealth.
Even outside of Biden's economy in general, it's so artificial.
All household wealth
if you want to debate it, dude.
Of income, of national income, over a century in the United States, you get this picture. That's essentially a big U. And so the important thing here is that 40 years ago, total household wealth to national income was about 300%, 3 years of national income. And you can see that it's grown dramatically in recent decades, so that in the latest year we have here, that I think is 2018, it's up
more
to 5 times national income. And so that matters because it tells you that the weight of wealth in terms of the economic resources you have at your disposal is going to be heavier. And so why is wealth as an aggregate increasing relative to national income? Well, it could be because there is more capital, which is a good thing, you know, more computers, better buildings, etc., that make the economy more productive. However, if you look at national accounts, you will see that what's called, you know, the capital stock at replacement cost hasn't followed that path. So what really that means is that wealth is more valuable because the existing assets capture or are thought to capture, you know, a bigger share of income moving forward. So if you want, you know, what makes Amazon as a company, you know, Amazon is founded by Jeff Bezos, the richest man in the world. So valuable, it's not so much the computers they have, but it's the belief that they will be able to extract, you know, monopoly rents for decades to go because they are in such a dominant position. So that creates wealth. So wealth is big.
I don't really contend with that.
The distribution of wealth
thing. I don't really care.
Has also followed, you know, that U-shape pattern over a century. So here, this chart depicts the share of total wealth, total household wealth in the U.S. That goes to the top 0.1%. And you can see, again, you know, in recent decades, a sharp increase in wealth concentration. While 4 or 5 decades ago, the top 0.1% was getting something like 7-8% of total wealth. Now we are up to something like 20%. So for wealth, we don't measure it as well as income because we don't have a wealth tax yet. But triangulating, you know, the various sources, the data paints, in our view, a pretty consistent picture. So the black is the capitalization estimates we did with Zuckman. The blue are the ones I did with Wojciech Kopczuk, corrected actually in the recent period to take into account the fact that the rich live a lot longer. Because, you know, if you think the rich don't die anymore, they are not going to show up, on the estate tax record. So when their longevity increases, you have to correct the estate tax data. When you correct them with the Chetty data on mortality, for the rich, you get a pretty sharp increase, just on what is revealed purely on the estate tax return. The SCF combined with the Forbes 400, because the SCF survey doesn't capture, the Forbes 400 also show a pretty steep increase. So that's the situation for wealth in aggregate, for wealth inequality. If you look specifically at the very richest, and I want to focus a little bit on that group because as you've seen in the wealth tax proposals, the billionaires are singled out. In the Warren tax, it's 2% above 50 million, but with 3% above 1 billion. In the Sanders plan, it starts at 1% and 2% like Warren, and then it goes up 3, 4, 5 at 1 billion, 6, 7, 8 above $10 billion. So literally we're talking, like 50 people, but a lot of progressivity within this very small group of people. So this group has been doing pretty well in recent decades. So from 1982 to the present, that's how their share of total US wealth has evolved. 4 decades ago, they had about 1% of US wealth. Now it's closer to 3.5%. Okay, and that data is done by Forbes magazine. That's nothing to do with tax data, but it paints a consistent picture. All right, so this is the distribution of wealth. And yes, and one thing I want to point out, because, the big value of the Forbes 400, it's very concrete. We can see exactly who is there. And if you go down the list, of the richest Americans here, you have the top 11. What you can see is that these people, most of them got rich by building new businesses that literally, took over the world, new inventions. You have the online retail, Amazon. You have Microsoft, that was already decades ago. Warren Buffett, the genius investor, Facebook, Oracle, Google, Koch Industries. And the only really inheritor you have here is number 11, who is, a heir from the Walton family, which founded Walmart. So I'm not saying, those guys are inheritors. They founded big businesses and had tremendous success, thanks to globalization. They could deploy their businesses at an incredible scale. Very quickly, they built those enormous fortunes. Now, what is our current tax system and how does it work towards the top of the distribution? So today, I want to avoid, the wars of the bottom. Does the bottom pay? Should we count transfers? And I want you to focus more on the right side of
that's that's one thing he's been criticized for is he doesn't count transfers in the effective tax rates of the lowest income quartile. So like they don't count the earned income tax credits and they don't count the expanded child tax credit. And it's like, okay, well that's kind of crazy.
This chart, so here it's ranked by income group. P95 to 99 mean percentile 95 to 99, and it measures the tax rate relative to a comprehensive measure of income that's consistent with national income. So it's not just what you report on your tax return, but it adds all the income components that are not on an income tax return. So for the middle class, the fringe benefits that you get through your employer, the imputed rent on your home. At the top, it adds the corporate profits if you are large or a shareholder, of a corporation. And so what you can see is that the US tax system, if you start in the middle class and you include all taxes at the Fed, state, and local level, is somewhat progressive. It goes up from 25%, reaches a peak, slightly above 30% in the top 0.1%, 0.01%. But at the very, very top, and here the picture exaggerates, the size of the top relative to their population. Suddenly, it declines. And so that comes from the book we did with Gabriel, and we think, so the numbers, except the last one for the top 400, are kind of consistent with what the agencies, and the think tank find. At the very top, it kind of taper off. We think that at the super top, it comes down somewhat. Why? Because if you look back at who is on those lists, so take Jeff Bezos, for example. What is his income? His income is about 20%, or now after his marriage, a little bit after his divorce, a little bit less, but perhaps 12, 13% of Amazon.
Like that. Wow.
The corporate profits of Amazon, that's his income. So he pays some tax on that. In the case of Amazon, it's not much. There were articles saying they didn't pay any tax. On average, corporations pay 16% of their profits in taxes when you include state and federal taxes. So it's not a very heavy burden. And then Jeff Bezos would pay individual income tax only if he realizes some of the gains, that is, he distributes himself some of the profits, through selling Amazon shares. Amazon doesn't pay dividends yet. So how much do the very rich do that? It's going to vary. Some of them who are frugal, so take Warren Buffett, who disclosed, that when his wealth was 65 billion, he paid himself in realized capital gains only 10 million in 2015. So you can see that it's a ridiculously low payout relative to the true economic income. And that's what explains here why the individual income tax doesn't have as much of a bite at the very top. Triangulating various sources, we find that on average, those guys realize incomes that are slightly less than half of their true economic income. That's why the income tax doesn't work as well at the very top. So what could we do, to fix this? You can see the estate tax at the very top of the line, and unfortunately, you really have to squint today to see much going on there. It's a pale shadow, of what it once was. Either, they don't die, or when they die, they manage to represent their wealth in a way that's small relative to what they have. Now, comes in the wealth tax. Now, if based on our data, that has joint data on income and wealth, we can measure the wealth, in each income group. If we assume, and some people will say it's a really optimistic assumption, that the rich will only evade or avoid 15%. They can hide only 15% of their wealth. That's how the Warren wealth tax or the Sanders wealth tax would change the picture at the top. So you can see that the Warren wealth tax would really make quite a bit of difference. It would kind of double the tax rate for the top 400 from 23 today, we think, to 46. With the Sanders wealth tax, it goes above 70%, and that's because wealth is so high there. So if we can measure it and tax it well, that's how it would change the picture. Obviously, if you think instead of evading 15%, they are going to evade 60%, you would have to scale down those lines, by half, bring them closer, to the existing system. But it gives you a ballpark of the effect of taxes. Now, so this is on pure revenue. You can also do a little simulation seeing what would have happened, to the wealthiest American if those wealth taxes had been in place since 1982. And here we do a very mechanistic calculation. If a wealth tax, takes 3% of your wealth in 1 year, it cuts your wealth by 3%. Then the second year, 3% again, and so on. Which is, for those super wealthy people, it's probably the way it would work. That is Jeff Bezos. If he has 10% of Amazon and we take 3% from him, the only way he can pay is by, selling his stock and reducing, his ownership of wealth. And so you can see that with the Warren wealth tax, wealth would be reduced. With the Sanders wealth tax, even more, particularly so for people who've been billionaires for decades.
Wealth
the
tax
younger
would
guys,
reduce wealth.
like Zuckerberg, who've been
Congratulations.
billionaires only for 10 years.
The more the individual needs get tied to the government or the economy, blah, 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 localist stuff, I don't care.
Would be less affected by the super high wealth tax, on billionaires. In other words, entrepreneurs doing extremely well can beat the wealth tax. If your wealth grows up by 40% a year, you beat the Sanders wealth tax. But once you're mature, it's a lot harder to maintain your wealth, if you have to pay every year, let's say, 5%. In terms of the share going to the Forbes 400, I told you at the beginning that it's increased, from 1 to 3.5. With those wealth taxes in place, doing again, the simple calculation I've outlined, their wealth share would have grown less, but it's still the case that even the Sanders wealth tax would not have been able, to bring down actually this share of wealth. They would still have increased a little bit, but you can see much less than now. So let me finish on this. We discuss a lot enforcement policy because that is predicated, on the wealth tax being enforced well. So in the panel tomorrow, if you want, Gabriel Zucman will dive a lot more into what we call, the plumbing. Esther Duflo, the Nobel Prize winner, told us economists should be plumbers. In the case of tax guys like ourselves, yes, exactly that. We are going to fix leaks, and that's how our expertise is going to be used for this purpose. Thank you.
And next up, we have Larry Summers, who is President Emeritus of Harvard University, economics professor at Harvard University, also has held various public policy positions, director of the NEC under Obama, Treasury Secretary under Clinton, chief economist of the World Bank. Larry.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to be here. I have a lot to say, so I will say it somewhat telegraphically. Let me say I speak from the perspective of someone who thinks that the United States should be a vastly more just society with a government that does substantially more to help the middle class and the poor. And it is from that perspective that I speak. Let me also say that while it would not be the best use of our hour to dispute the matter in detail, I have made a very close study of the Twitter wars of the last week surrounding the work of Saez and Zucman, and I have to say I find myself about 98.5% persuaded by their critics that the data are substantially inaccurate and substantially misleading.
Citizens Zuckman data is inaccurate and misleading. Oh geez, Larry Summers, it is.
To take just one example, the wealthiest Americans filed their tax returns within the last week for 2018. And so data on their taxes for 2018 is at best problematic. I did an experiment. I used their algorithm on my tax return, right? To figure out my wealth. Good
so far.
And it was not within a country mile of reality, either in toto or on a category by category basis. I do not think a focus on wealth inequality as a basis for being concerned about a more just society is terribly well designed for 3 reasons. First, the arguments around political power have almost no validity. The truth is you can become one of the most powerful money people around the Democratic Party or the Republican Party for $4 or $5 million a year. Nothing in this world.
Arguments about political power in the water. You can become one of the most influential people in the party for $4 to $5 million.
Is going to stop the wealthiest people in America from being able to come up with a vast multiple of $4 or $5 million a year. If you think about the worst special interest abuses in the United States, there are things like the NRA, there are things like the realtors, there are things like corporations lobbying, none of which is addressed by the wealth tax. If you had a successful wealth tax and it forced people to respond in the way they naturally would by giving away more money to organizations that shared their values and spent money in pursuit of their values, you would in all likelihood increase rather than decrease the influence of the views of the wealthiest people on public policy. So I do not find the arguments around political power persuasive. Second, there is a distinction between wealth and permanent income. Presumably what we care about is the capacity to spend over time. Wealth can go up because future income streams go up, that's what Emmanuel focused on, or wealth can go up because the discount factor goes down. It's a complicated question to know their relative importance. Emmanuel suggested that wealth had gone up from about 300% of GDP to about 500% of GDP. One crude measure is the Shiller price-earnings ratio. The Shiller price-earnings ratio is 76% more than its post-war average. That would explain all of the increase in wealth relative to income, and those assets that are most affected by that are those disproportionately held at the top end. So once one recognizes permanent income, it seems to me that the point loses, that the emphasis on wealth loses a fair amount of its force. The third reason why it is problematic is that wealth inequality reflects many things that happen in a society. Suppose we successfully in the United States adopted a more generous, complete, and progressive social security system and a better and more satisfactory health insurance system. I would assume that the lower half of the population would have much less need to accumulate and hold liquid assets because they were being properly insured. And so measuring the ratio of the wealth of the wealthy to the wealth of the less wealthy may reflect something about accumulation at the top, or it may reflect something about the adequacy or inadequacy of social insurance arrangements or lengths of retirement periods or many other things. So I don't think wealth is a particularly sensible way for judging or assigning taxes on an ability to pay. There's the further point that what do we want to encourage or discourage the wealthy from doing? Activity A, investing the money in the way they think are most productive, spending, based on the fact that they were smart enough to accumulate it in the first place. That's what we punish hardest with the wealth tax. Activity D, buying a bunch of spectacular trips.
Wealth tax disincentivizes savings and encourages consumption.
Taking hundreds of people all over the world around 747s, that escapes the wealth tax. Or C, giving it to others who will use it to influence the society, that also escapes the wealth tax. And so the value judgment seems problematic as well. There are better ways, as I'll discuss in a few minutes, to be much more progressive. Does the wealth tax work? Is it a sensible tax? First thing to say is that economists figured out some long time ago that taxes on what we call capital income are in part taxes on the safe return to capital and are in part taxes on the risk premium that is earned. Proper taxes on the risk premium, proper income taxes that reflect both the up and the down, deal with both gains and losses, and Jim Tobin showed years ago might even encourage risk-taking. The key component is the tax on the safe return. What is the safe return in the American economy? It's below 2% a year in nominal terms, and it's close to zero in real terms. And so on the safe return, as distinct from the risk premium, the wealth tax is a tax at a rate over 100%. Might be the right thing to do, but it's not a trivial thing to do. How much revenue can we collect from a wealth tax? I'm convinced that Saez and Zucman overestimate by on the order of a third the amount of wealth that is held by people who have more than $50 million in wealth, and that their 15% figure vastly underestimates the capacity of people to spread their wealth around among family members, to give money to charities that will act in ways they support, to achieve valuation discounts, or to do a variety of things. To take just one trivial example, there's no market on which Mike Bloomberg could sell his holdings in Bloomberg. So I don't know what the calculation about what would happen if 2% of it was taken away from each year is. Maybe he would decide to go public in response to this, but that would be a consequential act. Seems to me a much easier task to once every 25 years tax wealth at a 40 or 50% rate than it is to try to tax it every year at a 2% rate. And the evidence suggests that with respect to the estate tax, the 15% number would be more like 75%. I suspect we could figure out how to do it in much better ways. But if you take the overestimate of wealth and then you take the overestimate of what fraction of wealth that you can get, I think we'd be, and then you correct for the elementary error that they make in inflating their 2019 figure to a 2028 figure, I suspect that if we could get half of their revenue estimate, it would be generous, and I would be very surprised if any official scorekeeper came up with a number that high. Is it worth gearing up a whole new tax and a whole new system for 0.5%? I rather doubt that it is. What's the better way? The better way is there is a massive problem. Bill Gates started a company. The company did spectacularly well, and he's never going to pay tax on that, even if it all goes to his children and his children's children and his children's children. There is no defense for the fact that capital gains avoid taxation at death. We should have constructive capital gains taxation. And if we had constructive realization and capital gains taxation at death, then the incentive to hold capital till you die would be much smaller. And so we would have higher turnover and we'd collect more from the regular capital gains tax. There are a variety of other things to do. There are a whole set of estate tax loopholes that could very usefully be closed. Be a reasonable idea to tax inheritances as income, as a way of getting at large fortunes. There are a variety of other provisions that are in the spirit of carried interest, exchanges of real estate. There's no reason why proper base broadening reforms of the income tax that reduce distortions within the income tax couldn't raise more than $2 trillion, which is over 10 years, which is substantially more than the revenue claims that are held out for the wealth tax. I think for progressives to invest their energy in a proposal that the Supreme Court has better than a 50% chance of declaring unconstitutional, that has very little chance of passing through the Congress, whose revenue potential is extraordinarily in doubt, for that to be the defining element in the progressive agenda in the United States, it seems to me is to potentially sacrifice and...
It's for a, fucking hell. Everything's so fucked. Everything's so fucked. Hold on, let me check one thing real quick. What the hell? Hold on, so give me a second. Okay.
Immense opportunity. A final comments on a different subject. This panel was supposed to address also the question of diffusing the ownership of capital. And I guess that what's intended is various proposals to have workers own capital in the companies they work in, or to have the government in large scale own capital on behalf of the citizenry, for example, in the Social Security Trust Fund. I think the former set of ideas are rather problematic. It's risky enough, as we saw in the discussion of the China shock, for my human capital to be heavily identified with Company X, for my savings to be heavily identified with Company X as well, doubles down on that risk. I think a point that has not received the attention that it deserves is that when you put workers in charge of firms and you give them substantial control over the firms, see Israeli kibbutzes, see Yugoslav cooperatives, see universities where faculty have a powerful voice. The one thing you do not get is expansion. You get more for the people who are already there. That does not seem to me to be an attractive position for progressives to be taking. And if you put workers in charge, why won't they be for more for the people who are there now, rather than either expansion or dispersing of the money to people who will invest it in somebody else expanding? I am inclined to think that on average, some investment of public funds on a sustained basis in
Okay, fucking hell. Okay. I gotta fucking edit shit. Okay. Fuck. God damn it. Okay. Alright. Thanks everyone for watching. Okay. I'll probably stream like later today. Like literally, like I don't know what my stream schedule is. I don't know what's gonna happen. I'm definitely streaming tomorrow on the 10th. To debate the boss on the same thing. I think, yeah, on the 10th, Saturday 10th, debating the boss on the same stuff. Good night, nice debates. Thank you, Kinley. I'll send you over to the boss. Unable to raid the boss at this time. Oh, okay. Well, apparently I can't. Why can't I? Oh, now I can. Okay. What are you leaving? Why? I told you I have to edit shit. What do you mean, what the fuck? What? Like, why? Why can't I rate him? Why? It's so early? What do you mean? It's 4 a.m. Yeah. Dude, I usually end stream at like 2 a.m. It's just that my sleep goes are fucked, so like everything's fucked. I don't even know. We'll see what fucking happens. Why literally it just won't let me rate him? Is it because do I not have enough viewers? Hey, maybe he has the. Did you win the debate? Yeah, unanimously. Every judge sided with me. And I won by scorecard as well, obviously. Unanimous decision. 50 to 58. You can even read when you're offline though. PPG is coping and making stuff up about you. What's he saying?
Confidence or like security in the system, and as a result they detract from that system. This is also a type of capital flight.
I mean, there's a lot of factors of what you're talking about, dude. Like, there's gonna
yes,
be
and this is
propaganda.
why I wanted to...
They're talking about capital
Yeah.
flight.
No,
Oh,
you're
look,
right.
let's party rates with one.
I thought he was gonna. Why are you
Thanks,
advocating
local.
on some tax forms? You could consider them bad or
Random
good or in
studies.
the middle, etc. Right? Corporate taxes is why I didn't concede on corporate taxes, because under corporate taxes under our society have been like a mixed review. You could eat. I shouldn't concede this, but it's like a mixed review. But corporate taxes are not by themselves. You have income tax, you have state tax, you have is to try to alleviate wealth income inequality, right? This is not the way you view
What
this
did
problem,
you say
dude.
PPG was saying about me?
Okay, I mean that's... Then you should have had that conversation with Nonfon when he was here.
I
because
know,
this is
no,
something
I.
different
That's
than-
what I was
Hey,
trying to
what
say.
conversation?
Well,
Hey, what conversation?
Oh,
do it.
hey,
Let's do it.
PPG
No, let's
was
do it.
reflecting
Let's
on
do
your
it.
debate.
Let's do
Hey,
it.
non-fun.
Let's do it.
Good evening.
Let's do it.
Yeah, let's do it, buddy.
Okay.
Let's do it, buddy. What do you
It's
wanna
kind
do?
of fucking stupid to point out 3 forms of taxes and say, well, this is the way they. This is your voice.
That they're economically inefficient?
Okay, according to you, unrealized
According
gains.
to me?
I agree
Okay.
with you. We've
Mhm.
never tried it.
Yeah,
We
wealth
have
taxes
never
are also
really
unrealized
tried it.
gains
Very-
taxes.
Okay, that's why. That's according to you. According to you, because we have
According to
had wealth
reality.
taxes. The original wealth tax, when you have a different type of society, was different than what you're talking about wealth tax, right? Now we have a different type of wealth tax.
Fuck you're talking
We
about.
haven't tried those. Have we tried it in the national level though?
Tried what? Wealth taxes?
Wealth tax.
I don't think we've tried a tax on assets on a national level before. No, but we've had, but other countries have, and also states have done that, and most of them repealed it actually.
States, but there's a lot of factors that are going to come into a state than a federal level, right?
I mean, yes, but the rules of economics apply at both the state and federal level. So, like, we can use evidence from states to comment on what this policy would look like on a federal level. But, like, most U.S. states repealed their wealth taxes. Let's see if I can find a list.
Could it be, in any world that you're talking about, could it be just political reasons? And don't bring up the Cato Institute, dude. Please.
Dude, I didn't even cite the Cato Institute a single time in that
because
debate.
that's what you cited all the fucking... You literally... That's
I
what
have
you
cited
said.
the Cato Institute a single
brother.
time to you.
You didn't cite any studies. Apparently, I have to cite studies, but you don't. So I'll cite studies next time, dude.
Okay.
You were wrong about corporate taxes, though, right? Are you going to concede that?
About what
corporate
part?
taxes, if we get the more we get rid of corporate taxes, it is harmful to our current society.
What? What do you mean?
The more we cut corporate taxes in America during our current system, it is harmful to our society. I mentioned the Donald Trump tax cuts, which is a huge cut on corporate taxes.
The prompt was whether or not we should raise them. The prompt was raising high corporate taxes.
Not cutting them, in other words.
Brother. No. Okay. Can you seriously go into detail what you were trying to argue? Are you seriously just being singular on these 3 types of taxes? And
that is the prompt. That is the prompt.
Like,
that is so fucking stupid. That is so simplistic. That is insanely. That is insanely simplistic, dude. That is like so bad faith and simplistic.
That's not bad faith.
That's the
You
prompt.
can argue that it's simplistic, but this is the reason I didn't want to have the conversation with Non-Fon to begin with, because I felt it would be too multifaceted to have a good conversation.
Exactly.
So I said that I would rather have a free-form conversation rather than something
exactly,
specific.
and you did. And you did.
What do you mean you're saying you believe me? Non-Fon admitted this is the scenario. You're acting like
It's
I'm
been
lying.
there for a week. Stop this bullshit.
Right.
To be fair, Maida, I do think this was a very interesting conversation. I like how it went. I didn't. I just think like, oh, okay. Well, I enjoyed it.
Well, there's another round of it on
wait,
Sunday.
Potato, you're fucking Microsoft working, brother. Come on, let it out.
Oh yeah, no, it's because I plugged my microphone into my phone. I guess my computer's having just connection problems. I'm gonna have to get a new fucking whatchamacallit?
Motherboard.
No.
What?
Nick. I'm gonna have to get a new Nick.
Sorry. I have to get a motherboard. My shit's fucked.
Yeah.
You're in a rough situation, dog.
There's another round
got
of
money
this
for
debate with Non-Fon. I'm having this debate on Saturday at 10 p.m. EST.
You don't know anything about taxes, dude. Don't do it.
Says the guy who can't separate what income tax and wealth tax is, and also doesn't know what GDP is, and also accepts a debate with a specified prompt, and then argues
his argument is that long-term GDP is going to be worse.
Shut your mouth! Shut your mouth!
Wait!
You're an imbecile. You die. Yeah, you're a fucking idiot.
Argument. I don't care. Okay, go ahead.
I already said it. You're stupid. Yeah.
I don't know. This is too simplistic, bro. I didn't think this was going to be this fucking stupid and bad faith.
There's nothing bad faith about it. You don't know what words
every
mean.
single type of taxes
you don't know what words mean.
And negatives. That's the way it works. But you implement them in a society, and if they overall give you an outcome, then you don't change your strategy. Corporate taxes were implemented in a good way back in the fucking in the fucking 50s and 60s, and it led to economic growth. You want to talk about GDP? I told you, and I mentioned it, and I put it. You went to GDP, brother. and I put it on the fucking gold.
You're
Please
repeating the
scroll
same
up.
exact thing over and over again.
Scroll
I'm aware. I have
up.
said
Because
multiple
you don't
times,
have an
high corporate
argument.
taxes
You
and
wanted
economic
to
growth
have
don't preclude
GDP.
each other.
You wanted
It's
to have
entirely
GDP.
possible to have
The
high corporate
highest-
taxes
the
and
highest
also high
GDP,
GDP
annual
growth.
GDP
That
we have
doesn't change the
ever
fact that
had is
corporate
when we
taxes
had
decrease
high
long-run
corporate
GDP. You
taxes.
can't address that fact. You already conceded
This
that
is
corporate
so
taxes
fucking
are probably going to
stupid.
decrease
And
investment.
There's
That does-
too many factors to argue this point, brother. But
I'm not having a good time with
factors
this.
are
I can't
high.
listen to this.
This is so
I'm not
fucking
moderating
stupid.
them. Y'all have a great night. I'm out.
This is so fucking stupid. Like, legitimately fucking simplistic and stupid, dude.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'm gonna go get a beer, dude. If you wanna, again, dude, again, all taxes have plus and bad and
Yes,
bad.
and these
plus
taxes,
and bad,
the
right?
negatives outweigh
They
the
do.
positives. Yes, good job. Yes.
Okay, that's like your opinion, brother. Because when we had higher corporate tax rates, we had
GDP
better
growth is
outcomes
high?
to the argument that you were saying. Are you gonna
You don't
argue against that
understand my
point,
argument
please?
because you don't.
Can you just
you
say
don't
your
understand what I'm
argument,
saying.
please? Go ahead.
My
No,
argument
please
for
say
the
it.
100th time is that corporate taxes, like the other taxes we discussed as well, decrease investment, which therefore decreases long-run GDP growth. That's the argument.
How can you say that when we had the highest corporate tax rate and we had the highest GDP growth?
Okay. I don't think you. I have already said, having
Hold
high
on, I
corporate
can't
taxes
hear you, dude. My earphones
doesn't.
run out of battery. I'm not even kidding. Look at my fucking screen. They ran out of battery.
Okay, so now what? Do you have spares? Oh, you can't hear us.
You can't hear you.
You stupid, bold motherfucker. You idiot. You imbecile. You twat. You moron. Degenerate. Piece of shit. Wanker.
I heard him.
human being.
My chat told me he was like you're talking shit about me or something. What was he doing? What?
Who? Billy? I don't know. He
Yeah,
talk.
Billy.
He talks shit all the time.
Wait, did he use a quick recharge
Can
now?
you hear us now? Can you hear us, Bimmy? Why did you plug your headphones in, you stupid twat?
He put them in the box for like 2 seconds. What the fuck would he do that?
Oh, he has another input system. Okay, here we go. He
I
can
have
hear us
two,
now.
two sets of microphones, you cunts.
Yeah, microphones. 2 sets of microphones is what he has. Don't worry about it, guys. He uses microphones to listen.
Okay.
Yeah.
Bimmy, my argument is not that you
microphones,
can't have high GDP growth and high corporate taxes. Those can exist at the same time. My argument is that corporate taxes decrease long-run GDP growth.
Because
What?
when historically, when we had higher corporate tax rates and it brought up GDP, there is evidence that it led to better.
Wait, what happened to? Wait, you changed your input.
He
Wait,
changed his
didn't you
microphone,
change-
too.
Yeah, you changed your microphone. We're hearing you through the AirPods now. Don't
And
look
also
at me
you
like
did
that,
not
you
address
stupid
what I
asshole.
say.
Just change
God, and I
it.
thought I had left this audio. Fuck.
There we go.
Okay, thank you. Good
Okay.
job.
I made a click.
Again, hold
You
on.
got there.
You have to listen to my argument, okay? All you keep saying
And
is,
my
well, when
earphones
we had high corporate taxes, GDP growth was high. That's fine. I don't care about that at all. All that is evidence that high corporate taxes and high GDP growth can exist concurrently. I never stated otherwise. What I stated is that corporate taxes are going to decrease investment, and as a function of that, they are going to decrease long-run growth.
False. You're just making that up, dude.
Okay, yes or no?
Can
do
you
corporate
give me
taxes,
evidence
do
to
corporate
what you're
taxes,
claiming?
yes or no? Do corporate taxes decrease the after-tax return of investments?
Wait, did somebody
Yes
donate
or no?
bits?
Do corporate taxes decrease?
Decrease the after-tax
You
return
can
of
say
investment.
that about any tax, brother.
Actually,
You
no.
can say that up. Here,
Not-
hold
no.
on. Income
Well,
tax.
actually, yes.
No, shut
but-
up, shut up. Income tax. And yes, you can. That's what you're doing. You're being bad faith. You can say that about income tax. If they have less money, they will not invest into the economy, right? If they're an investor. Great. Good. There you go, brother. You can say that about any tax. You are buying to the capitalist, brother. You're buying to the lowest to the race to the bottom, dude. Do you understand what I'm trying to tell you? Seriously.
I like whenever you say the race to the bottom thing, it just like that's what capitalism is supposed to be. It's supposed to be people competing for the best product at the lowest price. Like you keep saying like it's somehow a bad thing when that benefits consumers and it benefits everyone. But regardless,
that's fine. That's free. Regardless, that's free market, right? But there should be a limit, right? You don't believe in limits?
Types of taxation. For example, a destination-based cash flow tax only has a tax burden on the supernormal returns of investment. It doesn't tax. It allows for immediate expensing of capital investments. So it doesn't decrease investment in any way, unlike corporate taxes. Or I shouldn't say in any way, to a less significant degree at least. Yeah.
Right there, he conceded. Did you guys see that?
You cut off. What did you say? Non-farm? Okay, you guys are getting disconnected. What is going on?
Switch the server region.
How do I do that, Maita? Oh shit! I think I remember. Yeah, it's down here. So, yeah. Activity. What's new? Registered. Game over. Streamer mode. Windows settings. Advanced. Connections. No, it's not going to be in there. Streamer mode. Advanced.
No. Right. Okay, boss.
Yeah.
Right click on the voice channel.
Okay.
And then click on. And then click on edit channel.
Okay.
And then at the bottom it should say region override.
Delete
Choose
channel.
No.
Overview.
Channel. What the fuck?
Okay.
At the bottom. If you scroll down to the overview.
Region override. Okay, where are we going?
There you go. I don't know. Anywhere but here, because obviously here's not working.
Brazil. Save change.
Why would you choose Brazil?
Alrighty, there we go. We're in Brazil now.
Okay, let's
Brazil
go.
was the best option.
Big booty. No, wrong timing. Okay.
I like some big booty Latinos.
Okay, Bimmy.
Yeah.
I don't think you.
fucking.
I don't think you accept this fact.
fuck.
Okay. Do you?
Wait, I just got
agree or
called
disagree?
racist for saying I like big booty Latinos.
Yeah. What the hell
You
is
know what
this?
they're saying about AOC? You fucking piece of shit. You're an asshole.
Well, I hate her too. So if they're being racist towards her, that's okay by me.
Fuck you, dude.
Wait, who's being racist against who? AOC? Who's that?
Alexander.
They say big booty Latinas. When they say big booty Latinas, they're talking about AOC because some fucking rat bastard went up to her and he was like, "Oh, look at a big booty Latina." And
Wait, let me get this straight. Every time somebody says big booty Latinas, we are only talking about one person. In fact, you are the most racist person.
If you're in a political stream,
you are the most racist person here.
And you say, "I love big booty Latinas," 90% of the time they're talking about
AOC, right?
Wait.
We can't just be talking about not liking big booty.
Wait, I like big booty Latinas. What the fuck?
Yeah.
You like AOC?
What a fuck.
I don't like AOC.
If I did, I could.
You're talking about AOC, dude.
I'm not a fucking conservative. No.
Wait, I don't like
AOC
either.
has a big ass though. Wait, I need to check this out.
Can we stop objectifying AOC? She doesn't want that.
I don't want to objectify AOC. I was just talking about
stream.
big booty Latinas, and people start bringing up AOC. I don't want to talk about. I don't want to think about
She's
her.
got pretty big booty for her size, bro. She's
she looks fucking chipmunky. No.
Oh,
chipmunky.
Shut up, dude. She's
What is
fucking
chipmunky?
gorgeous. Shut up.
What does chipmunky mean?
She got like
big teeth.
really
She's
high
got
up
big
cheekbones. Yeah.
She's got big teeth. That's what he's saying.
Yeah, sorry,
That too,
Chad,
that
you
too.
don't get to see this. Images.
Wait, put it, you fucking pussy. That's not fucking TOS. I want to see it.
I don't think he's allowed to look up Google images of big booty Latinas on stream. I'm gonna be
It's
honest.
as long as you don't show badger tits, dude. I think he's got a parental thing on. It's fine.
Bro, he lives in Russia. He's probably not allowed to look up porn.
Okay, that's definitely an ass, but this is not stunning Miss. What is this? Miss.
She's.
Oh no,
you have to look
Russia,
at her figure,
World
brother.
Cup.
She's super skinny. Like she's got a big ass for a skinny girl.
Jesus. Holy
What were we talking about?
Fuck.
How do I know
did we get
that?
on Big
Don't
Booty
ask
listeners?
me.
Why are we being weird, man?
I don't know.
Wait,
Listen,
I'm not.
I don't know. I think Bimbo
wait,
was trying to get away
I
from
was-
he doesn't understand basic
No,
economics.
no,
He
no,
doesn't understand
no,
why
let's do it.
decreasing
No,
investment
no,
is
Wait,
decreasing
wait, that wasn't even AOC. That wasn't even
just made a
AOC that
statement.
I was
Let's go.
looking at.
Yeah,
Bro's talking about
Let's do it,
Bro's
okay.
talking
Go
about
ahead.
political
Shut up.
leaders' asses because he's trying to run away from economics. That's crazy.
Oh
Pretty
my
much.
god, totally
Pretty
great.
much.
I took the fucking debate, dude.
Bro took the bait.
It
What?
was it. No,
What?
you're right about
Please.
that, and you fucking made me lose. You being a fucking lib
You
made me
made
lose the
you
obviously
made you
bad
lose.
faith
That was
argument.
unanimous.
Only one
Obviously
vote.
bad
Fine,
faith.
brother. Yeah, I would have it. I would have it on. At least the leftists would know what's going on. I didn't know until this motherfucker 5 minutes in said, "Oh no, these particular taxes."
You piece of shit.
That's not how you
Listen
view.
to me. No, shut
in
the fuck
overall
up.
society.
Listen
This
to me.
fucking
Listen
stupid,
to me,
dude.
you piece of shit. Whenever you go into a debate and there is a prompt,
Okay,
you
brother,
read
I got
the
it.
prompt
Come on, let
and
him
you
talk.
agree
Let
to it.
non-fun talk. Can we let non-fun talk? Like, I want to hear what he said. Go ahead, dude.
Who said?
You said you got something.
Oh, yeah, no, I was just saying, like, it seems like you just have a total inability to understand that a decrease in investment is going to lead to a decrease in long-run GDP.
Based.
Why do you
Wait, why am I
continue to
saying
say
that?
that, dude? What are
Because
you
you can't
basing that
understand
on?
Based off
What are
of
you
reality.
basing that on? Can
Based
you
off of
can you give
basic
me
microeconomics.
Wait, no. Shh, wait. Can you give me some data, please?
Some data. This is
Because
like
I can
basic
show you-
microeconomics. This is not like a data thing. This is a microeconomic. I can bring up data about projections.
Microeconomics is based off of data. I'm sorry, I'm just interjecting there.
I know
If you're
you're
talking
on
microeconomics,
the wrong
that's
side. You
there's
fucking
data
retard.
supporting that.
Yeah,
There's no
so
form
I'm
of
sure we can
economics where
find
there's
data
not data
if we want
supported.
to. But
Many
this is
economists agree
Okay.
with
Do
the
it.
idea that consumer spending and capital investment are the two major driving factors of like GDP.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, sure. Long-term GDP, he said, right?
Hold on. Okay,
I said
hold
long-run
on.
GDP,
First
but
of
yeah.
all,
Fuck
who
you,
gives a
Casey.
shit about
Oh, dear
who gives a
God.
fuck about GDP?
Shut up.
Look at what GDP's done the last like 15 years or whatever.
That's what I
It's
said.
skyrocketed.
I try to tell this
The-
motherfucker that
the
he's
average-
cherry picking.
the average-
He's cherry picking one outcome, brother.
Calm
That's
down.
what I said
I'm
about the
listening to
fucking
Trevor.
I'm just getting
Massachusetts
started.
tax.
Just getting started. Please quiet.
Oh boy. Okay.
The average American, like their life, their quality of life isn't at all determined by GDP or it's not
It
correlated at all. Second of all, the issue that we have right now isn't with the amount of investment in capital or like the amount. Well, when you buy a stock today, you're paying more for less than you ever have before. If you determine by revenue per share, the stock market is more and more simply just
Rigged
the
system.
last person holding the bag, sort of.
Yes.
The greater fools type thing. It's the underlying asset is more and more worthless because there's so much money in
strategies
the
to
stock
kowtow
market.
to the capitalists, bro. Like
yep.
that's his fucking strategy. Just kowtow to
That's
the
what
people
I'm
that have the
doing.
most wealth. That's
I swear
what
to
you're
God,
advocating for,
Can
dude.
somebody
Even if
pay
you want
me
to say,
$1
give it-
for every time
give it
he said
take,
cowtail today?
If we increase the corporate tax rate, yeah, okay, people who invest in corporations will generally get less out of it, but the stock market is a bubble anyway. It doesn't really matter anyway. And if we have something to give, like there's always a give and take, and that's what we have a serious excess of right now. So it's not a big deal for us to lessen that.
Hey Casey, what do you think the corporate tax incidence on workers' wages is?
Who gets to determine that, though? Hold on. Because I asked you this fucking question when we were debating. Who determines that, brother?
Here we go.
What do you,
Who determines that? Answer the
thing
question,
I remember
please.
is a Tax Foundation study on it. If you look up Tax Foundation corporate tax
Who
incidence.
determines that? Who determines
What do you
what
mean, who
wages or consumer prices are? Who determines that?
This is a really
it's a
dumb
combination
argument to come
of
from
the
you, PBG.
market.
What's the study
and
based
the
off of?
owners.
Because
so fucking stupid.
just
dude.
look at the last 40. Look at the last 40 years, and
Wait,
the corporate tax rate
wages.
has gone down, down, and down.
Okay,
and meanwhile,
PBG,
wages
let's
are
assume that you answer
stable.
Let's
Wages
assume
have
that
not
you
kept
answer
up.
that it's the
That
private
is so
owners who
dumb,
owns the
bro.
corporations or the businesses, etc. The problem is that's not the reality of it, considering the federal government gets to dictate the minimum wage, which can drive up wages and competition regardless. And then you
Are
also
you
have
talking
workers'
about
labor.
about the federal wage that has stagnated since the 1960s? That's what you're talking about?
Yeah, actually, it hasn't. It was just
At least.
increased a couple of years ago. But like this doesn't matter because like
When did it increase? It increased by
2009 or whatever.
literally $1 in the Bush administration in 2007, dude. A couple of years ago? You mean decades?
no,
Yes.
I can look this up.
Look it up, fuckhead.
Yeah, it was,
I know
it was
the fucking
2009.
number.
I told you, yeah.
Oh,
July
it was
2009.
No, stop. The bill that was passed was in 2007, which went into effect in 2009.
Okay.
Don't give
So it was
Obama credit,
2009.
brother. Don't give him Obama credit.
I
Here,
wasn't
let me
giving
get the
Obama
bill.
credit. I was just
Nobody brought up Obama.
Oh no! It went up $1, dude.
Wait, hold
There's
on.
only
Wait,
two
why would you
counties.
say don't give
Hold on.
Obama credit?
There's
You want
only
to give
two
credit to a
counties.
Republican for the federal increase in
I
wages?
am going to tell you the truth. Bush
Bimmy, do you think it's a
increased the
trade-off
minimum
between
wage
minimum wage and
for
unemployment?
$1.
Open my third eye, Bimmy.
Wait, well,
Bimmy, do you think there's a trade-off
you brought
between
up some
minimum
other
wage and
third factor
unemployment?
that doesn't have to do with anything what we're talking about because you don't have anything to say? That's fine. What do you want to talk about?
What? Who? I just said, do you think there's a trade-off between minimum wage and unemployment?
Unemployment, anything that helps the worker, yes.
Okay. Good job.
Good. Thank you. See, you're market based, dude. Why do you call yourself a Keynesian, bro? I don't know what the fuck you read,
I call
dude. But
myself
read it
probably
again, dude.
Keynesian because I'm relatively interventionist. I don't know, like, for example, I'm in favor of a minimum wage.
Because
I mean,
you're
I don't think minimum wage is
pro-market.
necessarily the best thing, but what?
Oh, look at that. Why not? Wait. Why not?
What, a minimum wage?
Yes.
Because it has adverse effects on
$20 minimum wage.
unemployment.
Let's go with $20 minimum. This is a fucking thesis statement.
Okay.
There is a Nobel Prize winner who debunked what you just said.
I fully understand
gonna
elasticity,
get a
and I will
fucking
fully
study
admit to
right
you
now,
that
brother.
that the demand curve for labor is very inelastic, which is why I said I'm relatively in favor of a minimum wage, because the demand curve for labor is inelastic, so it doesn't really matter. So price increases don't affect demand for labor that much.
Opium?
What?
You just come on, brother. Come on, just stick with one thing. Can you make it just minimum? Is minimum wage good or bad? $20 minimum wage.
$20, I'd probably say is bad.
Yeah, I would agree with
Why?
that notion.
Why?
Because you're probably going to increase unemployment, and there are better policies that could be enacted.
Why? Okay.
So inflationary rates would be my argument for that.
Oh, inflation
considering
as
the
well,
fact
yeah.
that yeah, there would be massive inflationary rates. The average spending power of the United States dollar
This is like
would go
the
down
biggest
even worse than
capitalist.
we're at
Potato,
right
you're a little bitch, dude. Honestly.
This isn't a
What
capitalist
is
argument.
he
Do you have a
fucking
basic understanding of economics?
Imagine a
and how
Marxist
money
letting
works?
this conversation happen, dude. Here, hold on. You guys could talk. I'll get the study, which
Yeah,
proves
no,
both
sorry,
of you
I was-
retards
You're
wrong.
not going to study that says the elasticity is
okay.
low. I've already told you the elasticity is low.
Oh well. Oh my
Again,
God. Here, I'll get
yeah,
the study
he-
so everybody can read it. Okay.
Non-front actually got points for admitting that the elasticity is low.
You see how that works, Bimmy?
He's not saying it. They're both not saying anything.
Again,
Potatoes
not saying
being a cunt.
anything. Brilliant. We're
Elasticity could
using
provide
one of three
anything.
buzzwords that we know.
Oh
Not saying anything. Bad faith, cowtailing. What's the other one? Oh, sorry. What was it? Oh, yeah. It's the victim blaming. Sorry. My bad.
Okay, hold on. Well,
Is that
hold
all
on.
of them?
Non-front,
Okay,
non-front,
okay.
non-front, non-front.
Uh-huh.
Let's go with what you said, right? Before I bring up the study.
Okay.
If you make a $20 minimum wage in America, it would add to inflation. Why?
It would add to demand
That
pull
wasn't
inflation
non-front
because now
argument.
you have more
Why?
income
Shut
and
up,
you
Maida,
have
shut up.
more demand, and it would add to cost
Wait,
push
why are you
inflation
telling
because
me to shut up? You asked someone else a question about my argument.
Fucking idiot.
Why would it bring up inflation, dude?
I don't
So
know.
there's
Ask
two aspects of
Nonfon.
it.
He's
There's
the one
the-
who brought it up, apparently.
There's the cost push inflation and demand pull inflation. So it would probably lead to some level of demand pull inflation because now people are earning more money and they have more money to spend. And it would lead to some cost push inflation because businesses now have to pay more money for labor, some of which will be passed on to the consumer through higher prices.
Hey, who's gonna do that? What you just said right now? Who's gonna do that? Who's gonna make that
What?
decision? What you just said right now?
It's a mixture of firms that have price making
It's
power and the market.
How does America work?
I understand that you think firms have some magical total price making power for everything
This
from the
is
price of
so
eggs
bad,
to
bro.
like.
Are you saying that greedflation is fake? Are you saying that oligopolies do not exist? What are you saying?
Do you think I ever said
But does an oligopoly have anything to do with inflation?
Wait. So these companies make a decision because they pass that profit motive. They're going to receive a profit, etc. They pass it to the consumer. Who's
understand
making
the
that
co- if
decision?
the-
So you're
if the
saying
cost
you keep
of
on saying
production-
it's the market. Well, what is the
Can you
market have to
shut
do?
up, ask a
This
question,
is so
and then
fucking
shut up and
stupid,
let
dude.
somebody respond? Can you ask
Because
a question?
he
and shut
already
the fuck
said
up?
all he needed to say.
Fuck you. Right, non-fun, go ahead, respond.
Yeah, I mean, you understand it's a cost
Fucking
of
piece of
production
shit.
increases from anything. You raise prices if you can to account for that.
Okay, there
Ask
you
you
go.
a simple question. Who makes
Okay.
that decision, dude?
What do you
But
mean?
no,
it's a,
but the
it's a
counter,
mixture
the
of price
counter,
competition
the
in the market.
counter is that yeah. And by the way, yes, and there is inflation definitely, but yeah, but more people are buying stuff, so it also stokes economies as well. So there's also grows the need for more workers and more jobs, and more goods being bought, sold.
That's
So
not
there is
necessarily true.
inflationary, but it's definitely worth it because it's the people who are infected the most by inflation are actually getting the much more gain by getting paid more.
That's not
That's a good
necessarily
argument,
true
too.
either. No, both
No,
of those
that is
things are
not true.
fundamentally false. Because when you're
What?
talking about because you're talking about a situation where you're introducing artificial scarcity of a currency. By
Oh wait,
increasing
it's a
its
Berkeley
value.
study, so
And then
fucking non-from
by
nine not think it's
expanding that,
true.
you
I
don't
don't
necessarily have a larger
Cato
percentage of
Institute,
people who are
bro.
participating in the workforce or the economy. They're just trading the same goods or exchanging the same goods for a larger sum of money than they were before, which would deflate the value of the currency and potentially reduce the buying power and a compound effect on top of what we already described as the inflationary
Mine is
measures
wrong
that would
and
already
right
take
about
place.
this. He's wrong in the sense of if you do not implement other state expenditures like price control, where you don't let these cocksuckers do what they're doing, which has happened in
Price
American
control.
history.
Don't need it.
Okay,
You
let
will
me ask
need it,
you
dude.
this,
Because
PPG,
if you
who
hold on,
implements price
please
control?
stop. Let me finish. If you don't do it, they can raise their prices at whatever level, brother. They will. Capitalists don't care.
Already can.
will
They
do
already
it.
can.
So let me ask you this:
They can and
PPG,
they will.
who
I
implements
know.
price
I
control?
know. You need to use the state to stomp them down, brother.
So okay, what you're advocating for is using the state. To
Something that has happened, by the
institutionalize
way.
and increase.
Wait,
Okay,
hold on.
let me just
Something that has
finish here.
happened has been successful.
Let me
Here,
just
let me
finish
send
here,
it to the
PPG.
fucking. Honestly,
Yeah,
let me
that's
send
great.
it, bro.
Throw it in the chat. So what you're
Okay.
advocating for, as somebody who claims to be a communist, is giving the power of dictating the minimum wage and otherwise having some level of intervention in the
Don't
economic
bring up
systems to
the
the state,
union
and then
argument, you sack
simultaneously
of dog
also
shit.
making
Fuck
the same
you,
argument
dude.
that these
You're
people
so
should be
bad
allowed to
faith.
dictate how the markets operate and
what a
which
cunt.
capacity they're allowed to operate. But you also claim to be a communist, which tries to take all of the power away from the state and the oligopoly that is currently established under what
You're talking to the
same
wrong
systems that we
communist,
have
man.
right now.
You should have.
Yes, 'cause you're
Kairos.
not a
You want me to bring in
communist.
Kairos?
Yeah,
You
reject
want
the
me to
notion
bring in
that
Kairos,
PPG is a
dude?
communist.
Yeah, because he's
wow.
not.
Potato, so your inputs are gray, dude.
He's just an anarcho-statist.
I heard the voting
He's an
third party
anarcho-Bidenist.
is a bad
Based.
idea. And that Chomsky and FDR are dog fuckers.
You know who else is it?
Who said
You
that?
know,
Who said
you know who else is an anarcho-Bidenist?
Here you go with the fucking tanky take.
Bidenist.
It's Vosh.
Biden is gone.
Where people
dude.
collectively advocate for giving each other dementia.
Mida, I didn't know you could make jokes. It's funny.
Hey, I'm here.
Kamala Harris has an 8-point lead. Look, the first thing that came up, Kamala Harris is an 8-point lead over Donald Trump. You guys, the right wingers in the chat, you're fucked. You might as well start looking for a job, you fucking pussies.
What right wingers?
No, I'm talking to Panda. I always think that Panda's in here.
Panda's not even here.
Panda, you're in here. You're listening. He's lurking, dude. He's lurking.
Is he? I didn't know.
Panda's lurking, dude. Have you noticed that every time we say something about Trump in your fucking general, he just, I don't know, he's like, you're wrong. Kill yourself.
Oh yeah.
Kill yourself. You need to be fucking castrated. All kinds of
Kairos
shit, bro.
is not a commie.
No,
Kairos
Kairos
is
is
an
a
anarchist.
Kairos is an anarchist. He's an
Yeah, he's an
anarcho-communist.
anarcho-communist.
No, he's an anarchist communist. So, NCOM.
No,
Yeah.
Tabo said that. I've heard
Yeah,
some
but-
good things about RFK and Cornel West.
What was the name of that?
Cornel West still running.
I watched
Yeah,
the debate with Cornel West. It was about Casey. You'll love this. Free Palestine.
Casey, are you voting for Cornel West after Kamala picked fucking Tim Walz?
I don't know.
Casey, you should totally vote
No, that's
for
actually better.
299
Did you see him?
Palestine.
He moved. No, Casey. I love you, Casey. Casey, when it comes down to it, brother, Tim Walz is a Bernie Sanders, brother. We have to vote for her, dude.
Casey, you should
Yes.
totally-
What are we talking about?
Timmy,
Casey,
you realize? Yeah, sorry. Go ahead.
Casey, you should totally vote for Claudia De La Cruz.
Shut up. Shut the fuck up. We bullshit. dude.
Possible.
Yeah,
No.
Bimmy, do you-
Fuck yeah.
Bimmy,
Fuck yeah.
Yeah, Bimmy, you realize that Chomsky was on Epstein's list, right?
Yeah, okay. There was so many people that were on Leslie's list. Rihanna was on Leslie's list. Oprah was on Leslie's list. They were not fucking kids. Chomsky went to go meet an Israeli ex-prime minister, or not prime minister, ministry of something. Knowing Chomsky, he was trying to, I guess, tell him to stop doing what you're doing to the fucking Palestinians. He's the lesser of two evils, guys. That's who he is. There is no evidence that he was raping kids or going to Lolita Island or etc. Epstein
He
was,
was
very well
literally
connected.
on the list.
Epstein was a very well connected person. He
Anywhere
these
else,
people were
anyone
not
else.
these people were not fucking kids. More
Right,
than
fuck
likely,
you. He was a capitalist millionaire.
What? No, Chomsky's not a
Yeah, he fucking was.
No.
Chomsky's book has sold well over 1 million copies.
Okay, that's okay. Sure, he might technically be a 1 millionaire. He's not a capitalist, dude. He doesn't own businesses. He's not this fucking freak.
Multi-millionaire. Absolute
No.
capitalist.
No,
thief.
absolutely. Multi-millionaire
Multi-millionaire,
means
probably.
tens of millions.
He
Tens
probably
of
had like
millions.
slave laborers.
This is insane. This is Chomsky slander, dude.
What do we think about the riots in England? Do you guys actually know the story?
The guy was not an immigrant. The guy was not an immigrant, and I think he was black, but he didn't do it for the reasons that people think. It prompted the riot races because right wingers, the propaganda in the UK is insane, and they're doing what they're doing, brother.
Have we got anybody who's for the riots in England?
I'll
I
kill
don't
you.
think rioting
Whoever the
is
fuck
the
says for
correct
it.
way to go about things.
No, they're not rioting. They're trying to kill brown people, brother.
Yeah, it's literal pogroms.
They're not. It's not a riot.
Yeah,
Well, wait,
you can
it's
count.
not a
Yeah, you
riot.
can.
It's
yeah.
a riot.
Okay, Nader seems to be a fan of it. Well,
Wow,
so is Anton.
Nader's trolling. Nader's got to be trolling.
Yeah. What is this? Pro riot? Sure, why not? I'll be that. Wait, Grumpole. Holy shit. A person in Epstein's list isn't guilty for sodomizing underage girls? Really, really, Bimmy? Would
That
he,
was the
would
question.
he say
No,
the Prophet
because-
Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wa alayhi wa sallam sodomized under...
I can't tell if this is racism or you actually know Arabic.
It's just all the things, brother.
That
All the
sounded Arabic, didn't it? That
It can be
Arabic.
both. It can be both.
Yeah, that
That's
sounded
true. He
Arabic.
can
I
be
did a good
racist
job.
and know Arabic.
I did a good job. Sodomized an underage girl because of a single, outnumbered, illogical.
She's here. She's
hadith.
here. Oh my god! Everybody hide. Everybody
What
hide.
the- What do you mean
Why
she's
do I-
here?
what
Who
do you
are we
have against her
greeting?
now? Why is
Is
he
he
here?
coming back from the dead?
But keep in mind, I'm the misogynist.
Here we
when
go
a girl
with
joins the chat,
the
everyone
longest
hides.
monologues. You're
drop.
not saying anything.
See you later,
See you, Potato.
Yeah, and thanks
you're
for
a
the
pussy.
judging and everything.
Yeah, no problem.
You don't add anything to leftism. You're a pussy.
It's Arabic. I can confirm. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, what do you think, lesbian? What do you think about the riots?
What?
I'm gonna go take a piss and
Right.
grab a beer. She's gonna be talking, bro.
Jesus, clearly struck a nerve, eh? With what? Sorry, I'm
With
still
the
having my
riots.
morning
With the
coffee.
riots. You probably saw them. They were happening in Ireland as well, and in
Yeah,
England as well.
I don't
Yeah.
live in Ireland yet.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Don't dox yourself.
I went
Yeah.
out to some anti-fascist rallies, ready to smack some fucking Nazis in the face. So that's how I feel.
Oh shit. Okay, fair enough. Nothing more
Fucking
needed to be
absolute
said.
absolute scumbags, trying to fucking murder people.
It's fucking
And then-
ridiculous, you know. They come out in the first day. None of them know his actual name. None of them can confirm where the fuck he's from, or they just take apart
It's not about
three
that.
key,
It's not
key
about that.
details. Yeah, it's Tommy Robinson.
It's not about that.
Like,
I don't give a
pumping
shit
them
about
up.
that. They were
Yeah, I know.
waiting. They were waiting for like whatever. Like all the families of the murdered children have been like, stop.
Yeah.
For fuck's sake, stop. We don't want you to do this. This is horrible. Our fucking babies have just died, and you're using
Has
it to
it-
like pogrom people.
Has this got to do with the Labour Party winning? Do you reckon? And they're trying to get the Prime Minister out.
I mean, well, they're fucking morons. I would say it's a lot. It's been a. I was on someone else's stream talking about it the other day.
Yeah.
It's been a real long time coming. Insofar
What did I
that there's
say?
been so much.
Really? Holy
So
shit.
much like vitriolic bullshit in this country where Britain is fucked, right? We
Yeah.
are a fucked country. It's very poor materially for most people that live here. And they've just been fed a diet on the news of like your fucking like Caribbean neighbors, why you're poor. And that's a lie, obviously, but enough about 20-30% of the population believes that.
Yeah.
And then obviously a part of that is going to be like radicalized. And this was like the spark in it all. It's not gone away.
Why would
you
you say
know?
that, lesbian? You're
It's wild,
advocating for
though.
free trade. Your country's now advocating for free trade. It's basically
got to do
both
with
of your
anything?
parties, both of your political parties are basically Reagan, Thatcher, fucking advocate for cheaper goods. I don't understand why you would say that that materialistically you're all poor. I mean, I would say that about America too, but there's a person in here who doesn't believe that, dude. Like,
We have the
I
highest
don't
median
know.
disposable income in the world. I literally don't know what you mean by we're all fucking poor, dude.
Oh no, media.
America's
Here
so
comes the
bad for
media.
advocating
He has
against
no idea
everything
what
that
he's
you
talking
I don't
believe
know
in.
why you
Why'd
would say
move
that,
here?
lesbian. Why would you say
Well,
that?
I can say it quite simply for Britain.
not talking
Unequal
about United
access to
States.
healthcare,
Similar.
unequal access to education.
Oh my god. Do you
Massive.
want to bring up healthcare?
Oh my god, shut up.
Against
baby,
the
just for a second. Yeah, we have problems with healthcare as well because of a lack of funding, and we have a nationalized health service. We have it better than you in America.
You do.
Essentially,
Yeah, the NHS
austerity cut government services. We are a different kind of economy. We rely on a sort of centralized state service that has like a core base, right? If that makes sense. And that creates lots of industries around it. We sold off our industries in the 70s and 80s to
Does
essentially
England even
people
export
overseas.
anything at this point?
Do you know what? This is really weird. We export the most amount of weed in the world. I did not know this until recently.
I didn't know that.
But this is true. It's because it's,
I mean, to be fair,
it's not a
English
huge.
cheese
It's not
goes
a
pretty
huge amount
hard.
though.
Yeah.
It's not a
English
huge amount.
cheese
It's because
goes
most
pretty
people
hard.
grow it in their own countries. But
Yeah,
yeah,
what's up?
we
What's
do
up
we do
for-
export stuff.
Yeah. Well,
I'd
except
say
for
I'd
weed,
say
yeah.
legal weed, right? Because I
Wait,
think Mexico
shut
and
up.
the,
Yes.
and the
Somebody
Latin
else
American
was trying-
countries.
Yeah. Go ahead,
Legal.
Cruiser. What were you saying?
We spoke about this yesterday. I think Europe's biggest exports are its services.
Oh, convenient that you would mention that. Oh, brilliant.
What do you mean by services, bro?
You acknowledge
What are you doing? Why are you
What do
still
mean by services?
Yeah, no, I do.
Magna!
Oh,
I
thank
also
God,
acknowledge
because yesterday
that
you were
they don't
arguing there were only
necessarily
goods and
contribute to
manufacturing.
CO2 emissions, considering there's no
Oh my
factories
God.
for services.
Yeah, but you still import and export them. And the argument was basically China exports or imports
because
more
they have
than... No, they fucking don't.
manufacturing plants in China.
Yeah, but you don't get to pick and choose when you want to include goods and services and when to fucking get rid of them, you stupid fucking idiot.
Okay, well, I'm gonna go for real this time. Bimmy, I really encourage you to look up Principles of Economics by N. Gregory Mankiw.
Yeah.
It's a really good book. I would highly
Cato-
recommend it.
Cato
Not
Institute.
like
Yeah.
Cato Institute. Dude, I've cited the Cato Institute one single time to you yesterday, and it broke your brain so bad that you can't listen to anything I say, I guess.
Those are the
But look
sources
up-
you're bringing
just look
up to a
Principles.
fucking
I cited
argument,
it,
brother.
I cited it one time yesterday in a debate about free trade. But
We'll have,
I-
listen, I will debate anything. Or we can debate housing, we can debate trade. Any day, any time, brother.
yeah, okay, I'll debate.
See you later,
Listen,
man.
I don't want to just debate you, but
Good job in your victory, yeah. Good job
Thanks,
in
I'm
your
Nobody
sure
wants
I'll
to
talk to
debate
you,
you.
Bimmy.
They think you're smart. I know you're fucking always, you talk too fast, you're Ben Shapiro-like. It
Oh,
doesn't make you
don't do
smart,
that. You're
brother.
talking too
I'm
far.
sorry.
Shut the fuck up, you fucking loser. Take the
Okay.
L, you squirmy little worm.
Bimmy, you're voting.
See
You're
you
voting
later,
for Kamala,
Donald.
so I love you. See you later,
I
guys.
am voting for Kamala, yes.
Yeah.
All right, guys. I'm gonna send you over to boss so you can watch them fucking yell about Kamala for however fucking long. I'm unable to raid the bot. I think he probably has his fucking viewer thing set higher. Okay, well. Cut it fucking this guy. I can see the kid not kid again. I don't know. Let's fucking raid this person. Oh, channel's offline. Fire. Okay, well, who the fuck can I raid then? I don't want to I don't want to keep doing kid not kid. Unelectable airwaves. You guys want to go here? Yeah, I bet you guys want to go here. Head over to this guy. Thank you all so much for watching. I appreciate that you watched me stream. I'll stream again later today / tomorrow. We'll see. I don't know. My supercharger still sucked. Everything's broken. Okay. See you guys.